there, everyone. Welcome to Utility Sports. Today is NBA trade deadline day, a huge day, and a huge shout out to Brian King. Says regardless what day, week, or month, I'm going to have no fear. The YouTube NBA channel champ is here. Everyone have a great and happy trade deadline Thursday. Let's get some W's for Brian King in the chat with an absolute awesome super chat there. Brian, thank you so much for the 20. Again, just now going live on the channel. Look at that, 70 plus awesome people in here within the first 30 seconds of today's stream. Obviously extremely excited for all things. We're going to keep our eyes on every little situation here. Dan H says, I'm thinking the Lakers scored with the trade for Mark Williams. Was watching some of his highlights for a big, this guy can move. He's got great touch around the hoop. I think he'll work out great. I think this is a tremendous get for the Los Angeles Lakers. Brian, again, huge shout out to you though. Really do appreciate you a ton. The super chatters today have been absolutely awesome already to start us off, and I'm sure as the day goes on, they'll get better and better even. You guys have been absolutely awesome all week long. Delau here says, will the Pistons make a trade that's worth anything? They've already made some moves. They've been picking up assets. They aren't necessarily out of the market, but they will be in position to make another trade if they want to with some of their salaries. Isaac here says, 5:15 in the morning, baby. We are up for that early grind. We were up late last night, up early this morning. If you're good all night, you're good all day, and we're going to be good all day here. Damian says, are the Heat done making moves? We'll see. They have slow-mo yet to trade. Wake up, welcome to the stream. King JB here says KD needs to get traded. Darius says W stream. Carl says grinder. Graham says W. Oxy says, how's your morning going so far, man? You've been grinding. I have been grinding. Completely honest, I've been up for like half an hour. I was going to wake up even earlier. Rolled out of bed. I was like, oh my goodness, I am exhausted today. But Sport Travel Coaster wants to know if I'm going to stream all the way. Yes, I will be live all day long. This is the only place you need to be. We've got the draft pick tracker. We're going to have trade grades. We're going to talk about all the deals that have already gone down. And remember, the trade deadline is today, February 6th. Today is the day. Make sure you guys do hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on future content. I'm going to have a trade deadline winners and losers video that comes out on the channel. But all in all, today is the day. Happy trade deadline day, everybody. Appreciate you a ton. Graham says, how are you still alive, buddy? Been catching up on your continuous coverage. Machine. Everyone comment machine down below. I am going full machine mode here. I don't know. I'm going to have to get an oil change or something after this, but we're grinding right now. Benjamin says, hey, guys, welcome to the stream, Benjamin. Glad to have you in here. King JB, Brandon Ingram trade. I was not a fan of the Ingram trade overall. A-Dot says, I guess the Bulls will do nothing like always. They could trade Vucevic. We'll see if something materializes there. Josh Prince says Hunter to the Pistons. Talking about DeAndre Hunter. I could also see the Cavaliers in play there. Hellstone says, good morning. Ibrana saying Booker's a ball hog. John says, if Lakers stay healthy, they definitely will be a problem. DJ says, how about the Grizzlies? Definitely a Cam Johnson landing spot. Would love to see that. Basketball guy says Wolves need to trade away Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I think they really like Nickeil there internally. I was covering the Wolves as a credentialed media member last year. I think they really like Nickeil quite a bit internally there. Eugene says, do you think my Thunder reroute Tice to another team? No, I think they'll keep Tice, to be honest. Graham here says 11:17 p.m. here in Sydney. So let's get some hype for Graham watching all the way over in Australia. Jay That Goo says, hell yeah, W. Love seeing those W's fly in. Frederick says, good night from Indonesia. W stream. Appreciate you, Frederick. Kafir here says, any news about the Magic since last night? Nothing definitive yet. To be honest with you, I don't know if anything else went down after I went to bed. Doesn't look like it, right? So luckily, I chose a good time to sleep. It's always a risk here at the trade deadline, but luckily nothing substantive went down at the very least. Yet besides this huge trade for Mark Williams. JC So Cool says Lakers just need a starting shooting guard so Reeves can't come off the bench. So Reeves can come off the bench. Yeah, Robert Kobe Fitness says, good morning, brother. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. King JB throwing in the W streams, 8:14 p.m. here in the Philippines. Rick Teasy, appreciate you being in here. Arrow says Grant doesn't want to leave Phoenix. Is that true? I think right now at this point in time that is the case. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Again, I'm trying to go through the comments here, especially early in the morning before the news starts breaking in. Obviously, when the news breaks in, comments, it'll kind of be difficult to get to all of them. I'm going to try my best today, guys, okay? So, first of all, when new people join and they're saying, why isn't he? Just try and encourage them. Try and keep them, feeling good. Maybe you guys interact with them in the comments. Obviously, I'm going to try and get through everybody. Here we go. Good movie quote. Good morning, Vietnam. Runner Flash says any potential Clippers trades involving Terrence Mann you can think of. With the Knicks trading Jericho Sims, I don't know if Mitchell Robinson is actually available or on the table. But Chris Boucher of the Raptors is another name that I think in theory could make some sense. Thank you, Alex, for the follow over there. Thank you, Simon Peter, as well as McGinney. Money Talk with Dane. Appreciate all of you guys for the follows over there on Twitter. We are pushing very close to 4,000 followers. You guys are all super awesome. I love seeing the machine comments flying in. Dennis, welcome, says what's going down. Nothing huge yet. We're gonna watch for your Sacramento Kings here, though, Dennis, and see what we see. Volcano here, big time Tennessee Volunteers fan. It looks like wants my opinion on where Cam Johnson goes. Again, I think Memphis, and you might like that answer. Memphis should be the team that makes that kind of push with Marcus Smart's contract, but there's no guarantee they do. Right? They can maybe be a Vucevic team as well. So Union Grays here says feels like a year ago you were crying about the Mavs trade deadline. Little did you know. Yeah, it got way worse. It got way worse. Our team's pretty good, but man, it's gonna be rough. Eric says still pushing this Dallas trip agenda for you, brah. Okay, so I'm gonna make an agreement with you guys. $250 by 9:30 a.m. EST. So I'm giving you guys 2 hours here, and I'm gonna keep a little tracker here in my notes. We're going for 250 by 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So that meets right in the middle of where we were yesterday with the 200 and the 300, because that was my original goal. I moved it down for you guys even, but we will push there. We're already at 25, so we're at 25 out of the 250. So you guys have been absolutely killing it. Of course, the support all week long has just been incredible. And again, for those who weren't here yesterday when this happened, they want me to go to Dallas for the Lakers game when Luka Doncic returns. So we're gonna push for that. Appreciate you guys. Tomas here says still mad at the trade, but welcome to the six. Brandon Ingram, good ball player. Exactly. I mean, here's the thing. I don't want you guys to not enjoy him. I don't want you to not have fun. Like, everyone should hopefully have fun watching him. He is a very good basketball player. NBA Highlights says hi from the Philippines. Appreciate you. Light of Wisdom says hello, everyone. Good morning, Light of Wisdom. Glad to have you in here. I'm sorry I do not know how to pronounce your name, to be completely honest, but welcome to the stream from Ukraine. Very awesome to see. Nick says, how long left? We have 7 hours and 37 minutes until the NBA trade deadline. I will be live for all of that time. Mike says, Thunder needed big man insurance, and they got to experience one too. Slam dunk, minimal risk. Yeah, literally zero risk, basically. OKC did really, really well. Leon says, hi from Germany. Welcome to the stream. Luis, good morning. Glad to have you in here as well, Luis. Buick says, when can Jimmy Butler be traded? It's going to be in the offseason at the very earliest, but I don't think he will. Graham Christie said, which team do you think have set their direction through their trades and which are presenting a clear direction for their moves, which aren't? Toronto and New Orleans don't have a clear direction. They're both trying to figure out value as they go. Golden State has a clear direction, even if it's a big risk in their moves. But that's kind of where everything sits right now. Appreciate you guys all so much. In terms of which ones have set a direction, I think, OKC's further their direction. San Antonio has picked a good direction for their team. The best in the North, thank you for the 2. He says, have you seen the improvement of Bilal Coulibaly? I have. We're up to $27 of that $250 by 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We have 2 hours and 5 more minutes. You guys have been absolutely killing it with the super chats. Of course, the chat today is going to get pretty crazy pretty quick. So it's very possible that, the chats, like the super chats, are the ones I'm going to be for sure able to see. So I appreciate you guys a ton. Best in the North says, you up during my working hours, but I'm off today. I'm putting in the grind. Ollie says, Dennis Schroeder on the move again, or will he be bought out? I could definitely see him getting moved. I think Utah will consider options for him, see if they can get another second-round pick for him. But worst case, they'll just probably either buy him out, or they could just keep him and trade him next year too, which is not something I would rule out either. Welcome, everyone, to Utility Sports. I really hope you guys have enjoyed the stream so far this week. Mopey here says, Hornets won the trade. Again, talking about the Mark Williams trade. Obviously, there was a lot to break down in that, but I think the biggest thing is both sides took a huge risk. Hornets now need to find a franchise replacement center, but got really good value for him. And for the Lakers, does Mark Williams actually stay healthy? And if he doesn't, the Hornets clearly won the trade, but we don't know that yet. A lot will be left to be seen. Tiago here says, is Vucevic getting traded? Very possibly. Vucevic will be someone who gets traded. Eric, thank you again for the 5, by the way. R. Jonesy says, if Colin Sexton isn't traded to a contender today, we riot. I hope Colin Sexton gets traded. I hope John Collins gets traded for the sake of the Utah Jazz, but we'll see. Mark Williams is really good. Curate says, you're the best trade deadline YouTuber. Salute. Appreciate you, Curate. An absolute legend. Basketball guy here says, this dude is a machine, a robot. Hashtag grinder. Appreciate you guys all so much. And remember, we're pushing for that Dallas trip, $250 by 9:30 a.m. Eastern time over the next 2 hours. We're already got 600 people watching live, which is incredible. We haven't even been live for 12 minutes yet. That is incredible. You guys are absolute legends and beasts. Thanks all for hopping in so quickly this morning. JC so cool says, I think the Lakers make one last move. LJ Allen says, what does Houston do? I think they just need to sit. No need to make a move into the offseason. Maybe a small consolidation trade. They picked up an extra contract. They're at 15 standard contracts now, which is allowable. That's the number you can be at. But they also have two a few expirings that they could throw together, whether that be Landale, Adams, of course, Jeff Green, and Jayshawn Tate. I wonder if they could go get a shooter with those salaries. Runner flashes, Hornets, great trade. That 2031 first is going to be valuable, I feel. And they also get Dalton Connect, but who's their center now? I think Tidjon maybe. Tidjon can't play center. Tidjon's kind of blocked as a power forward, but you're right. He might play some small ball 5, but I think that'll be rough for their rebounding. Easy Money Sniper says, subscribe because I liked your suggestion to teams. Appreciate you, Easy Money Sniper. Appreciate you a ton. Andy Rodriguez here says, W. Mark Williams. He's an awesome big man. Union Gray says, do you think Charlotte should target Malawash in the draft after the Williams trade? Very possibly him or Derek Queen. It kind of depends on where they're at, though. If they're like pick 2 or pick 1, then they're going to draft Dylan Harper, or they'll draft Cooper Flagg, obviously, at pick 1. So Dennis wants to know on Twitter, Cam Johnson to wear any other big names. We will talk about all that and more. Dennis, appreciate you guys all being in here live. Chris says, good morning, chat. Let's get some good mornings flowing in here, chat. Joseph says, will Cody Martin get moved today? Very possibly. I would have to assume he will be. Lubo Mercado says, yo, can you make the trade scenario for Nikola Vucevic to Golden State? I think GP2, Looney, and Moody, first rounder for Vuce, and THT is very good for both sides. What do you think? I think specifically those the GP2 and Looney contracts would have to be included, and then you need another little bit of salary, but not a ton actually. So you could probably wiggle it in if you combine it into the other deal. So we'll see what happens there. But Vucevic to Golden State is possible, and you kind of have the package there. Rixie says, who should the Warriors target next? I think the biggest thing next for Golden State is Nikola Vucevic if they go that way. Omel says, hello, welcome to the stream, Omel. Johnny says, morning king, Pistons got 17 players for 15 spots. What are they cooking? Could either make a consolidation trade. You're thinking like Fontecchio and Tim Hardaway Jr. for some other piece, or they could just waive guys. I think they did that last year at the deadline when they went out and traded for Evan Fournier, all that stuff. Then they waived a whole bunch of players. So Hizwa says, good evening from Australia. Appreciate you, Hizwa. Eric says, did you catch any Fox highlights? I watched the entire first half of the game. I did not. I'm going to be completely transparent. Did not watch the second half because that's when the Jimmy Butler trade happened. So I watched the entire first half, though. The first half looked extremely promising. I really liked a lot of what I saw, especially on the offensive end. Khris says, I want the Nets and Hawks to make that trade you did last night. That trade specifically here was this one. A big upgrade for the Atlanta Hawks, getting 2 starting level players, Nick Claxton, Cam Johnson. And Brooklyn walks out with Clint Capella, Bogdan Bogdanovic, Larry Nance Jr., 2 firsts, a swap, and 2 second-round picks. J17 says, legit, the first thing I did when I woke up was to see if you were live. Let's have a great trade deadline. Appreciate you, J17. Glad to have you guys all in here. You guys are a huge W, honestly. Let's get some balloons flying in the chat for you guys. You guys definitely deserve it. Absolute legends. The best community I could ever hope for. Abrana here saying, Kevin Durant to the Mavericks. Could you imagine? Curate says, I love how the Heat are looking right now. Sport Travel Coaster says, when do you think a trade will be coming? I think in the next 2-3 hours, we'll probably start to get some movement. Okay. My over-under today is going to be 15.5 trades. Are you hitting the over or the under? I want everyone to comment right now. Over or under 15.5 trades today. I'm taking the over on that number myself. I'm thinking 16 trades. We'll see what happens, though. ING here says, what else can Golden State do? They still have GP2. Yep, they have ways to get to Vooch's salary. Our caddy here says, hi, looks like the Blazers won't trade anyone, even Time Lord. Don't rule out a Time Lord trade quite yet. Still definitely possible. Scott here says, good morning and happy trade deadline day. Happy trade deadline day, everyone. Let's get some W's in the chat for trade deadline day as well. Tomas says, Boucher and Davion 100% getting traded today. We'll see, I think, for Toronto, if they could get long-term controllable salary, that would help them now after trading for Brandon Ingram. Terrence Mann is a player who fits that description. Katie here says, I'm waiting for the Rockets to get Kevin Durant or Giannis. Probably won't happen this trade, I don't think. Chris says Claxton could go to the Hornets. He could, but I don't know if that makes sense for Charlotte now. Alfred says, let's go Utility Sports. Joshua says, you think Golden State will acquire Vooch? Bulls are taking forever. They're taking their time, probably just waiting on an offer that they actually really like. Alex says, Raptors killing their rebuild with the Ingram trade. They're impatient. They're just looking for value, but it's a little bit weird. Troy says, how many hours do we got time left before the trade deadline ends? So remember, the trade deadline ends at today at 3 p.m. Eastern time, February 6th. So we've got 7.5 hours roughly. Alex says, what do you expect to happen? I expect a lot of craziness today. I'm telling you, if you guys thought yesterday was busy, if you thought the last couple of days have been busy, today will be busy. There's going to be a lot of movement, a lot of crazy stuff going down. Remember the Milwaukee Bucks traded Jericho Sims and for Hugo Basson's draft rights, which I thought was actually a pretty important thing. In that, cash and DeLon Wright. All in all, I think a pretty important deal. The Bucks got a lot more athletic this week, so that's one thing that really stood out to me for Milwaukee with their trades. They have gotten way more athletic. Let's see how many likes we're at, by the way, today. Already almost 100 likes. We're at 88 likes right now. Everyone smash that like button if you are enjoying. Already 1,000 people live watching. Dennis says, great morning. Rayfit says, home with the flu today. Hopefully the deadline cheers me up. I hope you feel better, man. I hate being sick. I really do. And I think I'm on the edge here of getting sick myself from sleep deprivation and talking for 40 hours this week already. Danny here says, good morning from New Mexico. Appreciate you, Danny. Thanks for being in here. Steven says, did the Wizards get better? Honestly, they might have this trade deadline, and they also have set themselves up quite well in terms of their long-term draft pick compensation. So, yes, I think the Wizards have done really well. Damo says, today's the day. Been a wild deadline. Let's hope to finish with more fireworks. Mavs need another creator upgrade. Kobe White definitely could fit in salary-wise, although I just don't know if I see Dallas trading some of their salaries that could get that done, which would be PJ. It would be Klay Thompson or Daniel Gafford. So it would be interesting. Not Too Fam says, bro, did you do a 24-hour stream? No, I did sleep for about 4 hours last night. So that's what I'm running off of. Appreciate you guys. Ryan here says, who do you think is winning the deadline right now? Ryan, I think the Lakers have really stood out to me. Obviously, when you walk away with Luka Doncic and you build a long-term direction for your team, for me, it's going to stand out in a big way. So I think that's what how I feel right now. But I've liked what Washington's done. I've liked what a few of these teams have done. So Mr. Price says, good morning. Great work, Utility Sports. Are Lakers making a move today? They still have their 2025 second-round pick they could trade. Theoretically, that could be involved in a deal for like Chris Boucher or some veteran depth piece somewhere. Like if they wanted to go get Kelly Olynyk from the Pelicans, that could be something to watch for as well. JC So Cool says buyout market finna be good. I think the buyout market's going to be definitely very interesting. Dennis Youngblood says, does Green get shipped out? If you're talking about Draymond Green, no. If you're talking about Jalen Green, no. Otherwise, I'm not sure what other Green it would be. Jeff Green, maybe. Jeff Green could get shipped. Chris says Day'Ron Sharpe might go to the Hornets for a couple of seconds. That would be an awesome buy for the Hornets if they got him for that. Scott of Greywater Watch says, where do I think Claxton will go? I'm not sure. They might just not trade him, but I would love to see him go to Atlanta like I have on the screen here. Clarky says, good day from Australia. Will Brooklyn definitely make a move today, or are they waiting for the offseason? I think Brooklyn's in a great spot. They don't have to make a trade if they don't want to. They have these guys under contract. You have to imagine Cam Johnson will finish the season well, and Nick Claxton's value is going to be about the same at the offseason as it is right now anyway. So they don't have to rush and make a trade if they don't want to. They could keep those two guys as build-around core pieces moving forward. Poyers, appreciate you. Says, I'm up for work. Looking forward to tuning in. Crazy day again. Happy NBA trade deadline day, everybody. Really do appreciate you all a ton. Middleton buyout. Leon wants to know. I don't think that's going to happen. A lot of people are hitting the under on the 15.5 trades. Damien here hits the over. Pedro, wake up. Both taking the under. Mr. Price is hitting the over. Matthew says, hopefully over. I'm feeling 16 trades. I don't know why. So 15.5, I think it's going to be a good line. Joseph here says, my man Sheldon is back with another stream. Do you even sleep, G? The answer to that question is barely. Luvo here says over. Troy says under. I feel like I said a good line. We're getting some overs. We're getting some unders. We'll see how many actually come in. Best in the North. Thank you again for the two. Says close one eye and alternate. Any contract buyouts? Now I'm going to have to like half sleep up here, but any contract buyouts? Nothing yet, of course. That'll come in the next few days after the deadline today. But I think one of the most important ones to watch will be Ben Simmons. I'm very confident he will probably get bought out. You never want to guarantee that, of course. It comes down to the representation and if they actually want to. But that would be a realistic possibility here. Romer here says, before the craziness, wanted to say thank you, dude. Awesome content as always. Been watching since last season. IMO, you're the most informative basketball channel on YouTube. Romer, I appreciate you a ton. Really thank you. A huge thank you from me to you guys. You guys are an awesome chat. You guys know your stuff too, and that's what makes it so much fun here at Utility Sports. J4R Reyes says, do the Lakers reach cap limit? The Lakers got a lot of money committed on their roster already. So Dan H says under. Dennis Youngblood saying 15 players traded or teams. 15 trades, period. So really 30 teams, or, like it could be the same team a couple times too. But Luke says, do you think the Pacers make a move before the deadline? Indiana is one of those tough teams. They're kind of rolling as of late, so I don't know if they're going to disrupt what they've got going on. But we will definitely keep our eyes on. Remember last night we had this huge trade between the Hornets and Lakers. I gave both sides an A in that deal. Which Dodgers wants to know if Minnesota is going to be stuck with Randall? Yes. All week long I've been saying there's roughly about a 5% chance Julius Randle gets traded. And now with the Jimmy Butler trade done, I feel like it might even be lower, like a 2-3% chance. Scott here taking the under. Navis says, I want it to be over. Maybe we have a Rockets trade. LOL. I mean, remember, this will count some of the salary dumps, so keep that in mind, right? El Barbu says, does Kevin Durant get shipped? Ultimately, it sounds like KD will be staying in Phoenix, barring any unforeseen changes in the last few hours of the trade deadline. Mark Ty says, Kings need to trade for Boucher and get Davion back. I don't think that they will be able to even take Davion back by trade rules. But Boucher could help Sacramento for sure. JC So Cool says Lakers still can deal Shake Milton, Wood, Rui, Maxi, Kleber, Morris. Yep. So they do have limitations. They can't trade Kleber with those other guys because of the recently traded restriction, but they can make some trades. Joseph here says, what are some centers the Hornets might be going after now that we really don't have a 5? Dayron Sharp's the name that comes to mind. Otherwise, I think that the overall plan is tanking after making this trade of Dalton Knecht, Cam Reddish, 2 picks to the Hornets for Mark Williams. Novice here says, I'm pissed with Rafael Stone every trade deadline. I mean, he's done a good job, though. You got to be pretty happy. Your team is pretty good. Lucas says, what the Spurs can do. What can the Spurs do? They absolutely need a big. They only have Wemby, maybe Boucher. Another Boucher spot, yep. I think Toronto, San Antonio, you look at Toronto and San Antonio, those two teams have worked together a lot. They worked together on the Kawhi Leonard trade, the Jakob Poeltl trade the second time around, right? Those two teams have been very cooperative with each other. A trade for Boucher, I do not think is out of the question at all right now. Buddy Davis says, who should the Clippers target? They got 2 used tissues for 2 used tissues earlier this week. I don't know. If the Clippers would have just been patient and held on to PJ Tucker until last night, they could have probably walked out with Dennis Schroeder in that trade and a second-round pick. So, Best in the North says, funny how the trade deadline has become an event, and it really has. Luke says, will Miles Turner get moved? I really don't think so. Dennis says, why did Jonas cost 2 seconds and Mark more? Because Mark Williams is better than Jonas Valanciunas. Mark Williams is incredibly good. Giller here says, do you think Kevin Durant will go to the Mavericks? No, ultimately no. Kafir says, hey, probably the only Magic fan from Israel. Much love. Do you think Orlando should do one big trade or a few small ones? I would love for Orlando to go get a significant improvement in the guard position, which is exactly what this is. Your news. This is real news. The Orlando Magic reportedly contacted the Chicago Bulls about Kobe White's availability. We've talked about Kobe White to Orlando all week long. Orlando was among a group of teams talking to Chicago about Kobe White earlier this week, per sources familiar with the matter. So again, that is very significant news. And obviously, for those of you who are watching right now, you're going to know that a trade for Kobe White would be a significant improvement for the Orlando Magic. It would probably center around Cole Anthony's contract. Kobe White is a very good basketball player. Statistically this year, he is last 4 games, he's averaging over 22 points a game. On the year, he's averaging about 19 points on 38% from 3, 5 assists. So he's had a really good season for himself for Chicago. He's a player that definitely moves the needle in my eyes for a team, and I think would be extremely interesting to see if we can if we actually get news here on an actual trade. But that is some of the most recent news there. Club here says, just tuned in. It's 7:30 a.m. How long have you been streaming? Just for 28 minutes right now, but we've got an awesome chat. 1,300 people watching live. Appreciate you guys all so much. Obviously, today has been a crazy day. And I am extremely excited for the direction here of the trade deadline. A lot of moves today to be had, a lot of crazy stuff going on. Again, if something happens, make sure to tag me so that I can get it up on the screen. Appreciate you guys also very much. I'll be back in just 1 second. All right, so next move, Miles McBride here says, Neymar, I'm not sure if that'll actually happen. Simply Unco says the NBA needs to make a bigger deal out of the trade deadline, IMO, live shows as it finishes, etc., etc. Maybe they can hire me. Finesse says Mark Williams. Dennis Youngblood says, I want the prices. What's the cost? The cost, I mean, are you talking about the difference between Mark Williams? Mark Williams was worth what he got, basically. Otherwise, the Hornets wouldn't have traded him. Mamau says, who are the best 4 teams now? Still Cleveland, Boston, OKC have the top 3 for me. Darshan, welcome here from India. Glad to have you watching the stream today. Nahari says, do you have a Bucks trade idea? Pat Connaughton and Bobby Portis for Marcus Smart. You can argue which picks go where, all that kind of stuff, but that's an interesting framework. Lucas Pierre says, yo, Spurs need a big, what the Spurs can do. They absolutely need a big. Yep. So we talked about Boucher. Remember, don't spam today. I do have the chat in slow mode, as you guys can tell. Hopefully that helps out today. I have it as a 30-second slow mode. Yali King YouTube says, give me some Portland rumors. Anthony Simons is really the biggest one, the one that we've been following. With this news here centered around Orlando maybe going after Kobe White. There's also questions about if they could be a team and a suitor here for if they could be a team or suitor for Anthony Simons, who is an Orlando native as well. So again, thank you to Best in the North. Appreciate you a ton. We are up to $29 of our $250 super chat goal. So I appreciate you guys a ton. Eric here says, Hornets fan here, kind of like, whoa, waking up to the Connect news. I wanted Hornets to draft him. Ironic, we 100% tanking. We've got Diabate and no other center. Yeah, the team's going to be bad intentionally, which is kind of good because they'll set themselves up for trying to get Cooper Flag. Jay Hep here says, good evening, sir, from one of your followers here in the Philippines. Appreciate you. Buddy Davis says, Clippers should trade Man somehow and Bones and hit buyout market, right? Definitely could be a possibility for them. The Clippers, when it comes to the apron specifically, they right now are outside of the apron. They have $11 million in apron space already, actually. So they have enough room to go in the buyout market as is. But if they can make an upgrade on the roster, that could be a way to go for them too. So keep that in mind. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream here this morning. 1,500 people watching live already in the first half hour. Today will be the crazy day. I also tried to turn down the advertising as low as I could. So hopefully you guys enjoy. Hopefully less interruptions today. I tried, I've tried setting that setting before, but it hasn't always worked. But hopefully I think today should work pretty well. James says, do the Raptors make any more deals, Boucher or Mitchell? I think either one of them is definitely a possibility here at this point in time. Dylan here says, good morning, Sheldon. Appreciate your work. Wolves mock trade Randall Minot in second for John Collins and Johnny Juzang. So I think Utah would maybe even want a little bit more for that. Maybe a collection of seconds, but that's definitely an idea that would be interesting. Now, remember, the Wolves as the second apron team would have restrictions with aggregating salaries, but they are sending out more salary already in that kind of package. So might not have to be included in that. Smile says, good morning from Tunisia. Great work, Sheldon. Appreciate you guys a ton. Thanks for all your comments and hanging out in here for a while. The Best in the North says, are the Warriors contenders now? I really don't think so. Honestly, I really don't. I'm pretty pessimistic. 8 different NBA All-Stars have been traded since Saturday night. Of course, Fox, LaVine, Middleton, Wiggins, who, was he really a true All-Star? Kuzma, who, not really a true All-Star, but whatever. Anthony Davis, Jimmy Butler, and of course, Luka Doncic. So, Dennis, thanks for taking me in that. Obviously, we've had a jam-packed, loaded NBA trade deadline. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the day. Happy NBA trade deadline day today. Nicholas says, good morning, bro. I don't know how you're even up already. I wasn't expecting you to be up until like 10 or 11 a.m. I am grinding. I can't help it. I got to get here early. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying. Again, I want to see those likes grow on today's stream. How many likes are we at right now? 177 likes. You guys are absolutely killing it. Everyone smash that like button right now. It's one of the best ways to support me. Appreciate you a ton. Appreciate you guys all so very much. You've been absolutely awesome in a ton of different ways. You guys have been absolutely huge. Let's get some love for our top donors this week. JR Glenn with 3 $50 super chats, Maurice Drake with a $50 super chat, and Michael Orlando as well with a $25 and $20 super chat. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Appreciate you all so very much. Happy trade deadline day here to you. Triple H says hello from Solomon Islands. Keen to know, will Miami be adding another to the team? Their squad looks solid now. I think that they will be looking still to salary dump Kyle Anderson somewhere. I think that's really the biggest thing to watch for. Adam Hurley says, Gabe Vincent for Jaden Hardy. Do it, Rob. Not sure if the Mavericks would do that, but I guess you never really know. Chris says maybe 16 trades with the Jazz involved. That's a great point. Utah gets involved with everybody. You guys, if you've been watching all week, you've been knowing I've been throwing the Jazz in as that third team for a lot of the deals, or Washington. Funny enough, those teams have been the biggest facilitators so far, like I promised. So S. Mahoney says what will become of these Pistons moves. Their roster got slightly better, and they got draft picks. So I think all in all, Detroit's been doing great. So Mike says over 1,000 viewers before 7 a.m. is crazy. Obviously, we've got some awesome international viewers, people watching from Australia and Tunisia, people watching from the Philippines, people watching from all over the world, which is so sweet. Appreciate you guys all so much. Nick here says, I may go for the under because we had a big day yesterday. We did. We had quite a few moves yesterday. Obviously, Jimmy Butler. We had the overall collection of trades in that deal. We had, the big one, Dalton Connect and Mark Williams getting traded for each other. So absolutely crazy stuff, what we've had happen over the last couple of hours. Los Angeles Lakers. I'm updating the description here. Los Angeles Lakers traded Dalton Connect, 2 first-round picks, 2030 and 2031. One of them was a swap, remember, for Mark Williams in what was one of the bigger unpredicted moves of the deadline. Los Angeles has been extremely active with everything here. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying the deadline here. Has been, I don't think, anything short of insane in a good way. So hopefully you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. Obviously a lot of crazy stuff in here. So it's been absolutely crazy. I'm going to get rid of some of these salary dump ones so that we can fit some of these other more exciting trades into the situation. But again, a lot of moves here overall. Again, crazy trade deadline day. All things considered, I think we're all having a fun time. I think the trade deadline has really treated us well early here, and we've got a lot of crazy stuff. So hopefully you guys are enjoying. The trade deadline ticker is down there at the bottom. It factors in all of the trades that have happened already. Arthur says you're the GOAT. Appreciate you, Arthur. Damo says something on Aaron Nesmith. I don't think the Pacers will ultimately trade him, but you never know. Indiana will see. I like Aaron Nesmith a lot as a player. I'm a huge Aaron Nesmith guy. Colonel here says Spurs don't move. Again, Cam Johnson is going to be the guy that I recommend for them if they do make a big trade, but I don't really think that they're in a spot where they have to if they don't want to. I think last night they probably saw that their team can be pretty solid if they put everything together. Alex says, who wins, Celtics or Lakers in a series? I would say right now the Celtics, just because their team is very well set up, and they just won a title last year. But the Lakers long-term have given themselves real hope and flexibility post-Anthony Davis. Zach says, good morning, Sheldon. Happy trade deadline day. Happy trade deadline day to you guys. Love seeing all of your guys' thoughts. Katie, Cam Johnson, top trade targets. Middleton, Ben Simmons, top buyouts. I'm not sure if Middleton's even going to get bought out. If he does, he definitely is in that conversation. Wonder Flashes, I think the Hornets are officially tanking for Cooper. Yeah, they're definitely putting themselves in that race. And I don't think the NBA would hate seeing Cooper Flake stay in North Carolina either. So I think that's a great point that you make there, Runner. Again, hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream today. What I'm going to do here real quick is go over to recap some of the other deals again over the last few days. It's been absolutely insane. So this isn't even updated yet. The NBA hasn't even updated their own site to factor in the Lakers and Hornets deal and everything. But we've had some salary dumps in here. We've had some pretty meaningful trades. Obviously, this De'Aaron Fox, LaVine, Bulls trade was pretty crazy. And Lakers land Luka from Mavs. Pretty crazy. Do you think the NBA will have any kind of exception like the one-time cut a decade ago, since so many teams are in cap trouble with the new rules? No, I don't really think so. I think the NBA already gave them 1 year of a heads up. Last year they didn't. Last season they didn't apply the rules. So Sevilla here says, do you think that the Warriors are done trading? No. I think that they're going to look for one more upgrade still, and that could be Vucevic. Graham says, wow, after the Mark Williams trade, Grant Williams is about the only guy of value others might look for as mainly small contracts. I mean, we'll see too. They have Josh Green, but I could see them just keeping Josh Green. Grant Williams obviously injured right now too, so we'll see. But Ryan Diaz says, "Do you think Denver makes some trades, sir?" When it comes to Denver, I just not seeing a lot of flexibility. They have Zeke Najee's contract, which is a negative. They have a couple of contracts in there, Dario Saric's, but we'll see. Riz says, "Bro, sleep a little bit." I did. I got like 4 hours last night. I'm good to lock in and roll here now. We've been live for 41 minutes here now. We have over 1,600 people watching live, so huge shout outs to you guys. You've been absolutely killing it. We're up to 245 likes on the stream already as well. Thank you everyone for tuning in here super early this morning. Again, we got started about an hour earlier. We've been starting about 8:30 a.m. Eastern time today. We started at 7:15 a.m. Eastern time for the day of the trade deadline in case anything happens. Mamau says, hypothetically, could LeBron become the first grandpa playing in the NBA in the future? I mean, technically, if Bronny James had a kid right now, LeBron would be a grandfather. We'll see if that actually happens or not. Luke Chess here says, will the Warriors trade one more? Yeah, definitely a possibility. Tomas wants to know if Bruce Brown's getting waived. He could also get traded to a third team today. So I think New Orleans should still be working the phone and making some deals. I would really be hoping for that. AJ or AI Bennett here says, you think Bucks are going to trade Lopez or Portis now since they have Jericho Sims? Possibly Portis, right? Portis could be the salary getting moved with Pat Connaughton now that they're a first apron team. Appreciate you, Lucas. B says, could Tim Hardaway Jr. be bought out? No, the Pistons won't buy him out. They'll either trade him or keep him. They will not buy him out. Yvonne here says, do you think Portland will make a move this deadline? With them winning 9 of their last 10 games, they might not. Ultimately might not. We'll see. Bruno says, are the Lakers in the first apron yet? Yes, the Lakers are a first apron team. Brian says, Paul George to the Mavs for PJ Tucker. Or for PJ Washington, excuse me, Brian. I don't think Dallas will be trading for Paul George this year. JH Ton Gamer says, what would that trade be? Do you think Kobe to the Magic? It would be the Denver first round pick and Cole Anthony for Kobe White. Something like that. You can argue should have a couple seconds being there, something like that today. I think makes a lot of sense. Joseph says, Sheldon, when the transfer deadline is over, make a video on what trades each team did in this trade window. So Joseph, I will be doing a trade deadline winners and losers video for sure. So I hope you guys do look forward to that, and make sure you come check out all of the content over there. Damien says, any more Heat trades? Kyle Anderson getting traded to a third team today, or a fifth team in this case, is what we need to watch out for sure. Kalua says, get Andrew Wiggins to the Bucks. Suviha says, do you think that the Warriors are done trading? Not necessarily, no. Again, don't spam. Nahir says, how about $1 billion assets? Darius Phoenix says, can Kobe White be a third to fourth best player on a winning team? Yes, I think he can be. And I think in Orlando, that would be a lot of great fit around him as well defensively. No Laughing Matter says, dude hasn't urinated in 3 days. We go all day without breaks. You guys know the grind here. Yali King YT says, any Portland rumors? Again, I think the possibility here stems from a possible trade for Anthony Simons, if they make a deal or not there. So Iceman like Gervin says, NBA is colluding to make the Lakers NBA title contenders. TV rating chasing LeBron James Bronny title making history artificially. I don't think the NBA did this. I don't think the NBA had anything to do with it. So, Juan, it says, you think feel the pain in this? I don't know what that even means. Sports Masochist says, too bad I missed the Nico rage. Any trades in the Dallas Wings can make. Are you talking about the WNBA team? I don't know. Memphis Grizzlies have been discussing Marcus Smart trade possibilities with a few teams. Several teams have talked to the Grizzlies about deals involving veteran point guard Marcus Smart. Those talks will likely continue into Thursday. Smart, who is 30 years old, is under contract through next season. The Grizzlies have a few financial decisions to make about this offseason. Among them is re-signing Santi Aldama, who's been really, really good for them. Jack here says, you're grinding hard, man. Appreciate it. Let's go Nuggets. Make some moves. Appreciate you, Jack. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Remember, later today, we will be going into subscriber-only mode for the comment section. Jaden says, any news on the brother Steven Adams? Jaden's from New Zealand. Welcome to the stream, Jaden from New Zealand. Obviously, appreciate you being in here the last couple of days. Nothing definitive yet on Steven Adams. Zay Wapo says, what shooters are on the market for the Lakers? Obviously, they could be looking for some shooting now. It would be interesting to see if they walk away from the deadline with anyone. Matt Ryan could be an interesting name. Is a really cheap option, played for the Lakers previously as well. So we'll see what happens. Casey says, who can the Pistons get for a second ball handler and score? That's a good question. I think, honestly, they might not be making any move like that. Best in the North, thank you for the another 2. Says Brogdon played 2 straight. Is it time to trade? Appreciate you a ton. Malcolm Brogdon, obviously a huge expiring. He could be a name to watch for the Houston Rockets. He could definitely help a contender as like a third guard into a rotation. So, been absolutely crazy. We've had a lot of news. Levi wants to know if the Lakers are making another move. Very possibly. We'll see what happens here. But I appreciate you guys a ton. It's been an absolutely epic run here so far. This week has been absolutely insane. A lot of great support on the channel, and I really do appreciate you guys a ton. Remember to continue tagging me in stuff like Tomas did here and like Dennis did, so that I see all of the all of the news. My handle is @_utility sports. So make sure you guys go, first of all, give me a follow over there on Twitter. And if you're looking for some of the best ways to support me, specifically, first of all, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, hit that Substack up, links in the description for that, and the Twitter, and then Super Chats as well, which obviously I appreciate. So far, we have already had 5 Super Chats in the first 45 minutes of the stream today. So you guys have been absolutely awesome. Reality here says the Atlanta Hawks need to make a trade bad. We'll see what they end up doing. Remember today, later on, too, guys, as it gets busier, as the news starts pouring in, we probably won't get to every single chat. I, of course, will read every single super chat because they get separated for me in my little live stream window here. So I will for sure be able to get to every super chat, but every normal chat I might not get to. Now, remember, guys, it's just because there's so many comments and there's a lot going on today. I hope you have felt like this whole week has been a lot of fun nonetheless. So I don't want anyone to get disappointed if I don't read all of your comments today or anything. I'm just trying to get ahead of that here with a little bit of a forewarning. Troy here says, do you think Bulls are going to trade Vucevic? I think it's like a 50% chance at this point. I think the 2 landing spots are either Memphis or Golden State. Lupo says, what's a backup point guard the Mavs can get? Don't feel comfortable with 8 minutes of Spencer or Exum in the playoffs. So, yeah, I do think the Mavs need a guard in kind of a bad way. Now, who can that guard be? I would be interested to see if they can get Dennis Schroeder now with him in Utah. Dennis Schroeder would be a solid get for Dallas as another ball handler creator. Ken says, do you think Nurkic or Beal get moved before the deadline? Nurkic, I think, will. Beal will not. I think that's Phoenix is going to be one of those big sleeping giants today in a potential trade. Spinning Wheezy says, if the Bucks trade Bobby for a big, is Sims legit enough for backup minutes consistently? I think Sims is like not a high quality backup, but would be a low quality fringe backup. One thing I do want to look at here specifically for Phoenix, one I really like this trade composition, a first round draft pick and Nurkic's contract to Toronto. But I want to go to another team that I could see teams the Suns re-engaging with, which would be the Utah Jazz. And one guy that, these contracts don't work here. Sexton for Nurkic does not work because of the money. So obviously a lot of key news for that. Keep your eyes on all that kind of stuff. But I wanted to go here to point out that this does not work, right? The second apron rules restrict John Collins or Colin Sexton going to Phoenix, which is why it's unlikely to see them get traded there, as well as Brooklyn here. Again, Cam Johnson, Nick Claxton make too much money. So it's almost impossible for Phoenix to work with a variety of different teams. One that they could work with is the Hawks for Bogdan Bogdanovic. That would, again, be an interesting situation if that materialized, but Larry Nance also could fit in here. So there are some options for sure for the Phoenix Suns, but it's hard to guarantee or see any deals that exactly make a ton of sense. Again, appreciate you all a ton. A lot of crazy stuff going on. Thank you to Pitar for the follow. Thank you to Shining Justice and Augusto. Thank you to Go to T for the follow. Appreciate you guys, Mitch, as well as Alex and Simon, who we shouted out earlier as well. So thank you all so very much for the follows over on Twitter. Eric here says, does Connect play the 2 or 3? He's either. He's a wing. Do you think he starts right now? Yeah, probably does start. I think getting him in the lineup next to LaMelo Ball would be a lot of fun to watch offensively. So Busta here says, are the Rockets done? Because if they are, that's a joke. I think Houston still has another trade in them. Chris says, watching here, sir, from the Philippines. I appreciate you, Chris. Thank you a ton. Sevilla says, asking about the Warriors again. Yes, I am behind. I know, guys, I'm behind on the comments, but I am trying at my hardest to keep pushing forward. Endgame says, how about Miami Heat? Any more moves? They'll look to trade Kyle Anderson today somewhere else. Reality here says Capella and Bogdanovic for Austin Reeves. Reality, appreciate you a ton. I don't think Austin Reeves ultimately gets traded, though. King Nacho says, what are the Suns doing? Trying to salary dump Yusuf Nurkic somewhere today. It's probably going to cost him a first-round pick, which is crazy. It's crazy. Dennis says, do they pivot to Steven Adams? Here's the news. Golden State Warriors aren't fans of Chicago's current asking price for Vucevic. So if they pivot to Steven Adams, I don't really think so. I think the more likely outcome is that they try and go get Vucevic at just a lower price point and are wondering if Chicago will bend their knee. J-Hub, thanks for the follow over there. Appreciate you. Kafir Klein as well. D-Money, thanks for the follow. You guys are all epic, so appreciate you guys all a ton. Again, go follow over there on @_utility sports. Billy Bob, thank you for the 2. Says thoughts on the Hornets moves after Mark Williams trade. Well, one, the team is clearly tanking, Billy. So appreciate you a ton. And when it comes to the Hornets moves, they need a center, but they might just be okay with not having one this year, intentionally losing a lot of games, being bad on purpose, trying to get Cooper Flag. Definitive one here says, with the $5, thank you. Says, everybody send in $1 or at least subscribe. This man working triple overtime for us. I have been live all week long, 3 streams yesterday, which was insane. I really hope you guys are enjoying the content, of course. Definitive, huge thank you to you. We have 1,700 people watching live. It is just now 8:08 in the morning Eastern time. So Definitive, appreciate you a ton as well here. We are up to $43 of our $250 goal by 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. Eric Espinosa here says, if the Spurs get Boucher in the trade, how far do you think they can go this year? I think they'll be a playoff team if they get Chris Boucher, which is a real positive step forward for a lot of their young guys. Lloyd Reynolds wants to know about Kevin Durant trade destinations. Ultimately, I do not think Kevin Durant will get traded. Eddie, thank you, Eddie. Let's get some hype in the chat for Eddie with a $10 super chat. Eddie in the chat says, Sheldon, this is my annual contribution to thank you for all of the great trade deadline marathons every year. Even though the Mavs keep gut punching you a lot, all Kristaps Porzingis. I did wear the jersey. That was hilarious. And now Luka, of course, as well. It's been a crazy ride, Eddie. But thank you so much for your annual contribution here. We are up to $53 of that $250 goal by 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. Eddie, huge thank you to you. Let's get some confetti in here now. If I can shoot some off, there we go. We got a lot of crazy stuff. Huge thank you again to Definitive and to Eric Espinosa as well. You guys are absolute legends. So I really do appreciate you guys a ton. You guys are all super, super sweet. So thank you guys. Future says, good morning, chat. Again, I'm trying my best to keep up with chat. As you can tell, I'm already quite a bit behind. But that's a good thing. That means there's a lot of awesome comments in here. So, again, we're keeping our eyes on all the news here as well over on Twitter. Thank you, Vandera Quito, for the follow. Thank you, Keaton Sheen, for the follow, as well as Joel Embiid MVP. Thank you, guys, for the follows over there. We are getting quite close to 4,000 followers. And again, Eddie, huge thank you to you as well. So it's a good thing that I'm behind on comments. That means you guys are leaving awesome comments in here. Trent's here says, happy NBA trade deadline day. Happy NBA trade deadline day. I want everyone right now comment happy NBA trade deadline day if you are excited. Everyone comment happy NBA trade deadline day, just like Trent's did here. Shazarp says, Lakers, Vincent, and Hachimura for Orlando, Jonathan Isaac, make it happen. Definitely could be a fun get for the Lakers. Now, I don't know if the Magic are looking to do that. We'll head over to the trade machine quick. That does financially work as a starting point to a deal. Obviously, there would probably be other stuff involved, whether that be draft capital or assets. But that kind of deal does work as a beginning framework, at least for salary. Vincent and Hachimura, Isaac, who makes $25 million. You could also figure that someone like Corey Joseph could be in this, right? And then when you look at Jonathan Isaac's contract, even though it's a significant $25 million this year, it actually gets cheaper going forward. So I'm not sure if Orlando's really looking to trade him. He hasn't had a good season though, so something like this could check out. And Isaac specifically is one of the best defensive players I've ever seen play basketball. He is an absolute legend defensively. So Future says, smash that like button, chat. Everyone, go hit that like button right now. I'm going to check how many likes the stream has. I do hope you guys are really enjoying the content here today. 318 likes right now, but we have almost 2,000 people watching. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Rock says, are the Lakers done? Not necessarily. They still have the flexibility to go get something else done. They have their second round pick. They have Hachimura's contract, Gabe Vincent's contract. They could definitely go out there and get something done. Another deal that I could see coming to fruition, if it's not for Jonathan Isaac, would be Gabe Vincent to Toronto with this second round pick. And in here as well would be in return would be Chris Boucher. Something like this. The Raptors would still have tax space. Financially, this works between these two teams. A deal like this, I think, does make some sense for both sides here. Pedro says, hey, appreciate your work. I'm watching from Brazil. Something about center for the Lakers. So they last night got Mark Williams, remember. That's a huge deal. That is their starting center now, Pedro. But when it comes to other deals, again, I think this one that we just showed for that news is a huge one. Chances of Wizards moving Khris Middleton are almost zero, as they want him to mentor the young players on the team. Chances of Middleton being rerouted to another team before Thursday's deadline are almost zero. Part of that is also he doesn't have value, okay? A league source told The Athletic, the Wizards expect that Middleton, an Olympic gold medalist and a crucial contributor to the Bucks' NBA title, will become the model example for the young players to emulate. So twofold reason here for Washington to keep him. One, he doesn't have value. Secondly, he can mentor them. He can bring value to their actual team. Tomas, thank you for that. Let's send some balloons into the chat as well. Appreciate you guys all for your support. MD says possibility for a Paul George trade. I'm going to say 0% chance. I just don't think Paul George will get traded. If he does, all hell is breaking loose in the NBA. Julian says, shout out from the Philippines. Appreciate you, Julian. Obviously, it's fun streaming so early in the morning because it's for me, because it's different times for plenty of you around the world. NBA is similar to volleyball. Rotate. I mean, yeah, you gotta rotate. That's a big thing defensively. Double says, what trade do you think the Hawks will make now? Double, this is the move I want for Atlanta. This is the move that I think moves the needle significantly for them. Clint Capella, 2 first-round picks, Bogdan Bogdanovic, Larry Nance Jr. Wow. Let's get some W's in here for the Madden Rhino. The Madden Rhino. What a legend. Get those W's flying in now. He says, I've been loving the content, man. As a Suns fan, this deadline and season in general has been brutal. What do you think they can realistically do with Grayson and Nurkic's salaries? I would trade both. So let's go over to that now, Madden Rhino. Really appreciate you for the $20 super chat. Absolutely massive. Appreciate you guys a ton. We are up to $73 of that $250 goal. We are very quickly closing in on it, so you guys have been awesome. I'm in fact going to extend the window to 10 a.m. Eastern time, so we have an extra half hour to get there for that Dallas trip. If we get to $250, I will buy a plane ticket today to go to Dallas for that Mavericks-Lakers game later this year. But I really hope you guys are enjoying the content as a whole. It's going to be a ton of fun with everything going on. And then here, Madden, let's talk about the Suns here now. What can they look to do now that there is no Bradley Beal trade? There seemingly is no Kevin Durant trade. What are some options? This is one that I think makes a ton of sense. Chris Boucher in this deal plus Davion Mitchell, and the Suns will send over Jusuf Nurkic's contract and one of these first-round picks. I'm going to elect to do the 2027 first that they got in that trade with Utah. The Raptors get a first-round pick for eating Jusuf Nurkic's contract. The Suns get two guys who are expiring contracts but could really fill out their rotation a little bit with Davion Mitchell, who's an elite point-of-attack defender. Isn't really great at anything else, but he can really, really guard. There's a reason his nickname is Off Night. And then Chris Boucher, who is a really lengthy, versatile defender. This allows them to play Kevin Durant at small forward a bit more than power forward, which I think would be good for their team defense. Boucher is extremely lengthy and athletic as well. So this is a trade that I would like. Trox's box says, you've been awesome this entire deadline, Trox. Appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much for the two. Really do appreciate you a lot. Let's get some hype in the chat for Trox, as well as for Union Grays. Says, as much as I hate the Mavs, I do love your deadline streams. Hope you hit your goal. Watching from the UK. So Union, first of all, appreciate you a ton. Glad to have you in here. Let's get some confetti in for these most recent super chats. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. Really, really am thankful for you guys all a ton. Almost 2,000 people watching live. Of course, I'm hoping we hit 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 viewers today. That would be extremely awesome if we do. It's been a heck of a ride so far. So Union, appreciate you a ton. Really, really thankful. And going back over to Madden Rhino here with this $20 super chat. Any other options for the Suns to make? I think if you look around the league, it's difficult to find deals. I think if you're looking for kind of a wing upgrade, like Bogdan Bogdanovic is a name, but he has struggled this season, so I just don't know how realistic a trade here is. Larry Nance could be an interesting get for them. If we trade Larry Nance to the Suns and maybe include Kobe Buffkin, who is a former first-round pick, you could look at Nurkic being a salary back to Atlanta in this kind of deal. Atlanta would also want to stay below the tax, so including someone like Cody Zeller back to Phoenix could be, in theory, something that makes some sense. And then we would send this 2027 first as well. Again, you're paying teams to dump salary. Now this doesn't work because of $879,000, so we'd have to reroute Cody Zeller or one of these pieces somewhere else. But that's kind of the idea, at least, behind the trade. I hope you guys all are enjoying. Again, trying to get through all these comments. Yali King, Denny Avdia is not going to get traded. Denny Avdia will stay in Portland this trade deadline. I would be completely and utterly shocked if he does get traded. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Again, appreciate you all so very much for the continued support here at Utility Sports. And thank you to Collie for the follow. Thank you as well to Aussie Mavs fan. Appreciate you. Strays for the follow. And back over to Derek Quito. So appreciate you guys a ton. We're closing in on 4,000 followers over on Twitter, which is absolutely awesome. And also the YouTube itself is going crazy. Chris Brown, thank you for the 3. He says, what are Houston's options? Houston specifically, when we go back over to the trade machine, what their biggest assets are to work with outside of their draft picks, right? Because they have a ton of picks from a variety of teams, including some of these Suns picks. What they really have to work with, and a team I'm going to throw into this trade here is Washington, because I think they are a possible combination trade to watch for here. They have these expiring salaries. We go down to Jock Landale, $8 million. This is an expiring salary. I know it says 3 years right here. These final 2 years are non-guaranteed, so whoever got him could cut him. Jeff Green, $8 million, expiring contract. Jayshawn Tate, expiring contract. Even up here a little bit, Steven Adams, expiring contract. What I think makes a ton of sense here, Jayshawn Tate plus Jock Landale plus in this deal as well, we're going to include Jeff Green. What's going out here is $23.5 million of salary. The Wizards, who have already been active, they have Malcolm Brogdon. the Rockets here could send a 2031 second-round pick, something like that. This is the kind of deal where it's not a super significant long-term upgrade, but it's an upgrade for this singular season. It's a way to help improve your playoff odds without sacrificing your future really at all. You use these expiring salaries, players that might not even be on your team next year, and you go all in on pushing for this year a bit by making this trade for Malcolm Brogdon right now. DeCanio says, morning all, do you think the Lakers are done today? I do think that the Lakers have made a majority of their moves. Now they might still do something small though, so we'll see. Reborn says, hey Sheldon, how do we feel about the Mark Williams trade? Again, let's go back over to my trade grades on that. That was an insane trade. I was not expecting that, honestly. It's risky for both sides. It really was. If you look at what I said here now, first of all, the Lakers have 0 tradable first-round picks now. After that, they can offer swap rights in 26 and 28. They can also extend additional swap rights to another team in 2030. They, of course, owe swap rights to Charlotte on this. On draft night, they'll be able to offer swap rights to their 2032 first. But really, they have 0 tradable raw first. I do think that Mark Williams is a great fit with Luka Doncic. But I do think this comes with significant risk for both sides. Hornets now don't have a franchise center, and the Lakers need Mark Williams to be healthy for this trade to be worth it. Overall, though, I gave both sides an A. Again, I think there's pretty significant risks here. The Hornets got significantly worse in the short term, in my opinion, because they do not have a big man. The Lakers took a risk here on betting on Mark Williams. If he can stay healthy, he's going to be a really, really awesome piece for them. So I'm extremely excited. Appreciate you guys all for taking me over there on Twitter. Again, here's the news on this. The Wizards are not going to reroute or waive Khris Middleton, which is what we've talked about at length here this week. How poetic. Jimmy Butler gets traded for Andrew Wiggins. Honestly, it's really funny. The two were obviously together in Minnesota previously. AST says, do the Hornets have any centers left? They have Musa Diabate, who is not a high-quality NBA center. So the Hornets have really stacked up assets big time. Brandon says, new to the channel. Thank you for your grind. Thank you for the 5, Brandon. Appreciate you. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat for Brandon. Appreciate you a ton. W. Brandon Stroman, he says, what do you think Denver can do with our limited assets? And this is a great question. It really is. Going over to the Denver Nuggets, it's difficult to see them really getting anything done. And the reason for that, and you guys will see exactly what I'm talking about here. Here's their players, okay, on this side. Jokic, you're not trading. Jamal Murray, he's recently signed. He cannot be traded. Michael Porter Jr., you could trade. This is their biggest tradable contract, really. Aaron Gordon, recently signed restriction, cannot trade. And then you get to Zeke Naji. And the issue with Zeke Naji here, if we look at his contract, this is way too much money for Zeke Naji for too long. No team is going to want that, especially with the player option in that final year. This is just not a good contract. He's not performing or producing at all for Denver this season. He has not produced at all at any point in his career at all for Denver. Like, they don't have pieces that are super valuable that they'd want to give up. Like, obviously, someone would want Christian Brown, someone would want Peyton Watson, but they're not going to trade those guys. So, and when it comes to picks, they don't have any second rounders. They only have this 2031 first. So, to trade Zeke Naji, you're going to have to include that first somewhere. I just don't know if it's worth it. Like, I'll show a potential trade. The Hornets are in asset acquisition mode. Cody Martin to the Nuggets for Zeke Naji. And this 2031 first is a possibility. Like, again, though, if you're Denver, I would be pretty hesitant trading a first-round pick for Cody Martin. Like, that's not the kind of trade that really advances your team a whole lot, and it's pretty risky. But, Brandon, that's kind of a potential option here. James here, thank you for the 2. He says, Bucks trade Pat and Bobby for Grant equals championship. If you're talking about Jeremy Grant, I just don't think Jeremy Grant moves the needle a ton. Jeremy Grant's a talented player. He's just not a super impactful player. But I guess playing next to Giannis, you don't need a guy to have as much impact. Giannis impacts the game in so many different ways all the time. So Uraluga says, Rui for Herb Jones, please. I just don't think at this point in time that the Lakers have enough assets from a draft capital perspective to actually go get Herb Jones. Scotto here says, good morning, all. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Graham here says, thoughts on Goga, Isaac, Howard, That's Jet Howard, of course, and 2028, 2030 seconds to Spurs for Barnes, Branham, Johnson, and the 2028 first swap. That's too much for Orlando to give up, I think. Goga Bitadze specifically is the best player in this trade, in my opinion. So I understand the idea here, Graham, because you're looking at that pick swap being the valuable get for Orlando, but ultimately, I just don't think this is a deal that Orlando would really consider doing too strongly, just given where they're at with their team. Elias, thank you so much for the 2. Appreciate you a ton as well. He says, any suitors for any Blazers? I think one specifically, and if you guys have been here this week, you know I've talked about this a couple of times, but I think this is the one that, again, if there's not a trade between Chicago and Orlando today, which there might be for Kobe White, Anthony Simons is a name that makes sense. Cole Anthony's contract could come back to Portland, as well as Gary Harris's and maybe Corey Joseph's. These 3 here, with Orlando having so much tax space, they could easily, fill out their roster after this. And they have this Denver first, and they have their own first, which they could put lottery protected into this trade to protect them in case the season goes sour. But probably wouldn't. It would probably end up being like pick 18 and pick 26 for Anthony Simons. I know people are going to say 2 first-round picks. Remember, the biggest thing here for me is quantity is less important than quality. Quality outweighs quantity in terms of draft picks. Like, you wouldn't trade these 2 picks. If you were Washington, you get the first pick, you wouldn't trade the first pick for these 2 selections, right? You wouldn't trade the 4th pick for these 2 selections in this draft. You wouldn't even trade the 8th pick or the 9th pick for these 2 picks, probably. So keep that in mind. It's like 2 non-lottery first-round picks for Anthony Simons, which I think is pretty fair value for both sides involved. Elias, appreciate you a ton. Dustin here says Houston isn't going for KD. Doesn't make sense. They built their whole roster over the chaos that KD leaves in his wake. Yeah, exactly. Kevin Durant. People haven't realized that, Dustin. So this is an intelligent comment. Like, trading for Kevin Durant usually leaves your team in kind of a negative asset, negative winning situation moving forward. So that's one of the situations there. So Dustin, appreciate you a ton. Let's go back over to the Twitter, see what we've got popping here. Here's some news. There was a window for Kevin Durant to be traded to Miami once the Warriors were out. I just think that the Suns' asking price was going to be pretty high for Durant. They weren't really as motivated to offer that. I think they think Wiggins' cost was better. Yeah, I definitely get that. I think that the Heat did really well. Opened up a lot of flexibility for themselves. Just Joe says, hey, Sheldon, any news on the Bulls doing anything? We're just waiting on Vucevic. We'll see. Blue Stampede says, dude, don't doubt Taj Gibson. He's the GOAT. He's part of why Charlotte's been so bad this season. He's definitely the GOAT for tank commanding as a big man. Steven here says that's why we have Dorian Finney-Smith, Vando, and Gabe. Crazy. I think people are underrating the Lakers defense. They do have some defensive capable players, especially Vanderbilt and Dorian Finney-Smith. I really hope Vanderbilt's able to stay healthy moving forward. I still would try and trade Gabe Vincent. And I would really try to trade Gabe Vincent, and I would really try to trade Rui Hachimura. Renan said, who's going to get Cooper, though? Which team do you feel? I think Charlotte is definitely a real possibility. So Eric says, I think the Hornets GM should, because I wanted them to draft Zach Edey or Connect, trading Nick Richards to Memphis to get their draft pick somehow. Ultimately, obviously didn't happen, but Icy Dem says, good morning, Sheldon. Y'all sub up. You guys heard him. Everyone hit that subscribe button right now. I'm going to put the subscriber count on the screen here. Let's see if we've hit that 31,000 mark. We have 31,000 subscribers. Let's get some confetti in here for the subscriber total. Absolutely crazy. 31K. We just hit 30,000 yesterday, so you guys have been absolutely awesome. Let's get some 31K hype in the chat. 31K subs. Let's go, guys. You guys are all super, super awesome. Appreciate you all a ton. Look at that. Super sweet. Everyone hit that subscribe button right now if you haven't. Joseph's here says, according to Brett Siegel, the Hornets aren't done. They do have, Josh Green as a tradable player. We'll see what other kind of sell moves they have. I think Cody Martin is really the big name to watch. Parallax says first for Cody is crazy. Part of it is dumping Zeke Naji, and they don't have second-round picks. Otherwise, the Nuggets during the entirety of Jokic's prime are just going to be paying Zeke Naji to do nothing. So that's part of the idea there, Parallax. Trevin here says, hello, how are you doing this morning? I'm doing great. It's trade deadline day. Obviously, super excited, guys. I'm having a hell of a time, and I hope you guys are as well. Really do appreciate you all a ton. Again, I'm going to fly through the super chats here. Brian King started the day off really strong with the $20 super chat. Eric Espinosa with the 5. Best in the North with not 1, not 2, but 3 $2 super chats. Billy Bob here with a $2 super chat. Definitive and Eric Espinosa again coming in with some nice strong super chats. Eddie with the $10 super chat. Madden Rhino with a $20 super chat. Trox with a $2. Union Grays with a $5 super chat. Chris Brown, thank you. Brandon, thank you. James, thank you. Elias, thank you. We have some new ones coming in too. Cool Kids with the 5. Thank you, the Cool Kids. Appreciate you a ton. Let's get some balloons in here for the Cool Kids. Absolutely awesome. Says Detroit is reportedly rerouting their traded players to make a bigger move. Still need a secondary ball handler desperately. Appreciate your work. We will definitely keep our eyes on it. Detroit, Marcus Smart could be an interesting name for them, obviously. His contract isn't too massive and could fit in decently well as kind of an off-ball combo guard for them. So thank you again, Cool Kids. And also 5 from Nostra Ents here. Appreciate you a ton. Let's get some lasers in the chat today for No Strays. W Stream Sheldon, keep up the good work. With all the news coming out of Dallas, how will the Lakers rebuild around LeBron once Luka retires? Honestly, that's the all-timer. That is an all-timer right there. Let's go over to Twitter. I'm going to tweet this. One of my brilliant members in the stream. What is going on here? I cannot type a guess this morning. In the stream, just asked a great question. How will the Lakers rebuild around LeBron once Luka Doncic retires? That is honestly hilarious. Oh my goodness. Oh, I did not mean to do that. What the heck? Quite funny. How will the Lakers rebuild around LeBron once Luka retires? No strays. Appreciate you a ton. Thank you again for the 5. You guys are all absolutely epic. I really do appreciate you all a ton. Obviously, we're watching for all the news today. We'll see what goes on here. 2,000 people watching live, and it is 8:30 a.m. Eastern time only. You guys are all super epic. Let's keep getting those likes up, and make sure to share the stream. Go share the link with some of your friends or anyone that you think would be looking for the content. We are up now to I believe what is $99 of the 250. So appreciate you guys a ton. You've been absolutely awesome. Renan, thank you for the follow, as well as Oxymoron. Appreciate you. Armando, thank you for the follow. Kali, thank you for the follow as well. I really do appreciate you guys a ton over there following on Twitter. One of the best ways to support me. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Again, the NBA trade deadline today is today at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So a lot of crazy stuff going on. Mike says, hey, Sheldon, new here. Would you agree that the Knicks should offer Deuce McBride second rounders for Tumani Kamara? They need OG, Mikhail, Josh insurance. Tumani Kamara would be awesome for the Knicks. Don't get me wrong there, but one thing I'll tell you, Mike, is the Blazers are not going to give him up for that. The Blazers really like him. They'd be looking for first-round compensation at the very bare minimum for Tumani Kamara. They really feel like they've struck gold with Tumani Kamara this season, and honestly, you can't blame them. They've been winning as of late. Tumani Kamara has been really, really good as well this season. He's averaging over 10 points a game, shooting 37% from 3, and he's been just fantastic for them, playing 32 minutes a night, averaging 2 stocks a game, 1.5 steals, half a block a game. He's been really, really good for them in a lot of ways. Cam Harris here says, what would Vucevic to the Bucks look like? I think specifically for Vucevic, a trade to the Bucks would be Pat Connaughton plus Bobby Portis plus some draft pick in there But I think ultimately Vucevic to the Bucks probably doesn't happen because of the Jericho Sims acquisition last night. ASD says, do you think Lakers would trade Rui and Austin for point of attack defense? No, they would trade Rui. I don't think they're going to trade Austin Reeves. I think they're going to keep Austin Reeves long term. So appreciate you guys a ton. Look again, how will the Lakers rebuild around LeBron once Luka Doncic retires is honestly hilarious. Wayne Lee, good morning. He says, your take on the Lakers' latest trade with Williams, win or lose for the Lakers. I think it's a high-risk, high-reward move. I gave both teams an A. I don't think it was a win or a loss, really, for either team. I think long-term it could be a huge win for the Lakers if Mark Williams stays healthy. Now, I don't have the foresight to know if he will or not. If I knew he did, I would give it an A+, but I don't know that for sure. But I think the risk is definitely worth the gamble here. Hachi here says LA should trade for Miles Turner. At this point, I think they're out on Miles Turner given the trade for Mark Williams. But Hachi, appreciate you being in the stream today. Eric says, what did you think about the Fox debut? Offensively, it looked really good. Defensively, there were some struggles, I thought. But overall, I thought it was a pretty good debut all in all, and they got a win. So that's always good, too. All Gravy says, dang, you on live early. I am. Appreciate you guys. Dustin said, who's snagging Time Lord? I think the Houston Rockets could be the team to watch for Robert Williams now, since Los Angeles has already made a trade. David says, can the Spurs do a Keldon Johnson for Jakob Poeltl trade? They could, but I don't see that actually coming to fruition now that the Raptors traded for Brandon Ingram. So, again, we've had a lot of trades. Brandon Ingram getting dealt last night obviously was a big one as well. So, a lot of crazy stuff going on. Just absolutely crazy. Trade for Brandon. Who did they trade? They traded Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, a 2026 first round pick, and a second round pick for Brandon Ingram. I'm adding that to the description. So in the description, what you'll find is all of the trades from this week, including the Luka Doncic trade. So if you're ever curious what were the trades, just go look in the description. They're all in there, as well as some important links for you too. Gabe here says, what do you think the Pistons will do since Ingram and Ball are off the table? I think the Pistons at this point, I don't know. Like, Marcus Smart's a name that, again, keeps coming to mind for me. But I don't know. They have optionality. Appreciate you guys a ton. Hopefully you are having a ton of fun in these streams here this week. Really do appreciate you guys a lot. Nelson says, and Hawks news. No Hawks news yet at this point, but there are a few trades that I would really love to see them make. Maurice Drake, thank you. Says, trade day. With Bulls re-signing Lonzo, are the Bulls done? And I didn't know Mark Williams has a higher reach than Wemby. Yeah, dude, he's got long arms. Like I've talked about, length is one of the most important things you can have in the NBA defensively. Mark Williams, that dude is long. Pause. But he's really awesome. Maurice, thank you so much for the 5. Really appreciate you a ton for all your continued support this entire week. I don't think the Bulls are done. Vucevic is still traded, possibly, and the Bulls specifically have other salaries too that they could potentially move out in trade. So we'll keep our eyes on all of that. But no strays here. That's funny. Luka's son, Luka Doncic, will be there by then. Here we go over here. There was a deal in place. Okay, here we go. There was a deal in place that would have sent Kevin Durant to Golden State, Jimmy Butler to Phoenix, and Andrew Wiggins to Miami, but Durant stepped in to shut it down, according to Windhorst. So that is pretty significant news. Durant almost went back to the Warriors. Of course, that trade ultimately did fall through. But wow. Wow. Carlos here says, what do you think about the Spurs possibly trying to acquire MPJ? I just don't see it happening, honestly, at this point in time. Cardiac says the NBA needs to incorporate a rule where teams are only allowed to attempt 25 three-pointers per game. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Scotto says, congrats on 31K. Appreciate you guys. SP says, hey, Sheldon, do you know where Kyle Anderson, do you know why Kyle Anderson to the Raptors fell through? I think it was because of the Brandon Ingram trade. Ultimately, like they probably pivoted and said, "Hey, we can get Brandon Ingram here instead. Let's go do that." So I think that's ultimately what happened. SP, if I had to guess, both of them being back to back is awesome. Lab Blue, thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Troy here saying, everyone hit that like button. Let me check the likes on the stream. You guys have been absolutely epic, of course, with the support. Almost 500 likes. We're at 450 likes right now. Let's try and get to 500 right now. Appreciate you, Sheldon and Tomas, for the comments over there to make sure I saw the news. Again, a lot of crazy stuff going on around the NBA today. Today is a huge day. Big J, thank you for the 5. Says congrats to you on yet another year providing the service. Young GOAT, future GM. Appreciate you, Big J. Let's get some W's in the chat for Big J. He's been watching the channel for a long time, so I want to see those W's flying in here for Big J as well. Appreciate you guys all so very much. Thank you a ton for all your continued support, guys. Samek wants to know what I think the Mavericks do today. I'm not sure. They might not have anything if they're not making a big Kevin Durant trade. It's very interesting to know, though, now after that Brian Windhorst report, that the Suns had essentially agreed to a trade to trade him. So Craig here says, is there any trades out there where the Lakers can move on from Gabe and Rui and Hayes? In a perfect world, I like to see Lakers improve backup center like Precious. And the next, Craig, ultimately, I do not see that happening, but thank you for asking. I think it's just going to be hard financially for the Lakers to figure it out without any first-round draft pick compensation to trade in a deal. They do have their 2025 second, which is why a guy like Chris Boucher continues to be a name that I think is a good option. Shane, thank you for your comment here. It says to smash the like button. John says 31K subscribe. Congrats, bro. Appreciate you guys all so much. Anthony says, seems like you value Simons over White. I just think I think Chicago is more willing to trade Kobe White. And then also in the Simons trade, Portland would have to be eating Gary Harris's contract. So I think with that in mind, like, you need a little bit of extra value. Again, you could argue that maybe it should be a first and seconds for Simons, but I also think like Portland's been winning, so maybe they don't want to screw anything up. They don't want to change their team too much. So you might have to pay them a little bit more as well to get it. So I think Kobe White is good. I think both Anthony Simons and Kobe White are very good basketball players. So Alex says, what do you think is next for the Utah Jazz? Probably getting involved as a third team again, getting more second-round picks. This time Dennis Schroeder might just get traded somewhere else. The Jazz are incredibly smart. Reminder that DeMar DeRozan and Jonas Valanciunas played together in Toronto for 6 seasons, 2012 through 2018. Yep, that's when Jonas Valanciunas could still move. He is quite slower now than he used to be. Zodiac GM says fair grade here. So he's grading off of the synergy stuff. For those who don't know, Zodiac GM, really do appreciate him. He's on my my writing team for my Substack. Links in the description for that. But let me show that on the screen here now too. Again, what I want you guys to do is go follow that Substack. Link is in the description. One of the best ways to support me that's completely free to you is go hit this link over here that I'm about to send into the chat. If you guys go follow the Substack, okay? The Substack is one of the best things you can do to support me. Go over to this Substack, utilitysports.substack.com, and you'll see a whole bunch of articles, a whole bunch of writing. Of course, this was a piece here on the big names at the NBA trade deadline. We have a piece on Aaron Wiggins, the Los Angeles Clippers, the Knicks with Karl Anthony Towns, all this kind of stuff. NBA draft philosophy by me here too. This is the best place for you to be. So looks like I'm getting a lot of free subscribers right now. I appreciate you all a ton. Really do appreciate you guys. You guys have been absolutely awesome for me all week long. So again, a huge thank you to everybody. But again, I hope you are enjoying the streams. I hope you feel like you're getting your times and efforts worth. And obviously, I appreciate your guys' comments a ton too. You guys are making it a lot of fun for me. That's the one thing. Obviously, you guys seem to enjoy the content, but I love having these conversations with you guys and spending time and hanging out and doing everything like that. So I appreciate you guys. Again, now on the bottom ticker there, you're going to see some of those big trades that have gone down. Spoonfed, thank you very much for the 2. He says, Wolves thoughts, Randall gone, please. I'm not sure, Spoonfed. I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but I think it's about a 3% chance Julius Randle gets traded today. I just don't think it's very likely. Emma Gaming says, do you think Chris Boucher will still be moved today? If not, do you have any Raptors mock trades? Also love the streams and make sure to like and sub if you haven't already. Appreciate you, Amit. For me, I think a Boucher trade would be something centered around, some kind of salary like deal where they're eating salary from somewhere. According to Dime Alerts, Kevin Durant will not be traded, and this is per Chris Haynes, of course. Chris Haynes broke the Pelicans trade too with the Raptors. So Chris Haynes been doing a great job. Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff going on. Elijah here says, with the Celtics already being at the second apron, is there anything else that they can do realistically, Elijah? They are limited, okay, but they have the ability to sign in free agency. So not buyout guys though. So keep that in mind. Thank you to everyone who is following over here on Twitter. Again, link is in the description for that as well. Renze, thank you for the follow. If you guys hit that follow button, I'm going to show your profile on the screen right now like I am. Houdin, thank you for the follow, as well as Hypernova Wolf. Renas, thank you for the follow. Elijah, thank you for the follow. And back over to Renan. Appreciate you guys all so very much. Again, what a crazy trade deadline it's been. You've been absolutely awesome. We've hit 31,000 subscribers now on YouTube. You guys have been nothing short of excellent. Timothy here says, do you think Robert Williams III will get traded to the Hornets? No, I ultimately don't. I think Charlotte's trying to tank. James here says, you think Houston ends up doing anything? Yes, I think they'll make a trade for sure. Today, Luck Duck says, who do you think Blazers are going to trade? If they trade anyone, I think Anthony Simons will be the name, but we'll see. Obviously, a lot can change. A lot we'll have a lot of moving pieces if there's any deals. So crazy stuff going on today. Let's go back over here to the Twitter and show off some of these new followers. Giancarlo, thank you for the follow. Kirsch, thank you for the follow, as well as Carl and Jay Simphy. Appreciate you guys a ton, all of you. Over there on Twitter, hitting that follow button. Our goal is to hit at least 4,000 followers today. I would really love to hit 5,000 followers. That would be absolutely incredible if we did. But nonetheless, you guys are absolutely awesome. I appreciate you all a ton. DJ Clutch, thank you for the follow as well. That bio was funny. Steven says, wish we could get Nikola Jovic from the Heat as a backup for Williams. Jovic is awesome. Jovic is a good player. Jimmy here says, epic trade deadline Eve day yesterday, not enough money to top that today. I mean, we'll see. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on today as well. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff. Remember, my over-under was 15.5 trades today, which is a very, very busy day. Here we go. We have news. Ian Bagley. Again, this is news from earlier today. Memphis Grizzlies have been discussing Marcus Smart trade possibilities with a few teams. Several teams have talked to the Grizzlies about deals involving veteran point guard Marcus Smart. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far today. Of course, a lot of crazy stuff going on, but we're having a great time here. And this news is obviously quite huge. Really, really excited for everything going on. Really, really excited for everything here. So, crazy day. A lot of insane stuff. Appreciate you guys all so very much. Crazy day in the NBA. Of course, the trade deadline is going to be quite huge. Nelson, when it comes to Hawks moves, one that I would really like to see here, specifically if we go back over to the profile. Here we go. We have news. There will be no trade today involving Kevin Durant. We have talked about that, but thank you guys for taking me over there in this kind of stuff, because in that way we get to cover it again. The MMA Muse, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you a ton. Vega for the follow over there. Roquendo, appreciate you a lot. William Mitchner, thank you. Curvin, thank you for the follow, as well as Roni, Chris Sato as well. Thank you guys for the follow. I really do appreciate you all a ton. But when it comes to the Hawks, no firm news, but this is the deal I really want to happen. I think this is the kind of trade that could really set up Atlanta for an elite starting five going into next year of Trae Young, Dyson Daniels. They would still have, obviously, Cam Johnson at the 3, Jalen Johnson at the 4 next year when he's back healthy, and then Nick Claxton as your 5. I think that's an awesome starting lineup, one that fits together really, really well as well on paper, with Claxton being your rim diving lob threat. He's only 25 years old. The team would be incredibly young. Everyone would be on the same timeline. Cam Johnson would be your oldest starter at 28 years old. That's not old at all. Quantity here says, what do you think of the Raptors trade? I just didn't love it for Toronto. I think Brandon Ingram's a really good basketball player, really talented player. But my overall grade for them specifically just wasn't great. And the reason for that is this right here. I just don't love it. I gave both New Orleans and Toronto D pluses. And again, I just don't think that they have a long-term team building plan in place with their overall roster construction or anything like that. I just think with the way that these teams are built and the amount of money committed here, I just don't think the Raptors specifically, who look at this, they already have $118 million committed to Quickly, Barnes and Barrett, and Pirtle. They just are in a spot where they are in kind of a tough spot. Kevin, thank you for the 2. Says, can you mock up a Cam Johnson for Sohan trade? I don't think the Spurs will trade Jeremy Sohan, Kevin, but it would be Cam Johnson for Keldon Johnson and first. Okay, maybe 2 first-round picks. Corey, wow, let's get some W's in the chat for Corey. I want to see those W's fly in now. I'm going to send in some confetti here for him. That is absolutely crazy. Appreciate you guys a ton. Thank you all so much for the continued support here at Utility Sports. You make it really easy to have a great, fun day with the awesome comments, the awesome questions, and, of course, your guys' support as well. Corey here says, appreciate the sheer hard work you're putting in during this trade deadline. Having your streams and X posts as coverage has been so helpful. I hope others are recognizing the effort and quality of your content with their own super chats. Cheers. Corey, huge thank you to you. We need to get those W's flying in here for Corey. That is absolutely awesome. He's been an absolute beast here, which is crazy. So, Corey, thank you so much. You've been an absolute legend, Corey. Thank you for tuning in all week long. And I am very, very appreciative as well of the super chat. It goes a long way in supporting the channel. Obviously, you guys know I take off the entire week. That way I'm available the entire week for all the news. Corey, you got your name there down on the bottom ticker as the top donor. $50 is the very top donation of the week right now. We've also had some $49.99 donations, so those are in that mix as well, obviously. So appreciate you guys a ton. Prophet Eli says, first time here. Love what you're doing, especially for us early bird fans. What do you think Boston does, if anything? Well, first of all, Prophet, appreciate you a ton for being in here. Glad that you were able to find the stream and that you were able to enjoy it as well. I'm very appreciative of that. When it comes to Boston, trading Jaden Springer was what my overall prediction was for them this trade deadline. So now with that done, it could be about going into the buyout market or going like players like Torrey Craig, for example, who got waived, could be options for Boston. I'm not sure if there's another big trade left in them. But overall, I think everything is set up quite well here. Valiant Business, thank you for the follow over on Twitter. JJ Bravo, appreciate you as well. Rui Montero, thanks for the follow. John, thank you for the follow too. I appreciate you guys all so very much. You guys have been absolutely epic. We are just 106 followers away on Twitter from 4,000, which is insane. Obviously, such a great week here. And Corey, again, I just want to throw you up on the screen one more time. I want to throw some of those lasers in there too for you guys. The huge super chats are insane. Wow, Fade here with 125 super chats says, do you think the Lakers realistically can still do anything after the Williams trade? Appreciate your hard work. By the way, love from the Philippines. Fate, appreciate you for the super chat. I think the Lakers can still do something. I think specifically what I could see them doing is some kind of trade for Khris Boucher, which would be, a deal that kind of centers around Gabe Vincent's contract and second-round draft pick compensation. Love to see everyone in here. Aaron Roy says, hope there will be some good movement today. I definitely think there will be. Again, we're staying over on Twitter to make sure we don't miss anything. Rod Love, thank you for the follow. CJ, appreciate you a ton. King Deuce, thanks for the follow as well. You guys are all absolutely awesome. Again, nearing that 4,000 follower mark. You guys are all absolutely sweet. Aaron's been watching the channel for a long time, so shout out to Aaron here. He's an absolute legend on the channel. Really appreciate you again, man. I'm glad to have you in the stream again today. K-Fear says, will you take breaks or are you live? I'm live streaming all the way. 0 breaks. If you've been watching, no breaks. We don't do breaks here. All we do is grind. Appreciate you a ton. Avi says, what are the next moves the Raptors are going to make? Kind of connects to what we were just talking about with the Lakers. Possibly moving Chris Boucher or Davion Mitchell. Those are the 2 guys that I think make a ton of sense. If we go over to our trade machine really quickly here again, trying to go quickly through everything today so that we stay on top of all the news and everything. But again, I hope you guys really are enjoying. If we go to the Toronto Raptors, what do they have to move? They've got now with Kelly Olynyk gone, they have Chris Boucher's contract. Okay, this is a $10.8 million expiring. Otherwise, you get down here to Davion Mitchell, $6.4 million expiring contract. So definitely realistic possible options. Again, I really appreciate you all a ton. You guys are absolute legends. But again, have to go back one more time. Shout out to Corey. I'm going to send in some more confetti here as well. These huge super chats obviously go above and beyond in supporting. So I want to show a ton of love when they come hop into the stream here. Battle Rapper Day says the GOAT's back already. Appreciate you, my man. Again, now we are at this point 6 hours away. 6 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. Boom says, hey, new follower, do you think Cavs make a move for Hunter? Hunter is the more likely option. IMO. Something around Hunter, I think, does make some sense. Damos here says, take me in this. Thank you, Damos. The Golden State Warriors reportedly underestimated Kevin Durant's coldness toward the organization. Even a conversation between Steph Curry and Durant left Curry feeling a reunion was unlikely, per Anthony Slater of The Athletic. At some point in the last several days, Stephen Curry had a conversation with KD that convinced him a reunion was extremely unlikely, no matter how much the Golden State Warriors ownership group and front office collectively underestimated Durant's coldness toward a return, as one team source put it. Obviously, very, very interesting. J.H. Tan, appreciate you for being in here today. Hello there, says, hope my Spurs got a good center. Pirtle could work. Pirtle, obviously, a return to San Antonio would help them, but I don't know if I see the Raptors doing that now after getting Brandon Ingram. Saber says, smart move by the Bulls re-signing Alonzo. I think so as well. They got him for under the non-tax mid-level exception. Shout out to Nico Doncic over here. Let's go back over to the Twitter. Sorry, guys, I forgot I didn't have the Twitter up on the screen for that report. But thank you, Damos, again for taking me in here. And here's that report for you now, in case you guys didn't see it. So there you go. Golden State again reportedly underestimated Kevin Durant's coldness toward the organization. Even in a conversation with Steph Curry, Curry felt that he was not going to stay there. Man, we'll see what happens here. Obviously, we're pushing closer to 4,000 followers over on Twitter. You guys are all awesome. Really appreciate you. I want to see some of those W's flying in. Guru wants to know if I can make some mock Boucher trades. Again, Boucher to the Lakers for Gabe Vincent, second-round pick. Boucher to the Clippers for Terrence Mann, straight up. Boucher to New York, probably not going to happen at this point, but it would be something centered around Mitchell Robinson. Again, I don't really think that's going to happen now, though. Cameron here says, are the Miami Heat done? No, they will look to trade Kyle Anderson today. Sherwin says, is there any suitors for Kevin Durant? No, Kevin Durant is going to stay in Phoenix from the sounds of it right now. That's what we have. That's what we both know right now. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. Again, I'm having a lot of fun. And happy NBA trade deadline day. Obviously, such a huge day. Kalen here says, can Miami make the finals again? I would be pretty surprised if they make the finals. Wave here says, I don't hate the Butler trade that much, but do you think it moved the needle? I feel like nothing changes, and you think Golden State done already? I'm still hoping for Vooch. I think Vooch is still a possibility for Golden State, although they're not going to do it at the price point that the Bulls currently want. That's all the reporting we have on that news right now. And when it comes to moving the needle, I think the Warriors, who are 500 right now, I think they're going to have some challenges when it comes to trying to win big in the in the NBA. There's gonna be some challenges. There's gonna be some problems in that. Still, right now, like they are only 2.5 games out of being the 7th seed, but they're currently the 11th seed right now. Now Phoenix is the 10, Sacramento is the 9. All three of those teams are 25 and 25. San Antonio is 22 and 26. They're within striking distance to catch up to these teams too. There's going to be 2 good teams that don't even make the play-in this year, between San Antonio, Golden State. I mean, if Portland keeps playing the way they're playing, who knows? Who knows what could happen in the NBA this year if Portland keeps playing really, really well. Appreciate you guys a ton. Here we go. We're going over to Sidery. There's a real possibility Bruce Brown and Kelly Olynyk are rerouted from the Pelicans today after being involved in the Brandon Ingram trade. I've talked about this at length. Thank you for tagging me in that. So, again, New Orleans could look to get involved with the 3rd or 4th team technically. Who do the Cavs get in your opinion? Hunter, if anyone. I think if they get anybody, it'll be DeAndre Hunter. But we'll see. Hopefully, you guys all are enjoying the stream. Again, happy NBA trade deadline day. What a day. Wow. Dwayne here says if the Kings get a wing or two with size today, they will compete without all of the national fanfare. I definitely think for them specifically, getting Valanciunas is definitely a good stopgap backup big man for them for a year or two, at the very least, and gives them, they were able to use their exception to bring him in, so that was a big win there overall. King JB says Woj was the GOAT. Yeah, the first trade deadline without Adrian Wojnarowski just doesn't slap the same. It's still been a lot of fun, but unfortunately no Woj this year. John Tucker says, did you enjoy your time on the Wolves beat? I loved it. Being around basketball all the time is just awesome. Absolutely loved it. Unfortunately we moved. Me and my fiance moved across the country. She's going to school now, so that's part of why. But she's getting her master's degree, so I wanted to support her. I love her with my whole heart. She's an absolute legend, and I appreciate her so much. So, thank you everyone for the follows over there. Just ran through your profiles as well. The Finesse Kid says, who do you think will be the top available one after the buyout market? Ben Simmons, and I think if the Warriors found a way to get him, that would be awesome for them. But we'll see. Aries here says, but unfortunately for Golden State should be able to because they're below the first apron. So we'll see if Golden State ultimately does get him. Gib, thank you for the follow, as well as Thelonious. Appreciate you guys a ton. Obviously having a lot of fun today. Elwin says, hey, Bucks fan from Europe here. What can Milwaukee realistically get in the remaining time before the trade deadline? A player making $20 million. The name that I liked yesterday before he got extended was Lonzo Ball, but, Marcus Smart's another name that could make some sense. I would really love for Milwaukee to find a way to jump in and get Jose Alvarado. That's the player that I think would be really, really awesome for them. Appreciate you guys a ton. Love seeing those W's fly in. Jeremy says, amazing coverage. Flowers, bro. Appreciate you. Daniel here says, I can see Bruce Brown being bought out and going to the Lakers. So the Lakers are going to be an apron team. So I'm not sure if that's going to actually happen or not. But Definitive here says, Sheldon, can you think of a nickname for Kamara? His defense is insane. I don't know. Tamani Kamara is just a beast. I don't know of a nickname. I'm not a nickname guy. I don't come up with a lot of great nicknames, but Tamani Kamara is awesome. He's an absolute beast. Rendell here says, can we see an Orlando Magic trade machine? Need to make moves. Thank you very much. Rendell, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's get some confetti in here now for you, Rendell. You guys probably look at me like, what the hell is he doing before the confetti pops in there? We're gonna leave Orlando in this, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over to Chicago. And this is one of those that I think makes a lot of sense. We're going to trade this Denver first-round pick to the Bulls. We're going to trade Kobe White to the Magic, and we're going to send back Cole Anthony in this, and we're going to include a second-round pick here as well. These two teams have worked together in the past. They, of course, orchestrated the Nikola Vucevic trade. Now this time, Orlando sends a first-round pick via Denver, which will be in the 20s this year, and a 2026 second-rounder with Cole Anthony in a trade for Kobe White. Kobe White just a better player than Cole Anthony overall. I think this is a pretty significant upgrade for the Magic in their half-court offense, especially going into the playoffs this year. Roney says, man, I hope Dallas gets an offensive creator today to help out Kyrie, because it's going to be tough when they throw doubles at Kyrie and Spencer Dinwiddie or Dante Exum have the ball. Yeah, Dante Exum can't be a playoff contributor, like really. Exum's given him good minutes in the regular season the last couple of years, but he's not a playoff guy. B-Max here says, Danny Ainge needs more second-round picks today. Num. All he does is eat up seconds, man. That's all he's doing. Steve H says, what trade that has taken place already do you see as a win-win for both teams, both long-term and short-term? Honestly, like the Hornets trade, the Dalton Connect trade, I think is a win-win short-term and long-term for both. The Hornets tank, they're going to put themselves in the best position possible for either Cooper Flagg or Dylan Harper. They get a long-term future first. And the Lakers get a 23-year-old center who's on the exact same timeline as Luka Doncic and fits perfectly basketball schematically wise with Luka Doncic, both offensively and as a rim protector defensively. Adam says, man, things went nuts last night after you signed off. Were you tempted to pop back on? Well, I did. I don't know. Did you see my third stream last night, Adam? I streamed for the Ingram and the Dalton Connect trade. I did, actually. I was live. So you might have missed it, unfortunately. But I did. I covered everything last night even. So I'm running off of like 4 hours of sleep today. Logan here says, is there another potential trade for the Raptors today? Yes, Chris Boucher possibly, or Davion Mitchell. Michael says, sources saying Kevin Durant to the Wolves. That's not actually possible with the NBA CBA unless there was a lot of moving pieces and the Wolves dumping a lot of salary somewhere, which would be insane. Can you do some Boucher mock trades, Guru? Hopefully you were able to hear a few when I went through them. AM says, death, taxes, and utility trade stream. You guys got it. Remember, I'll be live for the NBA draft, NBA free agency as well. And I'm going to have a ton of videos coming out today. Today, there's going to be an NBA trade deadline winners and losers video. Pretty much immediately after the trade deadline, I'm going to go record that. By the Dip says, I wish we could offload Paul George, Andre Drummond, and Eric Gordon all at once. Send them all to the Rockets for Jabari Smith and Eason. Financially, of course, does not work. There's expiring contracts, though, that Houston could include. But Houston wouldn't do this for Jabari and Eason either. I just don't. Paul George's value is completely shot at this point. Spinning Wheezy here, thank you for the 2, says the Bucks being somewhat athletic now. I'm dreaming. I appreciate you guys all so very much. Really, really do appreciate you guys a ton. We are up to, let me do the math here on this, $163 of that $250 goal. Remember, I pushed the extension back. So we're at $163 of the $250 goal by 10 a.m. Eastern time, which is crazy, of the $250 goal for the Dallas trip by 10 a.m. Eastern time. So you guys have 53 minutes still, and we are just $87 away, I believe, if my math is correct off the top of my head. But yeah, Spinning Wheezy, you should be happy about that. The Bucks being athletic, that's one of the biggest things, is they added a ton of athletes to their roster, which is something they just didn't have a ton of. Jericho Sims, super athletic. Brian, welcome to the stream. He says, how are we feeling today? I appreciate the grind. AD and Christie will be loved by us Mavs fans, but Nico and ownership, on the other hand. Yeah, this is the issue. The Mavericks are really good, but it's really hard to feel excited because we traded away Luka Doncic, the guy that we looked at as the franchise player, right? Like the guy post Dirk Nowitzki. It's just devastating. Bear Gorilla says, we here. I'm going to take the over today. Appreciate you, Bear Gorilla. Glad to have you watching today on Twitch. Really appreciate you guys. Lachlan Scott here says, with Wiggins' $30 million player option, does this make it difficult for Heat to go after a star in 2026 free agency? Not essentially. Like, one, even if he opts in, they could salary dump that somewhere. And then also you have to consider that compared to what Jimmy Butler would theoretically be making, which is now $60 million that year, based on what the Warriors gave him. Absolutely crazy. We were at 519 likes a little while ago. Let's update the stream now and see 604 likes. You guys are absolutely killing it. Over 2,000 people watching live right now. I appreciate you guys all a ton. Let's see how we are doing subscription-wise as well. Going to pop over here. You guys are absolutely killing it with the subscriptions, by the way. Hitting that subscribe button on YouTube. Really do appreciate you guys all supporting me in a big way. Really, really great time. This year's been an absolute awesome time, and I'm having so much fun. I hope you guys are as well. Just again, an absolutely crazy trade deadline. A lot of insane stuff going on. Obviously, a ton of news, a ton of stuff, a ton of drama, a ton of rumors, and we are just here at 9 a.m. Eastern time. We have 6 hours basically yet until the NBA trade deadline. Brendan here says, help my poverty Sixers with the trade machine, please. Let's head over to the trade machine here for Brendan. Brendan, thank you so much for the 2. I really do appreciate you guys. Yeah, and if you throw in a super chat and want to see a certain trade, I guess I'll mock it up for you guys. For Philly here, it's hard to help them this year. So I think the long-term plan here now for them being out of the apron, out of the luxury tax, especially after trading KJ Martin away, they're at a spot here now where some of these trades, some of this stuff's going to be kind of difficult for them to continue finding ways to improve long term. But maybe they can get involved with something like this, where they send Andre Drummond to the Lakers and they try to send Eric Gordon to the Lakers, and in return they maybe take back some money here. Someone like Gabe Vincent. Otherwise, if we nix this whole Andre Drummond thing, what we could do is something like Christian Wood. Cam Reddish is traded now, of course, but you could go into some combination, right? Of if you need to, you could include Jackson Hayes, and you walk out with Andre Drummond, give up a second-round pick this year. Something like this is a deal that could make some sense, maybe for Philly to get another asset, get out of Andre Drummond if they're trying to open up flexibility going into the offseason. This is a possible way. Remember right here now it says that we're in the apron. This does not have KJ Martin's trade though. So with the KJ Martin trade, they'll still be out of the tax and while still doing this. So keep that in mind. Hopefully Fanspo can get everything updated here. I really do appreciate all their work. They've been working with me a ton. Today's been obviously a crazy great day. So hopefully you guys all have been enjoying. A lot of crazy stuff going on. We can head over to the Utility Sports Draft Pick Tracker. Again, I hope you guys all are enjoying the stream. Appreciate you all being in here. I'm trying my best to keep up on the comments. Camille here says because they want to keep Randall because nobody wants him. I think it's the second one more than the first one. But it's not like the other thing is the Wolves just don't want to pay someone to get rid of him. Like Julius Randle's still a good player. And when you look at Minnesota specifically, for the Timberwolves, like they don't have a ton of assets. They have this Pistons first, and that's really about it when it comes to overall value of like first round draft picks that they're going to be able to trade away. So Benjamin wants to know if he's missed anything in the past few hours. Nothing huge yet this morning. Jelly in here says any trade from the Lakers. Last night they traded for Mark Williams, of course. Carter says, I missed your thoughts on the Lakers trade, sir. Let's go back over to Twitter here. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Hopefully you are all enjoying the streams here today. A lot of insane stuff going on, but with the Lakers trade specifically last night, first of all, I think that Mark Williams is that versatile, huge, athletic, mobile lob threat that the Lakers wanted. And then I also think there is some significant risk here for the Lakers. If Mark Williams does not stay healthy, they do not win this trade. But if he does stay healthy, he could be awesome. He could be incredible for them. And I'm really excited about his fit offensively with Luka. And I think defensively he has a lot of the tools to be a really, really solid player. Now, they did give up a lot for him. And they really destroyed a lot of their flexibility. And you'll see that here now. The Lakers now have 0 tradable raw first-round picks as a result. So keep that in mind. But I hope you guys are enjoying. Thank you to Ken for the follow. Thank you to William as well for the follow. Thank you to Irvin. Thank you to Adrian for the follow. Nick, appreciate you a ton. Gib, thank you again for the follow. So appreciate you guys all a lot. We are getting closer and closer to 4K followers here on Twitter. You guys are doing great. Supporting me. Garrett says, has this been the most active deadline where the big moves all happen the days before? I feel like usually everything comes in right before, but it seems the big trades have already happened. A lot of the big trades have already happened. This is kind of an atypical trade deadline. This is a great point from Garrett here. Typically, the trade deadline does not work like this, but I think, one, with a lot of the hesitancies and concerns about the new CBA and all the money concerns, teams are trying to get their work done early. They don't want to be stuck in certain situations. like Milwaukee trading Khris Middleton yesterday as an example of wanting to get out of the second apron before it was maybe too late and they couldn't do it anymore. Callum, thank you for the follow. Theo, appreciate you. Joshy, thanks for the follow. John, thank you for the follow as well over there. Garrett, this is a great point, a really great point. Ronnie says, shout me out. I followed you, little dude. I did, Ronnie. Hopefully I got to it. I know it took a little bit of time, but Ronnie, appreciate you again for following over there. Adam says, you Philly fans are cooked. Nobody wants Paul George at this point in time. Zayfer here says, any chance Pistons can do a trade? We desperately need a good secondary ball handler. Recent additions, ain't it? Pistons, I mean, well, they have the salaries. They have, some contracts to move. They just haven't really, I think, drastically improved their team, and I think that's what a lot of Pistons fans are upset about. Lapo says something about the Bucks. At this point in time, nothing definitive on Milwaukee yet, but of course, I think what we're waiting to see here is if there is a for the Bucks, we're waiting to see if there's a Bobby Portis, Pat Connaughton combination that could potentially get moved in a deal. Hopefully, you guys all are enjoying. We're at 654 likes on the live stream today. Make sure you guys all smash that like button. Appreciate you guys again. By the dip, Sean says Knicks get a better wing that can shoot. Andrew says Hawks will trade Bogdanovic and Capella at the very least. They need a couple of players because they are not tanking. Again, this is the trade that really moves me. This is the deal. Clint Capella, Bogdan Bogdanovic, Larry Nance Jr., 3 firsts, one of them being a swap, and 2 seconds for Nick Claxton and Cam Johnson. This, I think, significantly makes the Hawks better. This is a team that fits together really, really well on paper then and on the court, in my opinion. Jay Wallace says you may have talked about it already, but what do you think of the Lakers trade for Mark Williams? I really liked it. It's a big risk, but I think the upside is definitely there for an awesome move. He fits the timeline really, really well with Luka Doncic moving forward. Ofex says, what do I think the Spurs should do today? I would want to see them get Cam Johnson, but if they don't, I wouldn't be mad at them either. Patience sometimes is really key. They still have 2 first-round picks in 2025. I would love to see them be active and make smart moves and continue doing all the things that they've done. But here are my trade grades here for the Lakers Hornets deal. I'm going to leave those up on the screen here so you guys can read them for a minute or two. Ranch says, huge W, Corey. I love seeing those W's fly in for Corey. Obviously, you guys can tell I'm behind on the comments, trying my best, but absolutely awesome what we're seeing here. Sean says, do you think the Bucks make any more trades? Very much, very possibly they do. Andrew here says, Raps getting Ingram makes no sense. They must tank. Yeah, they're kind of just choosing a middle pathway of being mediocre forever. Patrick says, W. Adams throwing in the W. We talked about Jillian's question there. Hey, huge W's, $50. I love seeing the W's from everybody. Piccaroni here says W. Woom says, boys, my Mark Williams is gone to the Lakers. I could cry. Woom, sorry about it, man. Sei says, how have I been? I've been doing great, Sei. Appreciate you guys. Obviously, my voice is kind of dead. Mary Ortiz, we need to throw some W's in the chat for Mary. I've been watching the channel for a long time. Diehard Mavericks fan, diehard Magic fan. It's funny, there's a lot of people who are Mavericks and Magic fans together. But Mary, really appreciate you. Glad to have you in here again today. Really, really do appreciate you guys a ton for all your continued support. Mary, you've been watching the streams for a long time, so huge shout out to you. Takari Lee with the W's in here as well. Eric says, so where are we at so far on the donations? Right now with where we're at $163. $165 of the $250. So we have $85 to go yet. One super chat of $100 would be sending me to Dallas, essentially, is what I'm saying right now for a Mavericks game, which would be crazy. Jordan says, blessings, my man. You make the work day go fast. Glad I can listen with headphones in. Jordan, glad. That's kind of the whole hope of the trade deadline streams here is for people who can't be on their phone all day or can't be looking down at Twitter, what's going on. I'm covering it for all of you guys. I take the day off so that you guys can go out there, still get paid, make your money while also still knowing everything that's going on. So I really hope you guys are enjoying 2,200 awesome people live right now. Let's throw some W's in the chat for you guys. You guys all deserve it. I'm going to throw in some balloons here. You guys deserve all of the love right now. I'm also going to try and throw in, I don't remember what this one. Yeah, fireworks. There we go. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Vexlify says, is there any way the Mavs could do a trade for Kobe White? They could. They would have to probably work around Najee Marshall's contract. For that reason, I just don't really see them ultimately doing it. But again, thank you all so much for all of the support. Again, one of the funnier comments earlier today, how will the Lakers rebuild around LeBron once Luka Doncic retires? Of course, LeBron, maybe even more of a machine than I am. You know, I've been live all day, all week long, basically. But LeBron's been doing this for 21 years. So maybe he's the machine. He's the manimal. And I'm just living in his world. Piccaroni here says W Fate. Yeah, so it's obviously Philippine money, but still, nonetheless, I still appreciate it a ton. Adam Perry says, bro, I'm still hyped. Like, I'm obviously still very appreciative. That's the biggest thing, is whether it's a $2 super chat or $1, like whatever it is. If you guys are helping me out, it's huge. Definitive says, you got to raise that goal to 1,000. You deserve it. Okay, I'm gonna star this chat. Definitive. The goal for today is 1,000. So if something happens, we're gonna come back. If we get huge super chats, we'll see. But See Meat Geezer here says, yo, Sheldon, do you think the Pels sell anymore? For New Orleans specifically, I'm not certain if we're going to get a deal or not on them. Obviously, I think that they're going to look at rerouting Bruce Brown and rerouting Kelly Olynyk. Kelly Olynyk could make a lot of sense for the Clippers, by the way. I'm trading myself to the Philippines. I'll be a billionaire. Appreciate you, Crims. BR here says, I'm going to say it again, NBA should make banked threes a technical foul. What? Alejandro says, hey, it's Rosa Milano here. What do you think about the Lakers? I think the Lakers have had a really good trade deadline so far. Reginald here says, new to the channel, visited yesterday and was intrigued by your insight. Wondering where the Nets are in terms of possible trade of Claxton now that Williams was traded to LA. Reginald, appreciate you. Oh my goodness. Jeremy comes in huge. Holy shit. Wow, I don't usually swear, but this one warrants it. The biggest donation of the trade deadline live week. Oh my goodness. Jeremy with the 100 says, take your trip, my dude. I'm going to Dallas, boys. I tip my people, and you have taken care of me all trade season. I only watch people who are smarter than me with that cap, and I tip my cap to you. Best trade deadline of all time. Keep up the work, and cheers to a good night sleep this evening. Dude, I'm telling you, as soon as my trade deadline winners and losers video comes out, I am hitting the hay. I am going to bed early tonight. But huge thank you for Jeremy. We got to throw some W's in. I need to see 1,000 W's for Jeremy right now. Every single person's got to throw in a W in the chat. But oh my goodness, what a donation from Jeremy. Jeremy, appreciate you a ton. Wow. Jeremy, you're a real one there. Appreciate you a ton with the $100 super chat. I'm going to Dallas for a Mavericks game. There, Jeremy's on the bottom of the ticker too with that $100 super chat. Certainly no one is going to surpass that $100 super chat. That is absolutely insane. Oh my goodness, Jeremy. Appreciate you guys a ton. This is insane. Young Feezy says, any idea of players Pistons could target? Marcus Smart is a name that continues to come to mind for me. 39 Stacks says, do you think that Robert Williams will be traded to the Rockets and or Lonzo Ball? So Lonzo Ball will not get traded to the at this point. He just extended last night. Robert Williams to the Rockets does make some sense. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Sorry, my cat was being kind of difficult, so I went and had to grab him real quick, which is why I turned my camera off for a minute there. Appreciate you guys all so very much. Again, huge W from Jeremy in the chat. $100 super chat, which is just incredible. Appreciate you guys. Lionheart Fitness, very excited. Next year's deadline has big shoes to fill. This deadline was insane. I hope you guys have all really enjoyed it a ton so far. Again, we're trying to stay up to date on news. Remember, if any news comes in from Shams or from Chris Haynes or anyone, Brian Windhorst, make sure you guys go tag me over on Twitter. I'll leave likes on all those situations that you tag me. Appreciate you guys all so very much. Blue Giraffe says, you think the Pacers should go for Cam Johnson or keep the roster the same after a very successful season? I would keep the roster the way it is. I think the Pacers are in a good spot, and I think long-term trade flexibility is the best for Indiana. Jim says, any idea what power forwards Phoenix might be looking at getting today? Chris Boucher continues to be a name that makes sense. Otherwise, jumping in on Kelly Olynyk using Nurkic and draft capital could be something that makes a good deal of sense overall. Appreciate you guys all so much. Absolutely crazy today. Everything has been an incredible day. Really do appreciate you guys all the time. Remember, keep looking for some of that, some of the news out there so we can make sure we get it up on this stream. Matt C says, watching the game last night showed me one thing. Spurs need a big desperately. Bassey injured, Wemby sick. Was hard to watch, even with Fox having a great game. Yes, the Spurs definitely need another big, but they might not get it at this year's trade deadline, which is okay. They still have 2 firsts next year in this next draft, so they could go out and maybe try and move up for a guy like Derek Queen from Maryland or Kamen Maluwash from Duke, right? They could go out and get someone else in the draft who's younger, cheaper, wouldn't have a huge extension, would be playing on a rookie contract. So keep that in mind as a possibility here. Here's a report from Windhorst. The Golden State Warriors can still make more deals per Windhorst ESPN. Huge thank you here to this is a huge thank you to it's Mudzuno for tagging me over there. The Golden State Warriors might not be done dealing, Brian Windhorst reports on Get Up. Windhorst said the Warriors have multiple expiring contracts to deal and could be looking for a big man who can shoot like the Chicago Bulls' Nikola Vucevic. Thank you all so much for your support so far today. We have another super chat coming in here. A $20 super chat from Eric Espinosa says, get you a margarita in Dallas on me. Let's get some balloons in here for Eric. I appreciate you a ton. You are a legend, Eric. Thank you so very much for your support as well. You guys have been absolutely incredible. Today has been an incredible day. Obviously, Jeremy from the top rope with the $100 super chat was incredible. Eric Espinosa with the $20 super chat. Definitive. We're getting closer and closer to that $1,000 goal. Right now, my tracker is at $285. Obviously, spending the week here. Giving you guys all the trade deadline coverage. Obviously, the super chats do go a long way in supporting me. Definitive says he hit his goal, but let's help him with some spending money in Dallas now. Definitive, thank you so much for the 5 here as well. We need to get some W's in the chat for Eric. I want to see some W's for Eric and W for Definitive as well. These guys are absolute legends. Appreciate you both so very much. Jeremy, Eric, and Definitive, you guys are all absolute legends. Jeremy, again, I cannot appreciate and cannot express enough how happy and hyped I am and how appreciative I am as well. Ronnie here with the 50. Thank you, Ronnie, for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate you a ton as well, my dude. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ronnie. Throws in some fun emojis there. Appreciate you guys. Absolutely crazy trade deadline live stream so far. The super chats are going incredible. You guys have been nothing short of spectacular. So I really appreciate you. I've never even been to a Dallas Mavericks game in Dallas in person before. And I'm a Mavericks fan. So this is going to change my life in a real positive way. I am so excited. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Really do appreciate you guys. Al here says, who are the remaining shooters on the market? Torrey Craig in free agency would be kind of a 3-and-D like type of player, obviously. Matt Ryan's a name. Malik Beasley. Now, I don't think the Pistons will trade him. It sounds like the Pistons really want to internally keep him, but he has a price, right? Like if a team were willing to give up draft capital, they definitely would maybe consider it. Neil here says robbed Ainge with that sneaky move for Luka Doncic. Bro must be pissed big time, especially since the Jazz have the Lakers first in 2027. I'm sure he's not too stoked about that. Ofek says, what do you think about all the less talked about teams? The Mavs with AD, Heat post Butler, and Kings with Sabonis and LaVine. Love from Israel. Ofek, appreciate you a ton. When it comes to the lesser talked about teams, the Mavs with Anthony Davis. Here's the thing. I think the Mavericks are a really good roster. I think the Mavericks could theoretically go semi-far in the playoffs this year. I do think all in all, it's an overall loss in the trade. Making the trade of Luka Doncic long-term, I don't love it still, but the Mavericks are really good. The Miami Heat, post Jimmy Butler, I really like the return that they got. Getting a draft pick, given the situation, I think getting Andrew Wiggins is a pretty solid piece in that deal as well. He can be a winning contributor for them right away. we do have news here. It's not trade news, but I do think it's important roster news. We're going to go over to Shams Charania here. This is very important news. Joe Rockets fan, Icy Dem, thank you so much for commenting at me. Just in, Thunder star Chet Holmgren is off the team's injury report, clearing the way for him to return to action Friday against the Toronto Raptors in Oklahoma City. At 40-9, Thunder's remainder of regular season will feature reintegrating Holmgren into the young, rising title contender. Essential or elite news for OKC fans. Holmgren plus Hartenstein building chemistry will be essential come playoff time. Super glad Chet is back. Really love that for them. Hartenstein, Holmgren, that's really great news for the Oklahoma City Thunder. So Icy Dem, thank you a ton for commenting at me over there so that I saw it. I really do appreciate you and your continued support. Twig Gaming Channel says, good morning at Utility Sports. What was your favorite trade that happened last night? I loved Mark Williams to the Lakers from last night as well. That was my my big one. I liked the trade for both sides. I understand Charlotte's long-term planning. Really, really great overall situation there. Jeremy, thank you again for the $100 super chat. Eric with the $20 super chat. Definitive with the 5. And Ronnie G here with the 50. I really do appreciate you guys all a ton of love and support from you all. To me, I really do appreciate you guys so much. Blue here said Caleb Martin. We'll see what happens. Why are we saying Caleb Martin? Caleb Martin's a Maverick, yes. Brian here says, how we feeling? AD and Christie will be loved by us Mavs fans. Yes. We talked about that already, but definitely crazy. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Really, really crazy. Kevin here says the reason I asked about Sohan Cam Johnson mock was to minimize draft compensation out. Don't think it's smart to give up a small chance of flag. I get what you're saying, Kevin. Again, I just don't think that Sohan's going to be on the table in a deal, which means what I ultimately think that means, Kevin, is that there's just not a trade. And maybe they wait till the offseason. And then once they find out where those picks are at, maybe they try and make a trade from there. Kevin O'Connor's saying he has heard that they're open to dealing Miles Bridges, Cody Martin, and Vasi Micic. Hypothetically, maybe picks for Kessler, Rob Williams, take Nurkic and a first from Phoenix. Charlotte doesn't have a true center now. What I would really love is for Phoenix to work out a trade with Charlotte. Appreciate you, All Things Sports, for the comment here. My cat is being an absolute pain right now. I would love for the Hornets to land Nurkic and draft capital for Cody Martin plus salary. That's what I would really love, honestly, for Charlotte. Aaron, appreciate you, my man. Thanks, everyone, for all the support today. You guys have been absolutely epic and awesome. Just an honestly incredible NBA trade deadline here. A lot of fun, a lot of crazy stuff going on. Let's check where the subscriber count is right now. Continuing to rise, continuing to grow, which I love to see. Appreciate you all so very much. Thanks, everyone, for the continued support. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the stream. Thomas here says, Kobe White's not leaving the Chicago Bulls. Very possibly not, Thomas. Very possibly not. Revols here says, any chance Cam Johnson gets traded to the Spurs? Possibly. Definitely possibly. Reality Rio says, have you heard anything about my Atlanta Hawks? When it comes to Atlanta, not anything definitive yet. Obviously, they were involved in the Brandon Ingram discussions. Ultimately, I think it's really best for them that they did not get Brandon Ingram. I really do think that was a huge win, not getting Brandon Ingram. I think doing something that fits around their roster long-term more would be more sensible. I think, it should be, first of all, obvious. But again, I want to give huge shout-outs here to Jeremy. Again, I want to give out a huge shout-out to Ronnie G as well for the super chat. Appreciate you guys a lot. Ronnie, you're an absolute legend. So I appreciate you so very much, guys. Absolute legends. If you want to support me, one of the best ways is to go to NBA Substack, to my NBA Substack. Links in the description for that. Again, a lot of crazy stuff. And remember, today I will have an NBA trade deadline winners and losers. It will be all of the from everything this past week since Saturday on. So appreciate you guys all a ton. Thank you again to all of our top donors. You'll see your name down on the bottom. Joel, thank you, says, who's better, Wemby or Chet? I do think Wembanyama is the better player. And that's not to diminish Chet Holmgren at all. Chet Holmgren's an awesome player. So, comparison is the thief of joy. The more you compare those two guys, the less you'll enjoy them. I think we should just enjoy them. Here's the report. Atlanta Hawks have been fielding offers for DeAndre Hunter, with the Cleveland Cavaliers emerging as the front runner. Thank you to Erastus for the report here on that. The Cavaliers emerging as the front runner. So let's go to the trade machine. Let's talk through a possible deal here and what makes sense for both sides. Now, I do think a 3-team trade here makes a ton of sense for this package. Okay, what I really think makes a ton of sense for all of this right now, what I think is with Atlanta and Cleveland, what makes the most sense is to also get the Brooklyn Nets on the phone, because the Brooklyn Nets really want expiring salary. That is what they really want. And if we can go into this and we can offer expiring salary to Brooklyn here with Clint Capella, we can offer Caris LeVert's expiring salary to Brooklyn as well. Claxton can go to the Hawks. Cam Johnson can go to the Hawks. DeAndre Hunter can go to the Cavaliers. And financially, you're seeing how close this already is getting. This is kind of framework or a deal that does make a lot of sense for everyone involved. What we're going to do as well is send Larry Nance here to Brooklyn in this. Financially, the Nets are taking in the exact same amount of money. Look at how perfectly this works. And the Cavaliers do need to send out a little bit more money in this as well, which we will use as what we're going to do here is we're going to send, for salary purposes, what we're going to do is send Jalen Tyson to the Hawks in this too. I think this is an overall huge win. We're going to trade this pick to the Nets, this pick to the Nets, this first round pick here in 2031, top 8 protected to the Nets. And what we're going to do is send this second rounder, and we're going to send this second round pick to the Nets. This is a deal that really moves me for all things involved. Claxton, Cam Johnson, Jalen Tyson to the Hawks. Cavaliers get DeAndre Hunter. The Nets walk away with Clint Capella, Caris LeVert, Larry Nance Jr., 3 first-round picks, one of them being top 8 protected, and 2 second-round picks. This is the type of deal that I think is an absolute home run. The Nets taken only expiring salary, which is incredible here. I think this is an absolute home run trade. We're going to go back over to Twitter, and I'm going to explain my reasoning on this a little bit more just so you guys can all see. But again, I think that's an absolute home run trade. Hopefully you guys are enjoying expansion of this trade into a 3-team deal. Makes a ton of sense for all parties. Brooklyn gets 3 huge expiring contracts and would have over $100 million of cap space this offseason. Hawks get 2 awesome fits around the Trae Young, Jalen Johnson duo moving forward. Obviously past this year, right? Like Jalen Johnson's hurt right now with a lob threat and catch and shoot ace. Cavs upgrade significantly over Caris LeVert. This is the type of deal that I think makes a ton of sense for everyone involved. This 3-team composition. Nets also stay below the tax line. Hawks also get a young guy in the deal. That's a win-win-win trade in my opinion. A win-win-win trade. Thank you again, everyone who is commenting at me to make sure I see these. You guys are absolute legends. The Washington Wizards have waived forward Sidy Cissoko. will be interesting to see if/where Cissoko lands. Could be back in San Antonio. Honestly, I'm not saying the Spurs will for sure do that. Could be back in San Antonio. I'm not saying that they for sure do that, but I'm saying the Spurs are allowed to do that. So, Taylor, thank you for the follow over there. Jay Keith, thank you for the follow. Robert, appreciate you a ton. Ignis, thank you for the follow. Lil Glock, appreciate you. In Arteta, we trust. Thank you, Lucas, for the follow. And back over to Callum. Thank you guys all so much. We are getting so close to 4,000 followers. Illuminati, thank you for the 2. Says amazing work again this draft cycle. Obviously, the trade deadline, draft cycle, NBA free agency, everything that you need here on YouTube for NBA coverage is what you're going to get. So let's throw some balloons in here for the trade deadline day. 2,500 people watching live right now. We don't even have any trades quite yet. But of course, we are watching for a potential Cam Johnson deal. Thank you again, everyone, so very much. Appreciate you all a ton. Andrew, thank you for the follow as well. Just honestly, what a day, what a time to be alive. Appreciate you guys all so very much. Rob here says if we were willing to trade Mark Williams, I wonder if we might think about trading LaMelo or Bridges. I definitely think Bridges could be available. Trading LaMelo would probably not happen until at the very earliest this offseason. But again, I appreciate you guys all so very much. When it comes to a deal with Kobe White, one, he's a talented player. And then secondly, I could see Orlando being the actual landing spot. That boy Ahmed wants to know if I think Zion gets traded. I ultimately do not. I think Zion Williamson will be there in New Orleans past the trade deadline. Trading Jonas Valanciunas opened up some salary for the Wizards. Do we see them do something more today around that? And their trade exception may be a landing spot for Brogdon. Yes, Nolan. I think Washington will still continue to be active today. Waiving Sidy Cissoko here too gives them a roster spot, I believe, to work with. So we'll see. But again, this is huge news here. Thank you to everyone who's been tagging me over there on Twitter. I appreciate you guys all a ton. Hoops Talk, thank you for the tag. Absolutely crazy what we've got going on today. A lot of news, a lot of stuff going on. Thank you again, Icy Demp. Appreciate you a ton. You've been such a huge help to me over the years for these trade deadline live streams. But again, I think this kind of trade package is one that makes a ton of sense overall. Brian says, outstanding as always. Go Spurs, go. Appreciate you, Brian. Thanks again for being a member on the channel. Huge W's for you. And then Spinning Wheezy here says, draft question. Thoughts on Tanjay? So for me, honestly, Spinning Wheezy, when it comes to the NBA draft, so for those who don't know, Tanjay is a Badgers guard. And honestly, specifically too, when you look at first of all, he's like a super senior. Now, Wisconsin had the issue of losing AJ Storr to Kansas. So Tanjay comes in from Missouri, I believe it was. And I don't even think he barely played last year. I don't know if it was because of injury. I don't remember. But he's had a really, really productive year in the Big Ten. He's averaging I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it might be 16 to 20 points, somewhere in there. Last time I had looked, it was 17. So, but I don't think he's going to be a draft prospect because he's a super, super senior. He's 24, 25 years old. Let me look that up real quick. How old is he? He is, I can't even find it. He is okay. He's 20. He'll be 24 by the draft. So he's probably not going to be a drafted player, just honestly. But I think he'll be a guy who gets an Exhibit 10, gets on a training camp team, and then also gets to play for in the summer league. So definitely, he's been impressive this year. He's been very productive for Wisconsin. So. Appreciate you guys. Parallax says, Beal, Nurk, Plumlee, and Ty is still on my team. My Suns are so cooked, man. D-Bookie Killa here says, Mavs are going to start tanking after this season. I hope y'all Mavs fans know this. I mean, yeah, I think the Mavs future is going to be kind of questionable. Couchin says, I made it. Whew. Glad to have you in here, Couchin. Appreciate you a ton. Again, a lot of crazy stuff going on around the NBA today. We're watching for some of these notifications to fly in here too. Dennis here with if the Kings play this right, they go after Lance Jr. as a trade in their trade player exception, trade for Cam Thomas, sign Ben Simmons on the buyout. Monty McNair, I like it. I mean, that would be a lot of key additions. It really would be. But I really love this. I really love this kind of trade composition for all three teams involved here. Hawks walk out with Nick Claxton, Cam Johnson, Jalen Tyson. Cavaliers get DeAndre Hunter. Nets walk out with 3 expiring salaries and significant draft capital, which would be insane. Love seeing those W's fly in. Huge W's. Fabio says, love you from Italy. Appreciate you, Fabio. Glad to have you watching here live. And again, I love seeing these W's fly in. Mr. York says, after we reach the Mavs ticket goal, we now go for the Fire Nico billboard goal. Last I checked, it was at 14K. We got to get Nico fired. Yeah, Fire Nico billboard. Braun here's with the W's. Appreciate you guys all hyping up our boy Jeremy, who again went huge with the super chat. Dylan here says, do the Warriors make another move? Dylan, when it comes to Golden State, I think the rumor to watch for is, of course, Nikola Vucevic. Otherwise, you could look for some other depth center, right? They're going to look for more size. My big question coming into the season, the big thing coming into the season here for Golden State was, are they big enough in the West? So I appreciate you guys all a ton. Love seeing those W's fly in for Jeremy. Jeremy, really, really appreciate you once again. So really do appreciate you guys a ton. Love seeing all of the W's fly in. A lot of W's, a real huge train of W's. Very well deserved. Jeremy, again, thank you so much. And I love this community, you guys. You guys hyping each other up, having a great chat in here. That's the best part, honestly. Like the trade deadline live stream, obviously it's so fun having the huge news, all the trades, all the rumors, all the speculation. Who's getting what are the trades looking like, who's going where. But the best part to me is having this awesome community of people who are just all having a really great time. And if you really do enjoy being a part of a community, I have a Discord link for you. It's a great place to be. There's a lot of fun conversations. There's a lot of great stuff in there where, you get to talk about the NBA with a whole bunch of people who also love the NBA. So, it's my Discord, Utility Sports Discord. I have awesome moderators. We've got an awesome place. It's a really friendly environment. So make sure to join that Discord. Link is in the comment section right now. But I love seeing these W's fly in from everybody. You guys are absolute legends here. Anthony Morales, thanks for throwing in the W. Herbert Stark says, do the trade of Dallas trading for Durant. I ultimately do not think, Herb, that will actually happen. But thank you for your comment. I do appreciate you a ton. I do ultimately think that Phoenix at this point, based on our news, I don't want anyone to get confused on this, which is why I'm not going to go do that trade. But I don't think Dallas will trade for Durant at this point in time. If they do, obviously, it will be a huge shift. But again, one of the more important things that we've learned today, too, is Holmgren is off the injury report. So Holmgren is coming back as well, which is a huge W for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Again, appreciate all of the W's coming in, guys. You're absolutely fantastic. Love seeing all these W's fly in here. You guys are all super legends. Appreciate you all so very much. I told my fiance, so she's been super supportive of me. I told her I'm going to take her out to a steakhouse after the streams this week because, we haven't gotten to spend any time together as much. But I really do appreciate you guys a lot. Mary Ortiz says, nice W's. Will you vlog it? I'll vlog. I will vlog my my Dallas situation. We're gonna have to look at getting plane tickets and all that stuff. But we are going to make sure that happens. I'm very much excited for that. Neymar here with the W. The Don says, throwing in some W's here. Warriors receive Kelly Oubre and Ricky Council IV. I'm not sure if that's actually going to happen or not. I think Philly could be included. Let's go back over to Twitter here. Cleveland Cavaliers are the front runners, yes, for DeAndre Hunter. Let me grab the. I've got a different thumbnail as an option here. Let let me make sure I've got the thumbnail that I want to have here ready to go. DeAndre Hunter. I'm looking for my Atlanta one. That's Clint Capella. As you can tell, I'm ready for a whole bunch of trades today. I'm updating the thumbnail here now for the stream. Again, I hope you guys really are enjoying. I did set the ad rate as low as it possibly can go. You can request YouTube to change the ad rate for live streams. I don't know how well it works, but I have basically asked them to not run nearly as many ads today. So with a bunch of you in here watching live, I wanted you guys to all be able to enjoy without having to get behind on ads or anything like that. So I hope you guys are enjoying, of course. I appreciate all the super chats as well. So you guys are all absolute legends and beasts. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Obviously, I'm having a ton of fun as well. We haven't even had a huge trade yet, but it's coming, okay? There's going to be a lot of news here coming soon. Appreciate you guys. This is not a source. Utility Sports says, wish I could get a W in the chat since I have you up on my TV wall. I work from home, and because I know my Sixers are going to get an L in the winners and losers video. Let's get some W's in the chat here. And go comment W here on Twitter. Comment W below. Everyone go comment W's for that gentleman over on Twitter. Everyone go hit up his post. Don't even comment on mine. Go comment on his. Here's the report. Yep. Chet Holmgren is off the team's injury report. This is what I'm talking about. See how he's just aggregating. He's just stealing people's content without giving them credit for that. Everyone go comment W's for this guy here. Love to see that. Caden, thanks for throwing W's over here on his post. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Look at that. I'm up on television. I'm on TV, boys. We made it. Appreciate you guys all so much. Absolutely awesome. OKC Media, appreciate you a ton. Thanks for everyone who's hitting that follow button. OKC Media, thank you. Thank you to Huzzah. Appreciate you guys. Lamy, thanks for the follow. Tyler as well. Thank you for the follow. Caden, as well as Proud LA Sports with the that nice little Luka Doncic LA. Can't spell Luka without LA profile picture, man. I am devastated that he is in Los Angeles. But everyone go spam W's on his post here. Love seeing those W's fly in for him. You guys are absolute legends. Appreciate you guys all a ton. You guys are all super, super awesome. Mo Playa says Bulls would be a nice choice now that they are rebuilding. Definitely could be a fun spot for Cissoko as well. Kind of a flyer on a guy who was a second-round pick a couple of drafts ago. Love seeing all these W's again fly in. Lance throwing in the W. Thank you, Lance, for being in here today. Ben Tomlinson as well. Appreciate you guys. AC Fresh. And hey, listen, if I haven't said your name all stream, or if you feel like, listen, I'm trying my best to get through all these comments. There's a ton of them. Just please know I really do appreciate you guys, okay? So if you haven't heard your name stated, maybe you even haven't put in a comment yet. But what I'm telling you right now is I'm really thankful for each and every one of you. 2,400 people watching live. You guys are all absolute legends. Justin here, thank you for the 2. He wants to know about Orlando Magic moves. Let's go over to the trade machine here. Again, I really do appreciate you guys all a ton. Absolutely crazy trade deadline here this week. A lot of insane stuff. We've seen Jimmy Butler get traded. There was Kevin Durant rumors. Seemingly now those have cooled off. But when it comes to Orlando, specifically, we're looking for shot creators. Someone who is a guard that can create their own shot and hit pull-up jump shots at a very high rate. The names that come to mind, either Kobe White of the Chicago Bulls or Anthony Simons of the Portland Trailblazers. Now, with Portland's recent win streak, I think it's more likely we see Chicago be the team willing to sell after trading away Zach LaVine. It looks like this team has accepted their fate as a rebuilder. So we'll get Cole Anthony in return. First of all, Cole Anthony is the same age as Kobe White. And I think Chicago could look at trying to rebuild Cole Anthony's value, giving him more minutes, giving him an opportunity to showcase himself. The Magic here give up this 2025 Denver first-round pick that will be in the mid to back 20s. This is kind of the deal. Justin, that makes sense to me. Thank you again, Justin, for the $2 super chat. Really do appreciate you a ton. You guys are absolutely awesome. Of course, all of the support you guys have shown has been just incredible. So Thank you to everyone who continues to show their love and everything. You guys have been just absolutely epic all trade deadline cycle long. Nate here says, go ahead and put the Grizzlies on the loser list. This reminds me of the Tyreke Evans year. That's a good throwback, Nate. Tyreke Evans. I do not understand why they did not trade Tyreke Evans that year. He had so much value around the league, and they were withholding for a good first-round pick or something. Ended up not getting anything for him, which is crazy. Bear Gorilla says, W, Jeremy, not going to lie, that's amazing. Love seeing all these W's done in the chat. Yo says, are the Warriors done? Not quite yet. I think that they still have another move in them. Jonathan Williamson says, I think the Lakers should trade Braun for Zion Williamson so that they can have the most out of shape, often injured big three in history with Luka, Zion, and Mark Williamson. A lot of risk in that if they were to go that way, but really think there's a lot of crazy stuff materializing from these trades today. Again, want to go back and give huge shout outs to some of the top donations today. Jeremy, thank you again for the 100. Taking my trip to Dallas. Appreciate you a ton, Jeremy. Ronnie here with the 50. Appreciate you a lot as well. Eric Espinosa, thank you for the margarita in Dallas. Again, thank you a ton. So the Lakers and Mavericks play April 9th in Dallas. So, and it is the last day of the NBA regular season this year. That is the big news. Sunday, April 13th. So that would actually work pretty well. So that's really, really good. El Sombra here says, Chet is back, baby. Yes, Chet Holmgren back for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Definitely a huge, huge bit of news. That's their big trade deadline acquisition, getting Chet Holmgren back healthy. Let's go back over to Twitter here now so we keep up on the news. But El Sombra, appreciate you a ton. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying the stream here. Jorge, thanks for tagging me over in this. A trade involving Jusuf Nurkic is expected to happen today for the Suns. For weeks, Phoenix has been aggressively shopping Nurkic alongside one of their newly acquired first-round picks from the Jazz. No team will take on Nurkic's contract without draft capital attached. Absolutely wonderful. Appreciate you guys throwing in the W's. Lamb says, same here from Greece, bro, from your brother Lampros. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you all so much. Thanks everyone for tuning in, watching. You guys are all absolute legends. Kendall, thanks for the follow over on Twitter. Appreciate you as well, Hassan, and you can't be serious. Appreciate you guys all so very much. You guys are all absolute legends. Again, I'm interested to see if and where Cissoko lands. He obviously was a former second-round pick. We'll see what happens. Daily Prod says, after the Kings acquired Jonas, do you think they could trade away Domantas Sabonis for a star point guard like Tyler Hero or Kyrie? No. I think Daily Prods are going to keep Sabonis long-term. Lucas here says, Vucevic, Butler, Curry, Green, they're building a retirement home. Y here says players have been shooting 68% within 6 feet of the rim this season against Mark Williams. Yeah, it's not good this year, but I do think that it also factors in. He just came back from injury, and he's also playing in Charlotte, who do not have good defensive players around him at all either. So give him a little bit of time to, first of all, get back healthy. And then secondly, playing in LA might motivate him to be better, which I know sounds kind of lame, but it's kind of the reality. Caleb here says, do you see the Pacers making a move to free up money or for Turner or wait for the offseason? I think they're going to just wait for the offseason, Caleb. I don't think Indiana should move Turner. I think he's such an integral part of the way that they're going to compete in the East. You need to have a floor-spacing big man in the Eastern Conference. You just have to. The West and the East are very stylistically different. I think in a lot of ways the East are tougher teams at the top to beat. Mitchell Robinson says, W locked in as always as well. Deadline day. Tend to go to bed and see what has happened when I wake up. Mitchell, appreciate you again for all your support from overseas. We are getting really close to 4,000 followers. I'm going to send the link in for the Twitter/X account. I want to hit 4,000 followers right now. Let's see if we can do it live while you guys are watching. Everyone go smash that like button and subscribe. Right now, I don't know why I said the like button. As you can tell, I'm losing my mind a little bit after being live for about 40 hours this week. But W's for the Dallas trip. Really do appreciate you guys. What a huge win. Appreciate everyone. Jillian, appreciate you being in here. as well. B-Max says Hornets might be open to dealing Miles Bridges. What GM has the stones to trade for him considering his history? Probably Danny Ainge. I don't know. We'll see if he actually does, though. But Danny Ainge likes getting players for value. So, Black Bucket, thank you for the follow. Tanner Marr, thank you. King Koopa, as well as Julio. Thank you for the follow, Rhino. You guys are all absolutely awesome. Appreciate you guys a ton here. There's Rhino. Thank you, Noah, for the follow. Thank you, Kendall, as well. I think we covered Kendall earlier, but nonetheless, double shout-outs for Kendall. So close to 4,000 followers on Twitter. You guys are all absolutely awesome. The chat is on fire today, says Eric. W chat. I got to throw in some more confetti here for the chat. You guys are absolutely sweet and epic. After the Luka Doncic trade, it felt like I was getting rained on big time. But you guys kind of came in here and saved the day with a lot more fun. And the chat's been awesome, honestly. Like this week, on Saturday night, I'm telling you, I was going through it. I was up until like 4:30, 5 in the morning that night, like thinking about how we didn't have Luka Doncic anymore. But the Mavericks are a good team still. I don't want to complain too much, but Daryl, appreciate you for the follow. Thank you a ton. I really do appreciate you. Pozo out. Kiefer here. Thanks for the follow, as well as Peter and Young the Don. Thank you very, very much for the follow. Interesting, Daryl, right? Fox Sports. Love that. I used to work before I moved across the country with my fiance. I used to work for Bally Sports when that was still a thing. Doing some TV work there. So appreciate you guys all a ton. I was in video editing primarily there. Daily Prod says reports just came in. Warriors are targeting Nikola Vucevic. Make sure, again, if there's news, go tag me on Twitter so that I can see it. Go tag me and post, just like how a lot of these other users have been doing. Appreciate you guys all so much. You guys have all been super, super awesome this year. Luis Gonsalves here says NBA trade deadline day. Have to check in with Utility Sports. W, appreciate you, man. I'm going to repost that one. Everyone go leave a like on this tweet. Appreciate you, Luis, a ton. Absolutely awesome. Royal, thank you for the follow as well. You guys are all super awesome. Garrett says, let's go. I'm so hyped. Obviously, thank you guys, first of all, for being so patient. You guys know, like I said, I was going to be behind a little bit in the comments today, but you guys are absolutely killing it. Bleed Blue says, because you were saying KJ Martin the whole time. Oh, okay. Well, they did trade KJ Martin. They traded KJ Martin to Detroit. So, KJ Martin's a Piston. So, that is the... Ethan says, apparently Caleb Martin isn't official yet. I mean, we'll see what happens here. To Clutch Corey, he's really awesome defensively, though. He's really awesome defensively. Brian King says 1,000 W's to Jeremy. Love to see that. Josh here says finally get to see the Chet Ihart combo. Hope we see a Chet Cam Johnson combo. We'll see. I don't know if the Thunder are going to make a big move like that. We'll see. But I appreciate you guys a ton. Death Valley, appreciate you as well for tweeting at me. We're going to have the trades here coming soon. But again, everyone go smash the like button here on Luis's tweet. Appreciate him. Sending a tweet to me. Appreciate all of you guys. Rude, thank you for the follow as well. B-Max, thanks for going over there and hitting up that like. I always appreciate your thoughts, Brian, on over on Twitter there. Appreciate you guys. You guys are all absolute legends. Thank you all so very much for all the continued love and support for a trade that I really want to see get done today. This 3-team composition. Hawks move DeAndre Hunter, Clint Capella, Larry Nance. Walk away with Nick Claxton, Cam Johnson, Jalen Tyson. I think this would make their team better long-term. I think this is a more congruent fit with their actual roster. I think all in all would be a very, very good long-term outcome. Chase here says, my sports class in Long Island, New York are watching you in school right now. Absolute legends. Shout out Long Island, baby. Let's go. That's sweet. Shout out to Chase here. Appreciate you guys a ton. Jorge says at Utility Sports, the Lakers reportedly contacted the Pistons about Jalen Duren before trading for Mark Williams. So looks like Pelinka was looking at pretty much every possible big, trying to see who he could possibly wiggle away from some team. Jorge, thank you a ton for tagging me. I really do appreciate everyone who has been commenting. But shout out to Chase and his sports class right now in Long Island, New York. Appreciate you guys a ton. Everyone is going absolutely crazy right now. Make sure you guys all smash that like button. on the stream if you guys are enjoying as well. Again, trade deadline day is a huge day, absolutely huge day. We have 833 likes on the stream right now. I'm telling you, yesterday we got 1,902 likes. So our like goal is 2,000 likes today, at least like goal. In fact, I'm going to raise it because I know you guys can do it. I'm going to say 3,000 likes today. People are going to be coming in and out. I know we can get to 3,000 likes. That is the goal. That would be the most liked video or live stream in utility sports history. So we will see. BS Express says, Sheldon, keep it up, my man. Keep hydrated. I'm almost out of water here, honestly. I might have to run and grab some water real quick in just a minute. But Grant here is telling everyone, slap that like button. The Crown Flame says, why have the Pistons traded for all these depth pieces? We have a trade. Oh, my goodness. What? Wow, we have a trade. Holy cow. We got to go over to Mike Scotto of Hoop Type. Mike Scotto. Let me just type Scotto. He'll pop up. Mike Scotto here. Trade. The Washington Wizards are trading 4 second-round picks to the Philadelphia 76ers for a 2026 first-round pick. Draft pick trade. And let's go over what we're going to do now. So this is the trade. 4 seconds for a 2026 first. Washington, who has been in asset accumulation mode, here now finally cashes in. So let's go take a look at what the Wizards have. The Wizards, who have a real collection of assets. Remember, I spent a lot of time putting this together so that we could take an overall look and gander at what all these teams have. The Wizards, who have a ton of second-round picks, 2 this year, 4 next year. They have 5 the year after that. The Wizards, who had more second-round picks than pretty much anybody, are turning them into a trade here with the Philadelphia 76ers, who had this least favorable of Clippers, Rockets, Thunder. That's going to be the trade. Let's go back over to Twitter so I can share news on this. The Wizards will likely acquire the least favorable of, I think it was what, Rockets, Clippers, Thunder? Of Clippers, Rockets, Thunder. The least favorable first round pick of Clippers, Rockets, Thunder for 4 seconds. The Wizards had, I'm going to count their seconds real quick. This is how many second round picks the Wizards had before this trade. 2, 6, 11, 13, 15, 19. Had roughly 20 second round picks over the next 7 years. A wise consolidation trade. Clearly, Philadelphia feels the 4 seconds will provide flexibility. That's actually a pretty creative trade. First round pick. Wise consolidation trade. I'm trying to make it fit in the there we go. That should fit now. There we go. So definitely big news. Appreciate you guys a ton. Despina, appreciate you a ton. Shout out Despina. Let me comment that. Appreciate you guys all for watching a ton. What will happen to my sons? We'll see. We're going to obviously keep watching for all of that right now. Let me make sure to leave a like over on this tweet too. Thank you guys all so much. Again, this is the huge news here. The Washington Wizards are trading 4 second round picks to the Philadelphia 76ers for a 2026 first. What I'm going to go do now too is grab this and go back over to Mike Scotto here. And I'm going to leave that right here so that way, if people see that, they're going to know exactly kind of what the deal is going to look like here. So that's probably the package in this trade. Again, huge news here. Draft pick trade. The Wizards will acquire the least favorable first-round pick of Clippers, Rockets, Thunder for 4 second-round picks. The Wizards had roughly 20 second-round picks over the next 7 years. Wise consolidation trade. So when it comes to updating some of this stuff, the Wizards get an extra first-round pick in 2026. They will now have 3 that year, I believe. And Philadelphia loses one of their few tradable first, but they add a lot of flexibility with 4 second-round picks. So, again, I think overall a pretty wise deal. Wizards, let's go back over to this now, too. Thank you, everyone who is watching over on YouTube and also on Twitch. I really appreciate you guys all a lot. Jared here says, weird how the top of the East hasn't made any moves yet. Milwaukee made a move, but yeah, the very top of the East has not yet. Nick PIV says, since you're doing a winners and losers column, it might be cool to hear what a team could do to get an A grade from you, like the Pelicans. I think New Orleans, honestly, would just be entering rebuild mode here now, trying to sell off everything and actually build a direction and build a team that makes sense. But definitely could be setting up another trade. Who says no here? I think I think the Jazz probably say no for now, honestly. But the Wizards traded 4 second-round picks. We'll see if it is a precursor to something more. Thank you guys for all tagging me and everything. Appreciate you guys a ton. Could the Wizards be stacking up first-round draft picks to trade for Durant? No, Caden, I don't think so. I think instead, what it is about accumulating higher quality assets. Wizards now have the following 2026 first round picks. So this is what they have. Their own. Let me go back over to my tracker here just to make sure I do everything correct here. This is top 8 protected. They have in addition to that, they have the least favorable of, they have 2 first round picks now in 2026. With the way I'm looking at this, they have the least favorable of Clippers, Rockets, Thunder. So it's probably not going to be a very good pick, but it's a first round pick nonetheless. Wizards have requested waivers. Yep. So they have waived Sidy Cissoko, essentially. Good team. They're a good team. Appreciate you guys all for watching. Thanks everyone for tuning in here today so far. Again, we are now at this point in time about 4 hours and 45 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline. We do have another trade. Okay. No, not another trade. There's more details in this trade, it looks like. Let's go over to Mark Stein. Here we go. More details in this trade. Again, we're trying to stay up to date on everything. I talked about Reggie Jackson as a possible salary dump earlier. Here's the deal. Sixers are trading Reggie Jackson to Washington with a future first-round pick for Jared Butler and 4 seconds. Jared Butler is a really good get on the margins here for Philadelphia, for the 76ers. Former first-round pick now has a chance to stick in Philly. Wizards move their heavy collection of 2s up to a first-round pick. Trade grades here. I'm going to give the Wizards an A- and the 76ers an A+. The least favorable of Rockets, Thunder. I keep forgetting the third team in this. Clippers. Least favorable of Rockets, Thunder, Clippers in 26 is probably like pick 22 or worse. So Philly moves down a bit in theory, gets a young player and significant second round draft pick. Capital. I am not enamored with the value here for Washington, but I do think this makes sense given how many twos the Wizards already had. I really like the trade deadline the Philadelphia 76ers have had, given all things considered. All things considered. Appreciate you guys. Again, the pick here is not going to be very good. Chase here sent a video of me. That's okay. Appreciate you guys all so much. Really hope you guys are all enjoying. The bookie here says, I like that Cam Johnson Claxton trade to the Hawks. Yep, we talked about that as a possibility. Luke here says, via Windhorse, there was a deal in place that would have sent Kevin Durant to the Golden State Warriors. Yep, KD ultimately did shut that down. Nick, again, thank you for the 5. Really do appreciate you. Sanic says, hey, Sheldon, when is the big trade wave today? We got our first one. We have our first one. So hopefully you guys are enjoying. Again, big news here with Mark Stein having some more updates on it. The overall trade here again, Sixers are trading Reggie Jackson to Washington with a future first-round pick for Jared Butler and 4 second-round picks. League sources tell the Stein line. I do think all in all this is pretty good. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Appreciate you guys a ton. Really do think this has been a home run for all things considered. Philly needs draft picks to get younger after this year. They have a whole bunch of them. I mean, they've done a good job in the margins too. Adem Bona was a really good second-round pick. Jared McCain was an awesome first-round pick. And then you look at Justin Edwards. I mean, the best UDFA signing out of everybody this past draft. So they've done really, really well for themselves. I've been very, very happy about this overall situation for these teams. So was Butler's second round pick Jared Butler draft? I thought he was a late first rounder. No, you're right. 40th overall. No, you're right. He was projected to be a late first rounder and then slid a little bit. Okay, yep. Thanks, Steven, for that. Former high second round pick. I'll update that there, but yeah, that's the news there. Grizzlies need to trade Markieff here, says BNXI Main. Again, we're getting really close to 4,000 followers over on Twitter. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Blue Giraffe says, what moves about the Pacers make? Heard fans wanting Cam Johnson. Is there a good move even with a highly successful? I think, again, waiting is the best deal. Nick here wants to know about Okongwu. This is a great question. Actually, I'm going to go over to this right now. Nick here wants to know about Okongwu and Claxton together. 48 minutes of good center play. Think Lively plus Gafford, but in ATL. Like this is like the value here. Like having good centers, having 48 minutes of good center play is really, really good. Mo Play here says, here's the full trade. Jared Butler, and 4 second-round picks for Wizards, Reggie Jackson, and a future first-round pick. So, all in all, I really do like this trade for Philly. Jared Butler's a solid player. Overall, very, very happy with this trade deadline so far. There's our first movement of the day. Obviously, really do appreciate you guys a ton. Let's go over here. We got a brand new super chat. Thank you, Joel, for the 5. He says, do you see the Clippers making a move? I do think the Clippers will do something today. They have Terrence Mann's contract to work with. They have a few different ways to operate. So we'll see how they go. Definitive says, I'm heading to work. Thanks for everything, Sheldon. See you on the post-deadline stream. Have a great day, everyone. Appreciate you guys all so very much. Really do appreciate you. Brian says, what did you think of Spurs starting Chris Paul over Castle last night? Don't like them taking Castle out of the starting lineup. Castle fits better with Fox. Agree. I do think Castle fits better long-term with Fox. I also don't mind it for this season. It kind of takes pressure off of Castle, and it kind of puts them in a spot where, I mean, one, Castle's going to play with Fox a lot anyway. Their rotations are more important than just the starting lineup. But I also think, like, benching Chris Paul in that situation, like, kind of sends a message, and I think that they were trying to avoid that message being sent. Almost 3,000 people watching live. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. I'm going to throw some confetti in here for you guys. Absolutely awesome. Appreciate you guys all being in here now. Again, what a crazy day here at the NBA trade deadline. I really do appreciate you guys a lot. Steven here says, can you do a Vucevic to Warriors trade? I heard it's still possible. It is. It would center something around, let me go to my share screen here and set up the trade machine. Vucevic to the Warriors, something like that would, again, given the contracts that Golden State traded last night, there's obviously been significant shifts. But with this in mind, Nikola Vucevic to Golden State, and the salaries that Golden State still has, Gary Payton II, Kevon Looney, and to make the money work here, this is where things get a little tight, though. They're going to have to send out a little bit more salary potentially. This will say it doesn't work, but remember, Kyle Anderson, we're just going to throw Kyle Anderson into this deal to show that it still works, okay? And we're just going to do, like, Taylor Horton-Tucker coming back just to make the money work in this deal. And again, in this, we would do some collection of second-round picks, whatever picks that they still have left from the deal last night for second-rounders. Something like this. Again, it's going to say failed because of the apron, but remember, the Warriors opened up some space against the apron last night. So I really do appreciate you guys all a ton. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out with us all day today. Remember, the trade deadline ends at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So I really do appreciate you guys a ton. Hopefully, you guys do consider going over to that Substack and becoming a free subscriber over there. And don't forget about the NBA trade deadline end date, which is 3 p.m. Eastern time today. Appreciate you guys all so much. Alan here says, would like this deal, but unfortunately our GM is the smartest man in the world. Probably a Brooklyn fan, it looks like. Yeah. We'll see what happens. But all in all, again, a huge trade last night. Specifically, the Hornets and Lakers deal was very significant. Dalton Connect on his way to appreciate you guys a ton. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in today so far. Almost 3,000 people watching live. Let's get some 3K hype when it happens. Okay, when we get to 3,000, everyone spam 3K. Knox here says, Sheldon, starting to think you might be AI with your lack of sleep and sunny disposition this early. I'm trying my best, Knox. I don't know. Do you need me to hold up like 10 fingers or something to prove I'm not AI? I don't even know. Maybe that's something AI would say. Maybe I am AI. No, I'm not the answer like Allen Iverson was. Yesh Vanilla says Chet is glass. I mean, he's been unlucky with some injuries early in his career, but last year he played all 82 games, so I don't know. Matthew says Suns get Cam, McHale, and Payne. Nets get Beal, 5 first-round picks. Knicks get D'Lo, Zaire, 2 first. Not going to happen here. Knicks aren't going to trade Mikal Bridges. Matthew. Demar's throwing in the W's. Milwaukee Card says I'll watch a bunch of ads for this stream. I appreciate it, but I've got the ads turned down for you guys. I've got the ads turned down, hopefully. So hopefully you're not getting a ton of ads today. Logan says, who do you think trades for Kevin Durant today or this offseason? No one today, and this offseason maybe Memphis. I don't know. I think a Durant trade makes a lot of sense for a couple of teams, but Roguestar says, just woke up and Sheldon's already streaming crazy. We've been live for 3 hours at this point already. You guys are spoiled. I've been going absolutely crazy. Luckily, we have had a trade. Remember the most recent trade here now. Shout out to Julio here. Shout out to you, my man. Appreciate you guys all watching, taking time out of your day to watch for the trade deadline, obviously. Crazy stuff going on. I really do appreciate you all a ton. Greenlight here says, I think Detroit should take a chance on a guy like Amani Bates as bench depth, bring him home for a future second. I would love to see Amani Bates go back to Detroit. He can really shoot the hell out of the basketball. That's his best skill. He's really, really good at that. Bulls Fanatic says, draft question, how many Baylor players besides VJ Edgecombe do you see getting drafted this year? That's a great question. Let me pull up their roster just so I don't forget anybody off the top of my head. But Jeremy Roach, maybe. Like he probably won't get drafted. He'll be like he'll be like a UDFA signing. When it comes to Omier, I mean, he's a senior. I just don't know, like, again, I don't know if he's going to get drafted. He's been really productive, though, for them this year. He leads them in points, rebounds, and blocks. So, like, there's a chance he is maybe a second-round pick. He's shooting only 29% from 3, though. Edgecombe will be a top 10 pick. Edgecombe probably ends up being a top 5 pick. Maybe even top 3, honestly. Edgecombe's awesome. So, Omier maybe. So maybe 1. But that's kind of my answer there for you. Brandon Ingram is willing to sign a multi-year deal with Toronto. Again, that's part of my concern, though, is they're going to pay him a lot of money, and I'm just not sure if that's going to work out super good. Jeremy here says, tomorrow is my birthday. Can you do a fun trade with Pacers? That would make sense, but probably won't happen. Jeremy, happy early birthday. Hopefully you do enjoy a fun trade for the Pacers. We will go do one for Cam Johnson. How about that? Cam Johnson is a fun possible trade option for them. Okay, let's go over here to the Pacers. Let's get them in the trade machine, and then we're going to go get Brooklyn. A player that I think would be really fun would be Cam Johnson for them. So Cam Johnson to the Pacers, and in return would do something like Obi Toppin, and we're going to try and get some more salary in there. Even Bennett, like, I mean, this is kind of a crazier trade, but something like this, Pacers, we need to cut a little bit of money. So this would be like whatever expiring player you want to include. Like Wiseman's contract might just get this done in here. We're within like it's just basically reroute a little bit of money, but this kind of deal would be somewhat fun. Although I don't know if the Pacers would be willing to do that. So if it's not Benedict Mathurin and it's not then going to be James Wiseman, you would maybe see something like Aaron Nesmith. But again, I just don't know if I love that. For Indiana, if you have to also give up draft capital. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream so far. A lot of fun today, obviously. Really do appreciate you guys. 2,750 people watching live right now. Let's go over to the most recent super chats. BTS is back. Thank you. Says, do the Kings make another move? First of all, BT is back. Appreciate you a ton. Sorry it took a couple minutes to get to your super chat. I was over there playing. And here we do the Kings make another move? I think that they possibly could, but they're not really pressured to because they have their trade exception going into next season as well. So great question. BT is back. Appreciate you a ton. And Kane, thank you for the 5. Says, it's trade deadline day, my 18th birthday, and Warriors looking to make another move. I love my life. Let's get some balloons in here. It's Kane's 18th birthday. I want to see some happy birthday, Kane messages in there. Appreciate you a ton, Kane. Been looking forward to wishing you a happy birthday all day long. I thought one of the first things I thought about this morning was I got to remember to wish Kane a happy birthday. Kane, I really do appreciate you a ton. Thank you for being in here. Jean-Pierre says a few teams will still have to waive players. Who do you think gets waived and becomes option for the Lakers? Ben Simmons would have been an interesting option if the Lakers weren't an apron team. Otherwise, you're looking at maybe finding a way at Torrey Craig or Chris Duarte. Those are some options, of course. Jean Paul, thank you for the follow. Jack, thank you for the follow. Nathan, appreciate you a ton. Jamarian Jones, appreciate you. CJ Strasser, Lapejna, thanks for the follow as well. I probably butchered that really bad. Christian, thank you for the follow. Tipster, appreciate you a ton as well. Ivan, thank you for the follow. And Quintavious, appreciate you guys all a ton. Look at that. We are 20 followers away from 4,000 followers over on Twitter. Appreciate you guys a ton. Also, go follow my personal if you haven't already. Some of you have already been following the Utility Sports one. Go follow my personal account too. I have almost 1,000 followers over there. So let's try and push to 1,000 on that one too. I know you guys can do it. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. Here we go, Chase. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Really do appreciate you a lot as well. Thanks for all of your guys' continued support. You guys are all absolute legends. Do you think Okoro or LeVert? LeVert, if Cleveland makes a move. So if the Cavs make a trade today, they're going to move Caris LeVert. Okay, that'll be the move. If a Cavaliers trade occurs, LeVert will probably be the one on the move, I would have to guess. But we'll see. Hopefully you guys do enjoy the content so far. Jay here says, do you think Suns make a move? If so, what? Yes, they'll trade Nurkic. They will trade Yusuf Nurkic. Lakers need a shooter now, says Bookmaster, after trading away Dalton Connect. They could definitely use one. Appreciate you guys all for the follows. You guys are absolutely killing it with the support. So thank you to JDK. Thank you to Cutter Easy. Appreciate you guys. Thank you to S. Reyes. Thank you to Palang Punyal for the follow. Dodgers Kings fan, thank you. KP3 Copacetic, appreciate you a ton for the follow. Angelo, as well as Jean Paul once again. So look at how close we are. 10 followers, essentially 11 followers away from hitting that mark that we're aiming for of 4,000 followers. Let's also check how we're doing on the subscription front here on YouTube. Over 31,200 subscribers on the channel. You guys are absolutely killing it. Really do appreciate you all a ton. We're climbing here, trying to get to 32,000 subs. That is the new goal. Brendan wants to know what time the deadline is. Like it says on the ticker there, February 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So 3 p.m. Eastern time today. Jared says, good morning. Let's get these trades in. Let's head back over to Twitter. I don't want to miss out on any news. If it comes flying in at us, we can't be late on trades today. We are watching for it. Here is some news. There was a deal in place that would have sent, again, Kevin Durant to Golden State. So this was reported earlier. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but here it is again. Jimmy Butler to Phoenix, Wiggins to Miami, but Durant stepped in to shut it down per Windhorst ESPN. Titans DFA says, what are a couple spots you could see Marvin Bagley go? Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Marvin Bagley is going to get rerouted at all today, if he's going to get traded anywhere, but we'll see. Remember the draft pick trade here. This also ended up featuring Jared Butler and Reggie Jackson as small salaries in the deal. Kuminga supposedly thought he was getting traded to the Suns in a deal for Kevin Durant. I will be back in just 1 second. I'm going to go fill up my water, and I'll be back in just a minute. All right, we're back. Thank you all so much for your patience. Had to go grab some water, but we are back trying to stay hydrated today. Chase, appreciate you. Says, love you over here all day. Can you shout out Mr. Hanley? Let's get some W's in the chat for Mr. Hanley, everyone, right now. Chase, again, thank you for the super chat. W, Mr. Hanley, appreciate you a ton. Thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Chase, really do appreciate you a ton. So thank you guys so much. Anonymous says Zion to the Celtics. Financially not really doable, but that would be insane if something like that materialized. I'm not trying to have that on the screen. Talks of Nikola Vucevic heading to Golden State aren't dead yet. Nikola Vucevic says, I don't expect much to happen by tomorrow. Despite Vuce saying this last night, the Warriors-Bulls talk hasn't fully died. I'm told 4.5 hours to go. So this is huge news. Significant news on Nikola Vucevic and his potential trade to the Bay Area. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying the stream. If you are, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe. We have 2,500 people watching live. Again, crazy stuff going on here. Thank you, Tomas Aquino and Nylander for letting me know right now, and also to it's Mudzuno for the comments over there. So appreciate you guys a ton. Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff. We are 9 followers away right now from 4,000 followers, which would be absolutely sweet. Jaeger says, did the Grizzlies or Celtics make a move? Nothing yet. today for either of those teams, but we are keeping our eyes on them, of course. A lot of crazy stuff can happen. Again, this news is huge news. Damos, thanks for the comment here. Appreciate you guys all a ton. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of news. David, thanks for the follow. Titans DFA, thank you for the follow. Joe, as well as JK, who we shouted out earlier. Thank you guys all so much for the follows. Again, super close to 4,000 followers over on Twitter. Wizards waving CD is kind of weird now. So part of this, Zach, they traded Jared Butler, who's on a two-way contract, for Reggie Jackson, who's on a standard contract. So it might have just been opening up a roster space for Reggie Jackson. That probably was a part of it because it happened right before the Reggie Jackson trade. Brock saying 5 hours remaining. We're now at about 4.5 hours. You guys can tell I'm a bit below. I have not eaten. I did not eat at all today. I didn't wake up in time to eat, honestly. I slept through my first couple of alarms, and then luckily woke up in time to shower, get ready and dressed and everything for the stream, and then get ready to go. So crazy day today. Appreciate you guys all a ton. J Cal says you think the Suns are going to make some more moves. Yeah, I think they're going to trade. I think they're going to trade Yusuf Nurkic and a draft pick ultimately. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Thanks all for the love and support and the follows. Nylander here says, thank God I found your channel last night. Glad you did. Really glad you did. Hooper here says, Rip Valley Sports. Yeah, they ended up going down after I left. Clearly, I was the reason, right? As soon as I left, the whole thing fell apart. But no, I'm just kidding. But that was something that made moving a little bit easier too. I was working at Valley as a video editor, and then also I was covering the Minnesota Timberwolves. So I was pretty much double booking myself in terms of work. That's funny. Johnny Applesauce. That's George Black. That's actually hilarious. That's the Pistons play-by-play guy for those who do not know. D. Damari here says, are you disappointed in any team so far? Just the Raptors a little bit, but the Clays here says, hope you're doing well. Sheldon, you killed it yesterday. Sorry I missed the last 10 streams you did. No worries, Clays. Glad you're in here, man. I know yesterday and last night and all the extra streams were crazy. Jimmy got traded. Brandon Ingram got traded. A lot of insane stuff. Playoff Book, thank you for the follow over on Twitter. Appreciate you a ton. Shout out to Michael. Thank you for the follow as well. OKC Thundered Up. Thank you. John Lewis, thanks for the follow. Josh, appreciate you a ton. Mighty Peanut, thank you for the follow, as well as Parker. Appreciate you a ton. We are one follower. Go be that 4,000th follower right now. One follower away from hitting 4,000 followers. Oh my goodness. Brandon says, thank God we didn't trade Duran, man. Fan base is done with him, but he's electric with Cade. His defense is getting better too. Yeah, he's still extremely young. I think you guys should be very happy you didn't trade him, especially for a 2031 first. I do think Connect would have been fun there in Detroit if you guys would have gotten him, but nonetheless, appreciate you guys a ton. Mattia, thank you for the follow, as well as Yankees Real Madrid. There we are. We hit our goal, everyone. 4,002 followers. Absolutely crazy. Again, we had that trade earlier, Hen City. Thank you. Second round picks, I do think, are actually useful. You can find good players with the second round picks for sure. Again, appreciate you guys all a ton. 4,012 followers. Look at that. Number is shooting up. Thank you to everyone who just recently followed. You guys are all absolute legends. So thank you all so much for the continued support over there. Showing your profiles off on stream right now. Dylan, thank you. Josh as well. Appreciate you, everyone in here that followed. You guys are all absolute legends. So thank you all guys so much. Again, I'm going to run through all of the super chats today so far to give shout outs. Brian King started us off even before I started streaming, had this super chat in there ready for us at 6:48 in the morning Eastern time. Brian King's an absolute legend. Thank you for the 20. Eric, thank you. Best in the North with not one, not two, but three strong super chats. Thank you a lot. Best in the North. Billy Bob with a good $2 super chat. Appreciate you. Definitive $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Eric, thank you as well for another $5 super chat here. Eddie with the $10 annual contribution from Eddie. Appreciate you a lot. Madden Rhino came in with a $20 super chat. Trox's Box with the $2. Union Grays here with the £5 super chat as well. Chris Brown with the $3 super chat. Brandon with the $5 super chat. James and Elias both with $2 super chats. Cool Kids with the $5 super chat. No Strays here says, W Stream Sheldon, keep up the good work with all the news. Appreciate that. Again, no strays. Maurice, thank you for the 5. Big J, thank you again for the 5. Spoonfed and Kevin, thank you both for the 2. Corey with the crazy $50 super chat. Fate with the 125 Philippine super chat. Cavi here with the $2 super chat. Thank you. Rendell with the 5. Spinning Wheezy and Brendan both with $2 super chats. Definitive. Setting our goal, by the way, today at 1,000. Jeremy Zielinski with a $100 super chat. Eric, thank you again. Definitive. Ronnie G with a huge super chat. Appreciate you guys. Again, just wanted to thank everybody. You guys all did fantastic. Honestly, just insane today, the super chats. Appreciate you, Nick, Joel, El Sombra, BT is back. Kane, again, happy birthday to you, man. John Pierre, appreciate you. And also Chase, thank you a ton for the super chat. I believe they can sense Zach technically traded him again. I'm pretty sure San Antonio can actually get Cissoko back. King Lime here says, can you apply for a GM position to the Suns? Getting my LinkedIn profile ready now. Hashtag new Suns GM. That's funny there. Appreciate you, King Lime, a ton. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Obviously, having a great time here. Thanks to everyone who is hitting that follow button over there. Luis, thank you again for your support as well. Would be really, really fun. A lot of crazy stuff. So would definitely be insane. But again, over 4,000 followers now over on Twitter. You guys are absolutely incredible. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Proletarium here says, can you show Philly's first round picks to see how that impacts their flexibility via Stepien? So Proletarium, this is a great question. We will go over to that. Importantly here, with this pick now actually does become tradable, I believe, for Washington. So this not reset. I think it's this color, yeah. So now the Wizards 2027 first becomes tradable. That is an important note from that. So I'm going to go tweet that out real quick. Wizards 2027 first is now tradable after acquiring another 2026 first. Important note from the Stepien rule. So that's the Wizards side of things. Let's go over now to, and for those who don't know, I made this entire sheet by myself here. Let's go over to Philly. They were already, so this pick right here, they were already limited, okay, because they already owed their pick with protections into 2026 and 2027. They were already at a spot where they couldn't really do much in terms of draft pick trade flexibility until this pick conveys. So, in fact, this trade doesn't really impact them negatively from a Stepien standpoint, Proletarium. So this is a great question. Hopefully you enjoy that answer here too. Obviously, it's an important topic of conversation here, but Wizards, I do think making this trade got some flexibility back. Twig here says Philly is likely going to trade those picks separately in smaller deals around the margins. Yeah, see, Twig, I completely agree with you here. Mason says, give Sheldon the MVP. He can't sustain his this lifestyle much longer. Going live all day, all week long is insane. Was live Saturday night, was live Sunday night, was live all day Monday for 7+ hours, was live all day Tuesday for 8+ hours, and then went live again Tuesday night. Was live all day Wednesday for 8 hours, and then went live again for 3 more hours, and then I went live again for another hour. If you do the math on that, you realize it's a lot of hours. There's a lot of hours that I put in this week, but I hope you guys have enjoyed all of it. Wake Up here says, get Cade some help. He's carrying a weak squad to 500. get him some help, but don't jeopardize your future ways of improving either. And I think that's the important thing here for the Pistons. The biggest thing is if Detroit can make sure that pick conveys this year to Minnesota, that's a huge win. It's a huge win for them long term, I think. Ice Trey here says, I can't tell you what will happen to the Suns. They will soon play in the Chinese League. I don't think so, Ice Trey, but funny nonetheless. Brian here says it's reportedly Warriors are eyeing Vucevic and Portis. We'll definitely have to keep our eyes on that, Brian, but thanks for throwing that in there. Timothy says Michael Winger is fixing the Wizards. He definitely is. Look at this asset of collection, this collection asset that he has. These overall assets he's got. Ton of assets, right? Ton of picks. He's got a lot of different stuff. He's done a really good job kind of filling the treasure chest here for Washington. Now, some of these second rounders are going to be going, 4 of them. We don't know which ones yet. If you guys do know which ones, if you let me see here. Does anyone, let me go back over to Twitter. Can someone link me the information on which second round picks Washington sent to Philly? Thanks in advance. Someone, if someone can find that for me, that would be super huge. I appreciate you guys all the time, but Michael Winger's doing a great job. Thing here says, do you think OKC should trade one of their first round picks this year for a second round pick for the future? Not for a second round pick in the future, but for a far out future first. Yes. Appreciate you guys a ton. A lot of great questions in here. Jamarian, Lakers fan, is here now. Appreciate you a ton. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. Obviously, I'm having a ton of fun here. I'm going to put the chat into subscriber only mode. So again, make sure you subscribe. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the content here overall. 2,700 awesome people live. Coco Mart wants to know about the Warriors. Vucevic is the big news that we're still waiting for here. Vucevic is the big news that we are waiting for. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Again, thank you to all of the awesome most recent followers. You guys have all been incredible this entire trade deadline long. So really do appreciate you guys a ton. Two clutch Corey here. The biggest thing is for Nurkic, the Suns will give up a pick to get off of him. I think that's the idea here. Reggie Jackson would be perfect in New York if he gets waived. Yeah, we'll see if Reggie Jackson ultimately hits the buyout market or not. He could also make sense in LA possibly. Either a reunion with the Clippers, which I'm going to tweet about now, but can Lakers get Neesmith? Probably not. Appreciate you guys. Monty, I'll take a look at that later. Thank you again, everyone. We're looking here for the news. I would love a Clippers reunion for Reggie Jackson if he gets bought out / waived. We'll see what happens here, obviously. Okay. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Great work here from Bobby Marks as well. Thank you, Zach, a ton. Appreciate you a lot for your help. But let's grab this. So, okay, we're gonna go over to the draft pick sheet here now. Okay, and you guys are gonna see me update this live. So, what the Wizards no longer have here is a 2027 second most favorable of Golden State Phoenix. Okay, so these ones right here. Okay. So, okay, so this is now less favorable of Suns Warriors. Is that, if I'm reading this right? So they didn't even really... Okay, so this is what happened here. Okay, so this Bulls pick moves here. So this now becomes more favorable in 2027 for Philly. So this is more favorable here. So they combined two of their picks into one asset, essentially. and one that could be pretty good for Philadelphia, honestly. 2028 second from Golden State. Okay. This must have been part of the deal last night too. Obviously the Wizards have been making a ton of trades, so okay, yeah. So that's the asset that was in last night's trade. Okay, so 2028 second rounder Warriors. That's updated now. 2030 second most favorable of Phoenix Portland. 2030 second most favorable of Phoenix Portland. Yep. Okay. So now they have less favorable of Suns Blazers. Let's move that out of the way here. So now okay, yeah, this is a really creative trade. What was that? That was 2030. More favorable. I have to change the color of this box here. That'll probably drive someone crazy. That's not the right color, but it's fine. Okay, and then for the last pick here for it's the 2030 second rounder. Okay, so this is now no longer this. It's gone. So we're going to go up here. This is the Wizards 2030 second rounder. So again, honestly, like the collection of assets here is quite good. Opens up extra moves down the road for sure. So hopefully you guys are enjoying. Again, 2,800 people watching live. Really do appreciate you guys. Stepping rule does not come into play here. Obviously, we talked about that. Appreciate you guys a lot. Tycoon here says this trade season has been wild. It actually has been. There's been a lot of crazy stuff. We're going to go back over to Twitter now. I don't understand why people are so low on Mark Williams, especially like a lot of NBA. And so I think it's really good. Here, Brett Siegel has something. Thank you, Paolo. Okay, yep. Okay, yep. So this is what we were just looking at here, which is what we had updated just now. So thank you, Paolo, for that. Kitty should just go back to the Thunder for Chet. No, OKC wouldn't do that. OKC would not do a trade involving Chet Holmgren at all. So interesting notes here. Obviously, the stepping rule changes things quite a bit. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed the content. Again, a lot of fun here. We've got 4 hours until the NBA trade deadline. A lot of crazy stuff going on here, guys. Really do appreciate each and every one of you, though, for all the continued support and everything that you guys are bringing here into the comment section, all that stuff. Steel City Reports wants to know about the Cavs. Supposedly interested in DeAndre Hunter. That's the rumors we have right now. Wizards most likely will attempt to reroute Reggie Jackson before this afternoon's deadline, per league source. If he's not rerouted before the deadline, the expectation is that the Wizards would waive him. Clippers, Lakers, Nuggets. Clippers, Lakers, Nuggets. Not the Rockets. Thunder, maybe. And then in the East, Bucks, Celtics. This has got Celtics written all over it, honestly. Bucks, Celtics are all realistic suitors. Come to mind immediately. Dumb Vegetable, thanks for taking that. Appreciate you guys. Can you possibly post a copy of this? POG kid. Yeah, so I couldn't find a way to effectively do that. What I'm going to do here, though, is I'm going to make a copy. Is there a way to lock? Okay. Yeah, this is what we're gonna do here. I am trying to set this up so you guys have the sheet here. Let's see if I can get this figured out. Click data. Okay, there we go. Okay, this is draft pick tracker. I'm sending the link for the copy of the draft pick tracker. There you guys go. Post it. I'm gonna post it over on Twitter here too now. Utility Sports draft pick tracker link. Use it to follow along with me. There we go. And that's just a copy. So messing with it is not going to do anything, by the way. So don't, if you're going to mess with it, just don't be lame. Okay. Just leave everything as is. Okay. But the one I shared was the copy. So hopefully you guys do enjoy. Obviously, I'm very much excited. Okay, I'm getting a heck of a lot of share requests. Let me make sure I can go into my settings here. Anyone with the link, done. There we go. It should try it once again. Okay. I'm getting a whole bunch of requests here. Try it again. Let me try hitting share again. Okay, there we go. Now people are coming in. Sweet. That's good. So you guys should be able to see it now. Should be open for you. Again, I think if you open this now, it should it should work. I think a lot of you are in now. We got at least 10 people in there already, which is good. So again, I'm going to send that link right here. Links coming in again into the comment section if you need it one more time. Couchin says I'm going to be busy all day updating my league on 2K. Oh yeah, you got to be active. Fixing the league there. Quality Dividend says think Pelicans make any more moves. Rerouting Bruce Brown or Kelly Olynyk. Those are the two things that come to mind first. I don't see anything huge. Hopefully you guys do enjoy using that draft pick tracker. Again, not everything is maybe perfectly up to date. There's been a lot of trades and moves, so we're trying our best. BT, thank you again. Says King's question, will we be able to keep winning post LaVine DeRozan, or will it be full rebuilding in a couple of years? It depends on how you guys go about operating. Post LaVine and post DeRozan are going to be two different timelines. Post DeRozan, who knows when post DeRozan comes? It might be in a year or two. Whereas LaVine, I think you're going to have LaVine there for 4 or 5 years. Sabonis is such a good player. He's such a floor raiser. I think you're not going to be full rebuild in a couple of years. I think you'll be a quality team for a little while. Even if you don't win a playoff series, you're still going to be solid. Dean92 here says, my Heat need a point guard. Who can we add? Well, first of all, Dean, thanks for the super chat. Really do appreciate you a ton. And thank you again to BT is back as well. But Dean, for Miami specifically, if you keep Kyle Anderson, he does a lot of playmaking, ball handling, a lot of stuff like that. So he might be extremely valuable. So in that regard, so I hope you guys can do enjoy. Appreciate you guys a ton. The draft pick tracker obviously is set up there for you guys. So a lot of work went into that, but I hope you guys do overall enjoy the overall work and everything that I put into that. So Utility Sports draft pick tracker link is all set up for you guys now. So again, if you need to use that, you can go find it over on my Twitter. Links in the description for that as well. Thank you again, guys, for hitting us up to 4,000 followers over on Twitter. You guys are all absolute legends. Appreciate you. Bam Adebayo is not going to get traded. Kawhi Leonard won't get traded probably. We need to all hit that like button. Let's see how many likes we're at right now. And the goal is for 3,000 likes today. We're at 1,076 right now. Everyone smash that like button. Again, the like goal today is 3,000 likes. Everyone go smash that like button right now. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. A lot of fun today. That we're having a ton of fun. Really, really great time here. Appreciate you, Easton Stanley. Appreciate you, Victoro, for following over there as well. What we're going to do now, let me go over here. Let me zoom in on this. Okay, there we go. Share screen. Here we go. Make sure we go everyone go hit the like button over here. We're at 1,076 likes right now. I want to update this and see that number skyrocket. Everyone go hit that like button right now. Look at that, up to 1,119. We can keep it rolling. Everyone smash that like button. Welcome everyone to the stream. Iceman says, Sheldon, can my Magic pick up Dennis Schroeder on waivers and somebody like Cam Johnson or Kobe White? Do we have the cap to make that work? Yes, you could. Maybe not waivers on Dennis Schroeder, but no one would claim him, so you could just outright sign him potentially. That would be kind of the pathway. This is hilarious. I gotta get on Twitter here to show you guys this. McMahon Samuel was that's a hilarious tweet. But appreciate you guys. Let's keep those likes growing and zooming forward. Let's go back over to Twitter here now, so you guys can see this tweet. It's an all-timer here. This is the Utah Jazz in every major trade, helping out. He's just standing there, not even touching the thing at all. Oh my goodness. This is actually hilarious. This is so funny. I'm going to hit repost on that. That's actually so funny. Oh my goodness. Hopefully, again, you guys do enjoy everything. Appreciate you guys a ton. Any possible trade for center GSW? Vooch. Again, I think Vucevic is the most likely landing spot is in Golden State. So that was a rap god moment. So Parker here says, could you see Milwaukee making bigger move to get a better third option? No, not at this point, Parker. I don't think that's going to be the case at this point in time. Appreciate you guys again trying to keep up on all the streams. Guys, this brother streamed 11 and a half hours yesterday. Show him the most love. Appreciate you, Mason. Mason is an absolute G. He's got an awesome TikTok account, by the way, where he does a lot of funny skits and everything. Let me see if I can go find the link for that. I'm going to copy that here now. I'm going to send this in. Go give him some love on TikTok. Link is in the description for that now. Make sure to go check it out. Mason is an absolute beast. One of my best friends in real life, too. He's a real one. Got some Darko Milicic hype in here, too. So shout out to Mason. Bill Hicks says, word is Marcus Smart is on the block. I'd love to see the Wolves get him. I think Marcus Smart to Detroit also could make some sense. Lester says we have a trade. I haven't seen any more trades since the last one. Rockets fans, if LaMelo Ball is available, are you trading for him? Probably not at this deadline. Not at this deadline. If I was Houston, I would not trade for LaMelo Ball right now. But the Pacers make a trade today, deciding to how locked in I should be. I really don't know. TBH. Indy is the hardest team for me to predict this year. Felt like being patient is the best, but come hop in anyway. Appreciate you guys. Obviously, a lot of fun here at the deadline today. We're having a great time. So you guys have absolutely killed it. Over 4,000 followers live. Appreciate you guys all a ton. J-Hub says almost 3 hours for 3 a.m. here in the Philippines. We are 4 hours away from 3 p.m. The NBA trade deadline is less than 4 hours away. comment your final predictions now. We'll show them on the live stream. So if you guys go comment your final predictions, I'm going to show them on the live stream. Okay, everyone go comment something. Again, this is just hilarious though. The Utah Jazz in every major trade. That's all time good, man. This is honestly so funny. Look at the guy. Oh my goodness, that's so good. Sam McMahon, thanks again for tagging me in that. That's all time funny. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Again, I want to see your guys' predictions. Everyone comment. Here we go. Nylander fan, or Nylander for Heart here says, Raptors do not move Chris Boucher. That is his prediction. Okay, I'm going to be smashing the like button on some of your predictions too. Can the Lakers dump salary to get under the apron? I mean, in theory they could, but I'm not sure where they would at this point in time. Mitchell Robinson to the Warriors by the end of the deadline. Definitely a crazy prediction there. Appreciate you guys a ton. Make sure to leave your predictions over there. Right now, I'm going to show them on the live stream. Timberwolves find a way to move Randall for Hunter. Interesting. Celtics move one of their top 5 players. Whoa. Would be insane if they did that. Mets lover, thanks for sending that one in there. Tuning in from Ireland, says Eoin Cleary. Huge Milwaukee fan. Do you think we do anything today? I'm going to say maybe Portis plus PC for something like Marcus Smart. Something in that kind of salary range, right? Something semi-sizable like that. We'll see. But appreciate you guys. Okay. Parker here. Yash says Warriors not making other moves. Same old story. Golden State Warriors trade for Vucevic. Here is what his prediction is. Blazers trade Grant. Nets don't move Johnson or Claxton. Definitely a realistic possibility here. Nets still have max cap space this offseason with both Clax and Cam on the roster. Could or will only trade them for good value returns. Definitely a possibility. That's definitely a real possibility there. I think the Clippers are done, sadly, but really want a ball handler bad. Probably going to move for Reggie Jackson if he's bought out, but that doesn't excite me a whole lot. Here we have news. The Heat and Suns held exploratory conversations yesterday on a Kevin Durant trade, but Phoenix asking price ended talks quickly. Yep. Here we go. We have another prediction. Let me go back over to the profile here so I can see all of the predictions. McCollum to Detroit, long shot, but willing it into existence. Derek, very good point. CJ McCollum to Detroit, I think, does actually make some sense. Not sure it's going to happen. Sixers trade Joel. The internet would burn down. The internet would collapse if Joel Embiid gets traded this trade deadline. I don't even think this is possible, by the way. Let me also, I'm pretty sure Embiid has a recently signed restriction, so he can't be traded. Restriction. So keep that in mind, but nonetheless, it's still fun to think about, right? Have fun talking about some of these possibilities. Mitch here says some of the new contracts Detroit has picked up along with draft capital. Substantial piece, perhaps a power forward. Okay. Cody Martin and Miles Bridges traded. Appreciate you guys all a ton for being in here. By the way, Phoenix caves in and trades Durant. That would be crazy. Zion gets moved and Embiid or Paul George gets moved. Okay. Rockets need to make a splash. Third in the West isn't looking safe anymore. Golden State Warriors will trade for a good shooter. Davion Mitchell to Miami or Golden State. We'll see Wizards make a trade for LaMelo Ball. That would be insane, Kevin, but would be crazy. Nuggets trade Michael Porter Jr., Grayson Allen to New York, Mitchell Robinson to Portland. Obviously, some financial difficulties with that, but would be interesting. Any chance big names can be traded? I mean, not really. You're great. Here's a picture of LeBron James to say thank you. Here we go. Convergence says thank you for the LeBron James. We got LeBron James on the stream. That's crazy. Appreciate you guys all a ton. My prediction is Thibault is traded to the Mavs. Would be interesting. Lakers acquire Patrick Mahomes. Embiid has only played half the games he's eligible for. Well, never mind then. I don't know. That's okay. Recently signed rules are lame anyway, so don't even worry about that. Sam, would Houston trade Cam Whitmore for Minot or nah? And the Detroit first? Probably not. I see the vision though. Sexton and Williams to Houston would be fun. I would like Sexton in Houston for sure. It would be a pretty good pickup for their season this year. My Bulls will do nothing. Once again, I will be disappointed. Anthony, I'm sorry to hear that. Bucket Getter says Mavs get creation. To my honest, it's Nico, so he'll probably go get a fifth center, but a man can help. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We hit 100 free subscribers over on the Substack, by the way. If you guys are not already subscribed over there for free, make sure to go do that. There's NBA articles all the time, a lot of different stuff coming out. It's a great place to be. Here were some of the big names available at the 2025 NBA trade deadline. Of course, Jimmy Butler ultimately did get traded to the Warriors. There's a recent piece on Aaron Wiggins, a recent piece on the LA Clippers as a dark horse team in the Western Conference. Of course, the trade deadline here shaking some things up, but really do appreciate you guys a lot. Here, BT is back, says Kings go get Sexton. That would be tough. They don't really have the financial components to do that. It'd be pretty difficult, BT, to get there because Sexton's contract's a little bit bigger than that traded player exception they have from the Kevin Huerter trade. But definitely would be interesting nonetheless. This is let's go back over to Twitter here. I just saw a funny one. Appreciate all of you guys as well for all of the support today. Danny Ainge loses his cell phone charger, forced to miss out on a trade where he could land more second round picks. This would be devastating. Or Ainge. B-Max, that's hilarious. Loses his cell phone charger, can't get on the phone. How long until the Bucks look to trade Giannis? Probably 2 years. I think Terry Rozier traded. I doubt it. I honestly doubt it because of the off the court stuff. Ain't to the Hornets would be a big shake up for sure. That's crazy. That would be an insane switch up. But appreciate you guys all for throwing your comments in there. Really do appreciate you guys a lot. Bobby Kai here says Cam Johnson to the Spurs. Would love this for San Antonio. Would absolutely love that for the Spurs. Would give them a lot of roster. Jesus comes back and has a 1v1 basketball match with Satan and wins. Of course Jesus would win. Jesus is my savior. Love Jesus. And I hope you guys as well do love Jesus. And if you don't right now, hopefully in the future you will. Ben Tate, thank you for the 2. Says Lonzo Ball to Golden State is my prediction. That was he just signed an extension, Ben, so he can't get traded. But thank you for the 2. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here, is so that I can help you guys understand what's possible, what's not. Mo wants my thoughts on this trade. Marcus Smart, Santi Aldama for Cam Johnson Portis. I would love Santi Aldama in Milwaukee. Cam to Memphis is fun too. Appreciate you guys a ton. Really do appreciate all of you for tuning in to the streams today. Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff going on. Live footage of Jimmy Butler and Money 23 Green in their first Warriors practice. I don't know how much of this I can show, but Yeah. John Tucker says Randall, Detroit first, second rounder for Robert Williams and Denny. I don't think Portland does that, but thank you for sharing your prediction with me. Appreciate you guys. Claxton to the Spurs. That's a fun prediction here. Jorge. David here says, can the Lakers get rid of Maxi Kleber contract to get under the first apron? In theory, yes. Just not sure who at this point could/would take him in a deal in practice. I'm just going to take out the in practice part. You might not understand what I mean, but there you go. That's a good question from David there. Does Dame get the Brad Beal treatment when the Bucks look to trade him this summer? No, Dame's contract's a bit better. Just because he's Damian Lillard, he's better than Bradley Beal. But all in all, like the Dame contract, I mean, it's just we'll see what happens. Y says, play the ads. I want to give you money. No, I'm trying to be super chill. Logan says, Sheldon sounds like an AI name. Masato here says, would you please put a countdown timer on screen so we can see when the trade deadline is or when it ends? It's just 3 p.m. Eastern time. It's 3 hours 45 minutes from right now when I'm saying this. So J Dog says, yo, I'm new. Go Lakers, but you think the Lakers are done after Mark Williams trade? I think the Lakers are very possibly done. Appreciate you guys. Again, I really do appreciate you guys too for all your patience. I know the comments are flowing in fast, and I'm not necessarily able to keep up with all of them, but I'm really, really appreciative of you guys being understanding and really supportive of me still. Obviously, stuff is just crazy right now, but we're doing our best to get through it all. We have almost 3,000 people watching live. Again, I really do appreciate you all so much. I'm having a ton of fun, and I hope you guys are all enjoying as well. Thanks, everyone, for watching right now. A lot of crazy stuff that can still happen today. So, no. There's not a way for them to get both Hunter and Cam Johnson. Do I think the Bucks move Lopez? No. I think Lopez is going to stay. But I don't know. I've been surprised before, so we'll see. I have been surprised before, so hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream here overall. Again, I really do appreciate you guys. Looks like a good number of you are able to view that spreadsheet here, which I love to see. So let me copy the link here again. I'm going to throw that spreadsheet link one more time in here. If you want to take a look at it, a gander at it, you'll be able to see everything that you need. So hopefully I appreciate you guys, or I do appreciate you guys. Hopefully you guys have appreciated the stream. Obviously my brain is on the brink of getting fried. Paul George is not getting traded. I think that's a good take here from Mitch. I definitely think he's right there with that. Paul George is not going to get traded either. No, I don't think Okoro gets traded. We'll see. Dennis Schroeder, yes. He has officially completed the Rainbow Challenge in terms of playing for every single color of the rainbow. Would be insane if they did. I don't think the Spurs will do that, but I like the bold predictions. The bold predictions are fun. Blue Stampede says 3-team trade: Warriors, Vucevic, Bucks, Draymond, Moses, 1 first rounder or 1 second rounder, Bulls, Portis, Pat, 2 second rounders. Interesting. I would not make that trade if I was Golden State, but we'll see what happens here. Him says, Wemby Muse, I wish they traded me to the Spurs. That's funny. Obviously not the exact lip reading there, but still funny nonetheless. Could the Spurs get away with the Cam Johnson trade without giving up any Atlanta draft capital? Probs not, but you never know. I mean, it's possible that they could do other draft capital instead, right? So this kind of trade plus first and some couple second rounders, I mean, this would make Minnesota a heck of a lot better. Cam Johnson would be awesome for Minnesota. Really hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Again, I really do appreciate you guys a lot. We had, of course, the big trade. Love seeing those happy birthday wishes come in to everybody as well. Lakers are still loaded with shooters. They have good shooters already. Reeves especially has really grown as a shooter from his time at Oklahoma as a prospect. Here we go. We have news. Brand new news. Let's go over to Mark Stein. I don't know why he's not popping up. Here we go. Mark Stein. The Cavaliers. Here it is. The Cavaliers have indeed ramped up their interest and background work on Atlanta's DeAndre Hunter, league sources say, making them a fascinating deadline day watch. Definitely interesting. We'll see. Jerson, thank you for the 100 here. Says I come here every year during trade deadline. It's a routine at this point. Thanks, mate. Appreciate you, Jerson. Let's get some confetti in here for you. Really do appreciate you a ton. Thank you all for the continued support and everything. Alex Rodriguez says, what is Nurkic's expected trade value? The Suns will have to give up a pick to trade him away. So that's kind of the big flaw there in the deal. Zion getting traded today? Probably not. Steinline here, yes. So this is the huge news here. Background work on Atlanta's DeAndre Hunter, making them a fascinating deadline day watch. Make sure you guys all smash that like button. We are at over 1,000 likes now. Of course, we are getting close to 1,300 likes, over 1,200 likes right now on the stream. You guys know what to do. Everyone go smash that like button if you are enjoying the content today. Really do appreciate you all a ton. Again, today has been a great day. A lot of fun so far on the channel today. And of course, I hope you guys are all enjoying the content here as well. A lot of fun covering the NBA. We're watching for all the news. We're going to stay up to date on everything that you need to possibly know. And again, the trade deadline here is an epic event. Tayo says, just subscribe. Appreciate you a ton, Tayo. I know I'm behind on the comments here, but you guys are all absolutely awesome. James says Sixers just traded Reggie Jackson. Yep, we covered that a little while ago. Again, I hope you guys do enjoy everything going on here today. Coco Mark says, do the Warriors trade for an all-star center? Not an all-star center, but Vucevic, who is a previous all-star center. Could be something to watch for sure. But a lot of fun to watch for. A lot of crazy stuff going on. Remember, the trade deadline is less than 4 hours away. We are 3 hours and 40 minutes away from the NBA trade deadline. Jamin here says, if the Celtics make a move, who do they trade for? I think they're more likely to sign someone like Torrey Craig in the buyout market this year. Again, appreciate all of you for the support. Go Fies is trying to say that I don't got water here. Trust me, it's water. I promise. Elijah says Golden State is so desperate not to let Curry go out sad this season. Obviously, they feel a commitment to try and win for him. Here Aaron's saying that. Jake Fisher, from my understanding, there's a pathway for Cleveland to both acquire DeAndre Hunter and achieve another goal of dipping under the luxury tax. This is huge news. That's really important. We're gonna go over to the trade machine and try and figure out what that looks like. Okay, we're gonna try and go over to the trade machine right now and figure out what that actual kind of deal looks like. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Let's go over to Cleveland and the deal with so Cleveland right now is $1.8 million above the tax right now. They're an over the tax team, as you can see right here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go over to the Atlanta Hawks, and the Hawks, who have $1.2 million in tax space. Let me double check that number quick. Yeah, so this is really interesting. This kind of gives us an idea on something here. I'm going to go back over to Twitter real quick, and then we'll come back to the trade machine to try and figure out what the deal is. Cleveland is $1.8 million over the tax. Atlanta is $1.2 million under the tax. You do the math. ATL won't be a tax team. 3-team trade in the works here. Again, this is where you can put pieces together if you understand where teams are at salary-wise, financially, that's you're going to have a significant advantage over everyone else when it comes to understanding what's happening. And again, OKC could be a team involved in this, very likely. Let's go back over to the trade screen here. Again, this could be Utah, could be Oklahoma City. I'm going to include Oklahoma City in this deal. The Thunder are just a smart team. They know how to get involved in deals. They did that with Daniel Tice the other day. It's very possible that we could see them involved in this. So again, Cleveland trying to shed $1.8 million. If you look at DeAndre Hunter, he makes 21.6. So now with this, we need to send out pretty significant money, at least $23.4 million in salary. So that's where we would get to Caris LeVert. He would go to Atlanta in this. And then with George Niang specifically, he would go to Oklahoma City here. This would get them below the tax. Now, it would leave them a roster player short, but that is a potential pathway here. Trading George Niang, salary-wise, these two salaries together is about $25 million, $25.1 million. That's probably the pathway. Otherwise, it would be a Coro maybe. I think if you're trading for DeAndre Hunter, though, Niang becomes the expendable player more so than a Coro. So with that in mind, I think what we're going to do here now is we're going to see. Otherwise, they could do like Jalen Tyson to Atlanta. What we're going to do is we're going to take Niang out. We're playing around with the ideas here. We need to shed 1.8 million extra, though. So right now, they're taking in 1.7. So we need to send out 3.3 million. And again, you're seeing some of the difficulties with that. It's hard to get to that money threshold. I think George Niang's inclusion in this deal is going to be pretty important. Okay, if they're going to get out of the tax. So Niang, and listen here, the Thunder have this exception. Oh my goodness, this is all making sense. Thunder would have tax space. I have a feeling Niang's going to be a Thunder. I think that legitimately makes a lot of sense. In this deal, we're going to send this pick to the Hawks. We're going to send this pick here to the Thunder. Jalen Tyson might not have to be involved. In fact, it's very possible he just isn't. I'm going to take my best guess here. I'm going to take my best guess at this trade. Appreciate you, Yash, for tagging me in this, by the way. Let's go back over it. So this is my thoughts on it. Again, a lot of news here. We're going to go over to our notifications here now. K-Dot here says, Brian Wright has held dialogues and conversations with Landry Fields as the Spurs look for their final pieces to this season's puzzle. Very interesting. We'll see if a trade between Atlanta and San Antonio comes to fruition or not. Here's a report. Warriors and Bulls remain in discussions on Niko Vucevic. Obviously, we've talked about that a bit already today. But I'm going to take my best guess. DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland. In this, Caris LeVert to Atlanta with a 2031 first round pick via Cleveland. George Niang to OKC. Mid-level exception and a second round pick. Thunder stay below the tax line narrowly. Cavs and Hawks stay below the tax. Cavs dip below the tax and improve. This is a trade that makes a lot of sense. I think this is my best guess on a trade. We'll see if I completely called it or not. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily have to be Oklahoma City. It could be any other team willing to use their exception to help out. But I think this is a deal that makes a ton of sense. It says Sam Presti written all over it, in my opinion. So again, it doesn't have to be Oklahoma City, but I think this is something that Sam Presti would definitely get involved with here. Hopefully, you guys do enjoy the content here today. Almost 3,000 people watching live. Right now, I'm having a ton of fun. Obviously, we are waiting on the DeAndre Hunter possibility of a trade. Will he get traded? Will he not? What does that all look like? Of course, the Raptors here are one of the teams to watch. Cavaliers are as well. So crazy stuff going on in the NBA. Cavaliers might be getting active here for DeAndre Hunter. But again, this is the deal specifically that I think makes a ton of sense. You put together the pieces, think about the salary cap, you think about the luxury tax, specifically the long-term flexibility for these teams. Appreciate you guys all a ton. You can let us know if I think Desumnu gets traded. At this point, honestly, not. I just don't really know if that's going to actually happen or not. So, again, a lot of crazy stuff. We are 3.5 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. It's been an absolute marathon. You guys are an absolute beast. Appreciate you all a ton. Really, really hope you guys have enjoyed so far. Jeremy here is telling his Rockets to wake up. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. J-Dog says, oh, yep, yo, I'm new. Appreciate you, my man. Again, don't spam. I'm trying to get through the comments, but obviously there's a long collection of them. Mr. Ridgecut says, do you expect the Wolves to trade Randall, and what could they get back? I ultimately don't. Okay. We do have a trade alert here. The Toronto Raptors have made a trade. Let's go over to, is that Shams? We have a trade here. Huge news. Well, not huge, but news. The Toronto Raptors are trading Davion Mitchell to the Miami Heat for PJ Tucker, a second-round pick, and cash. And Tucker's expiring contract for Davion Mitchell. Solid trade for both sides. Heat save about $4.6 million in salary and dip below the first apron with this move. So definitely no loss, no hard feelings here between Miami. Definitely no hard feelings here between Miami and Toronto after last night. The falling apart of the Kyle Anderson component of the trade. The two sides make a trade here now. Spinning Wheezy, thank you for the 2. Says Bucks sneak in for Okoro if Cavs get Hunter. I don't know if Okoro is going to get traded. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it could be Okoro, I guess. But appreciate you guys for tagging me again. Here is the news. Let me know what you guys think about the trade. Again, Tomas, you were completely correct in that. Appreciate you guys a ton. Nylander here says I'm heartbroken. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Yeah, needs to unpack the 1,000 pair of shoes. Yeah, he's been flying to every city here. But again, second round pick, cash, and Tucker's expiring contract for Davion Mitchell. Pretty important trade. One that with Davion Mitchell getting traded, definitely does give Miami a point of attack defender, a guard. That could make sense for the Heat as well. And then also for Toronto, they get a second-round asset for him. So cash and PJ Tucker. So there is the news there on the deal. Of course, a brand new trade here. Hopefully, you guys are all enjoying. Thank you all so much for watching. Jamel says, let's go Miami. Hopefully, you guys enjoy the trades. PJ Tucker has now been traded 3 times in the last 5 days. Yali King says, what is the chance that Portland goes all in? Very unlikely. Lance, thank you for following over on Twitter. Appreciate you guys. Where do I think Schroeder's going to land? We'll see. He might get rerouted today before the deadline even. That's definitely a possibility. So don't rule out that possibility. J-Dog here says, appreciate you in there. Jimmy Jam says, I'm the next Woj. I mean, we'll see. A lot of this is predictable stuff from the overall collection of salaries and everything. So We'll see what happens here with George Niang. I think Cleveland would like to keep him if they could, but if they're trying to get below the tax, that's a name that makes a ton of sense to potentially see getting traded. Now, he's shooting the ball 40% from three this year, but he's only playing 20 minutes a game. So is he expendable? Yes, and if you bring in DeAndre Hunter, that's probably where some of his minutes are already going to be going anyway. So a lot of crazy stuff in the NBA right now. Big trade here. It might not look like a huge trade, but it is, I think, a pretty important trade, all things considered. Really glad you guys are in here. Sandra says, I'm just joining. What are the Hawks going to do? We'll see. But Bobby Marks is saying that let's go over here. Appreciate you guys all for the follow. Appreciate you, Ethan, for the follow. Appreciate you, Emils, as well as Deo. Appreciate you a ton, Zach. Suzal, appreciate you, Hogney and Daniel. Thank you, Sir Luna, as well as Luke and Brandon. Thank you guys for the follows over there. But what Bobby Marks just tweeted, which I think is accurate, which is why I'm going to put it on here. I would expect the same thing. He says, I would expect this to be tied into the Jimmy Butler trade to Golden State. So this will be a part of the 5-team deal ultimately. Toronto gets roped back in as the 5th team in that 5-team deal. Kind of like what we had assumed was happening last night. Appreciate you guys. Almost 3,000 people watching right now. Go Joe, thank you for the follow, as well as Amir Han. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Again, we're pushing past the 4,000 follower mark quite well here. You guys are all absolute legends. Appreciate you a ton. Van Strife says, hardest worker, most informative NBA channel I found. Keep it up, bro. We all appreciate you. Thank you all so much. I really do hope you guys enjoy. One of the most important things to me, and this is what I bring this up throughout my content on YouTube and normal videos and other live streams and stuff. It's important for me to be accurate. And I bring up the times that I am accurate because I'm proud of that. I want to be accurate. That's one of the most important things. And I hope you guys feel like the information, the accuracy, the precision in my analysis and in my coverage and the detail is all very much up to par, because that is the most important thing to me. I think being super focused on accuracy and detail and precision is essential, especially around the NBA. You need to be accurate, you need to be precise, and you need to know what the heck is going on. So welcome everyone to the stream. If you're here wondering about the Davion Mitchell trade, I'm going to give my grades here on this one now. Trade grades. Raptors an A, and the Heat an A. Solid asset management here by the Raptors. Moving Mitchell makes sense given Shed's presence long term and the likelihood that Mitchell wouldn't stay in Toronto past this year. Heat, good cost grab for a former lottery pick who can really guard. This guy is, there's a reason his nickname is Off Night. If you're a Heat fan, you should be excited getting Davion Mitchell. He's a really fun get in this deal. I'm hearing that the Raptors may not be done quite yet with PJ Tucker in the second round pick they just got for Davion Mitchell. Toronto's been active in trade conversations and has explored opportunities to build on their new core with young, versatile talents. Okay, I'm looking for PJ Tucker this week. Here we are, PJ Tucker this week. There he goes. Oh my goodness. He continues to get routed over and over and over again. Appreciate you guys all so much. Everyone go smash the like button on this tweet. 3,000 people watching live. We got 3,000 people. Let's get some confetti in here and some lasers. Appreciate you guys a ton. Get those hype comments going now. I want everyone commenting 3K viewers live. Appreciate you all so very much. Again, really, really stoked and excited about what we've got going on here on the channel. If you're looking for the best ways to support me and support the channel here specifically, first of all, go be a part of this Discord. Link is right there for you. Go join the Discord. I'll leave that up there for a second. Maybe take a screenshot if you need it. But then also go check out the NBA Substack. The links are in the description. If you look down at the bottom on the ticker now, best ways to support me. First of all, subscribe to the channel. Leave a like on this stream. It lets me know I'm doing a good job. Otherwise, Substack, Twitter, Super Chats, the Discord links in the comment section as well. That is the place. Here, Greg saying Cavs are only $15 million below the second apron for next season with just 10 contracts. If they take on DeAndre Hunter and his $23 million for next year via trade, they'll almost certainly have to send back some combo of Strus, Okoro, Niang, or Wade, not just LeVert's expiring. So, I mean, I think that is questioning the other possible moves that a team can make. So I don't know about that. But Ryan here says 4 hours left till trade deadline. Kings need a point guard. Lakers need good bench players. And Warriors need a big that can support Looney. We'll see if the Warriors can get some more size there for sure. They definitely need to make an upgrade. Really solid trade for the Heat here, I think. And also just a solid one for Toronto, given everything that they had going on. So we'll keep our eyes on everything that's happening here. Do I think Davion starts? I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical of that, but I think he'll play. Again, hopefully you guys are enjoying. Obviously, PJ Tucker's been flying around. Appreciate you guys all so much for being in here in the streams. Ethan says, PJ Tucker back on the Raptors again. Yes, he's back. And the Heat do drop below the first apron, like I mentioned. Bobby Marks just now tweeting that out. I had also tweeted that a couple minutes ago. Edward says, sources tell me Giannis is getting traded for Fred. So I don't know what sources you got, Edward. Maybe those are some dark voodoo magic sources. But PJ Tucker has been traded a bunch. A lot of craziness. Ethan, Edward, thank you guys both for the super chats. Appreciate you guys a ton. I do not think Kevin Durant gets traded. At this point in time, I do not think KD gets traded. Matique wants to know what Dallas needs. I think shot creation, but it's just going to be hard to get that. It's going to be hard. We still have over 3 hours left until the NBA trade deadline. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Again, here's the news that the Raptors may not be done quite yet with PJ Tucker. We'll see what actually materializes here. Jimmy Butler and Davion Mitchell traded the same day. Yep. Obviously, thank you guys for taking me over there in some of these reports. Really do appreciate you guys. The Bulls and Magic have discussed a trade that would send Kobe White to Orlando per Ian Bagley. We talked about this earlier, but again, good to bring it up again. 3,000 people watching live. You guys deserve some confetti in here. Really do appreciate you all a ton. We started with some balloons, but then we went over to the confetti. There we go. But obviously, PJ Tucker flying around this week. He's having a great time here. Comes in and goes out. We'll see how many jerseys he gets retired from this week. Thank you to the super chat here from Mud Dog. Do you see a trade, maybe Conley or Finch firing, that will get my boy Dillingham into a starting lineup? Wish the Spurs would have kept him. Mud Dog, I do not think Finch will get fired. I think Finch is a quite good head coach. Not a perfect head coach, but a quite good one. And Mike Conley will not get traded. I would be pretty surprised by that. Like to see Minnesota get rid of Randall and a future first rounder for Sabonis. I just don't see that happening for Sacramento, Levi, but thanks for tweeting at me. Another interesting subject being talked about amongst league circles right now is that the Hornets need a center and could be involved in the Suns' efforts to unload Yusuf Nurkic. This is what I had talked about a little while ago. This is what I want to happen. I talked about this by Charlotte already own 2027 first via Miami and Dallas. now also 20, 30. This is a swap. And 2031 Lakers picks could walk out with some of the assets Phoenix got from Utah for a guy who has just 14 months left on his contract. This is really great work by Charlotte if they're able to get this done. So obviously we'll see what all happens here, but appreciate you guys all so much. There we go. Teams passing around Dennis Schroeder every trade deadline. That's funny. Diehard CB fans, we're looking to trade our entire team. I'm not going to play the volume on that. Don't know what he's saying, but I'm sure it is funny. Appreciate you guys a ton. Thanks for all your support right now watching here at Utility Sports. Again, make sure you guys do subscribe. I'm going to pull up the overall subscription number here. 3,162 people watching live. You guys have been absolutely awesome, and we're not even at the actual deadline yet. We are still hours away. That number is growing rather fast. We're pushing for 32,000 subscribers. Remember, the overall goal for the week was going to be to get to 30,000 subs. We are already over 31,000. So now the new goal is 32,000 subscribers. Let's see if we can get there today. All of you just take 1 second and subscribe. It'll update live here as you subscribe. See, look at that, updating live. So everyone go hit that subscribe button right now while I've got it up on the stream. Leave it up there for 1 more minute. So everyone go smash that like button. Runner Flash wants to know if there's any new trades. The most recent one was the Davion Mitchell trade. Here, Wake Up says, where are the trades? We just got one, luckily. Obviously, your guys' comments are a bit behind on the comments, but you guys are absolutely killing it. I wish Lakers could land LaMelo. I mean, you don't need LaMelo when you got Luka Doncic. Gravis here says, great job through all of this. Love the content. Did you actually get sleep? The ground is real. I mean, I slept for like 4 hours, so I was exhausted. When I woke up this morning, I felt like death. I was like, phew, today's gonna be a long day. But as soon as I get streaming, as soon as I have some awesome people watching and leaving great comments and everything, it becomes a quite fun day. So I've now feeling fantastic. Luca here is a huge Memphis Grizzlies fan. Says, the hell are the Grizzlies doing? This is typical Memphis Grizzlies fashion here. I had a bad voice crack there. You can tell my voice is going through it. The Grizzlies are just doing Memphis Grizzlies things. They value their own pieces a lot, and we'll see if they actually end up doing nothing. DC says the Hawks will do absolutely nothing. We'll see. We just hit 3,000 or 31,400 subscribers. So thanks to you guys a ton. Really do appreciate you all a lot. Let's pivot back over to Twitter so we don't miss out on any news. Of course, we are monitoring Twitter like a hawk. Okay. We are monitoring Twitter like crazy. So we'll see what actually happens here. Marlon, thanks for the follow over there, as well as Armando. Scottistic Barnes, appreciate you for the follow. LA Boy, thanks. Turkish Mamba, appreciate you. Damian, appreciate you a ton. Anthony Drake, thank you. Martine, thank you for the follow. DC, as well as Goat Joe. Appreciate you guys all so much for hitting that follow button. Over 4,000 followers now. Again, I'm having a great time here. Really enjoying the NBA trade deadline specifically. PJ Tucker posted this on Instagram, assuming he would be back in Miami. Funny. He is not back in Miami. He's now back in Toronto instead, and he might not even be back there. Oh, man, what a crazy, crazy situation here. This is PJ Tucker this week again. Really hope you guys are enjoying. Hi here says Lakers need a shooting guard. They definitely could use one now after trading Dalton Connect, but I think they're I think all things considered, they're pretty happy. Also, let's go to one thing here quick. Okay, nothing yet. Supposedly, Take-Two Interactive's having a thing today. So supposedly we were supposed to get GTA 6 news today. Didn't see any GTA 6 news yet, though. So maybe that's something we'll show off for a second or two if it pops up. Luka will sign an extension with LA in the summer after this year, and on the final year of LeBron's contract, he can get money off that. Definitely a possibility. We'll have to keep our eyes on everything that's going down, but the most recent news here in the NBA, Toronto Raptors are trading Davion Mitchell to the Miami Heat for PJ Tucker, a second-round pick, and cash. Brian wants to know any news on Spurs or Atlanta. It sounds like the Hawks are going to trade away DeAndre Hunter, so we'll see. We will see if something actually happens or not. Wake Up says, want to see the Pistons trade for John Collins. Argel says, shut up from Samar, Philippines. Appreciate you, Argel. Glad to have you in here today. Justin here says, Schroeder to the Magic makes too much sense. Germany Magic. Yeah, Schroeder to Orlando does make quite a bit of sense, honestly. Obviously, the German national team connection there would be a large part of why. Again, one of the best ways to support me here on the channel is to go be a free subscriber. Link is in the description for the Substack. Okay, the Substack, a lot of great articles over there. Big names available. Why the Clippers are maybe a dark horse team in the West. Fun piece on Aaron Wiggins here as the basketball savior, as he's affectionately called by Oklahoma City fans. So make sure you guys do go check that out. Again, link is in the description for that. Go subscribe for free. It's completely free to you, to that Substack. So Jamal Shed moves me. I love Jamal Shed. Jamal Shed's awesome. So I think having Jamal Shed play more is going to be really good. Agent 77 says, hey, new follower here. Glad to have you. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Really, really do. A lot of crazy stuff going on. I do not trust this source. I do not trust this source. I would hesitate on that quite a bit. But I appreciate you guys a ton. Having a lot of fun this week. Obviously, the trade deadline here is crazy. A lot of insane stuff going on. But over 3,000 people watching live right now. What I want to see now is I want to see some W's in the chat. I want to see those W chats flying in. Appreciate you guys a ton. W chat. I want to see W chat. Everyone spam W chat right now. Let's get those comments flying in. We got one here from Andres. Everyone getting hyped here. Appreciate you guys a ton as well. Thanks everyone for being in here. All in a day's work, Brian. All in a day's work. James here says, Common Maluwash, future Hornet. Appreciate you a ton, James, for being in here. Definitely could be something to watch for in future mock drafts on the channel, depending on where the Hornets are picking in the draft. Maybe they get Cooper Flag, though, first overall. You never know. Ricky here says, local news are reporting Kleber to the Spurs in a 3-team trade. Tag me over on Twitter if that's something you're seeing or not. Okay. Again, my best guess here for what happens with this DeAndre Hunter situation. DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland, Karis LeVert to Atlanta, 2031 first, George Niang. Brian, thank you so much. Gifted 1 Utility Sports membership. So someone just got a free membership to Utility Sports. Really appreciate you, Brian, a ton. Thank you, Brian, for gifting a membership to a lucky viewer. I'm excited to see who ended up getting that. If you guys know, comment below so I can see. Ryan says this guy really knows his stuff. Appreciate you, Ryan. Thanks for hopping in here today, man. I appreciate you a lot. Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff. Do I think the Pistons keep Lindy Waters? Yes. OKC, yes, I do. I think that they will keep Lindy Waters. Okay. That's where I'm at. But I appreciate you guys. K-Stack says, I need some breakfast. I do too. I haven't even eaten yet. Not sure what I'm going to get yet. John Lewis with the $1 super chat. Appreciate you, John, a ton. John, thanks for all your continued support. I know how much you've supported Utility Sports over the last few years, and I really do appreciate you for your Minnesota Timberwolves, man. I'm really hoping for the best for them. I really hope a Julius Randle trade materializes, but we'll see. I'm kind of pessimistic about that right now. Bamfit says, hey, bro, do you think OKC is set to win it all, or what else do you think they need on their roster? I would love more three-point shooting, like high-volume three-point shooting, especially not just like good three-point shooters, which they already have a lot of. I'm talking about guys who are absolute lasers, like going to shoot it a lot and going to make it a lot. That's what I would love to see them get, but I don't think they're going to make an aggressive a move like that, honestly. Jonah here says, anyway, Mavs can get Zion for cheap. And does that work with AD and Kyrie? I don't think Zion is going to be on the Mavericks radar at this trade deadline, to be honest with you, Jonah. Appreciate you guys. Be cruel here, says the Mavs. They may want to get off of LeVert and Niang. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking here, too. I'm trying to catch up on the comments, guys. You guys have been absolutely awesome here. Ultimately, I don't think this happens here. So, Hornets uniform tracker, thanks for tagging me, but I do not think that happens at this point in time. Appreciate you guys. Maybe love hate says Ron also borderline elite 3-point shooter at this point, which yeah, he's gotten a lot better as his career progresses as a 3-point shooter, which is insane. Hamaj says, should the Cavs or Thunder do something? I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It does seem like the Cavs are on the border of potentially doing something here, which would be a trade for DeAndre Hunter of the Atlanta Hawks. Hunter's having a career season for himself. Could see him get moved. Could cost a first-round pick. Cleveland has their 2031 first available. Atlanta could get incentivized pretty heavily with this. Again, you could also see this get routed into a multi-team trade here too. One that factors in the Brooklyn Nets into things here. So get ready for the Giannis for LeBron trade. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if Giannis or LeBron got traded right now? How insane would that be, huh? Welcome everyone to the stream. Again, I hope you guys all are enjoying. Over 3,000 people watching live. You guys are all tremendous. What a day. What a fun trade deadline. We've had a couple of moves so far. Obviously, the Davion Mitchell trade is one of the more notable ones at this point. We've also had a couple of draft pick trades. Let's go over to the let me see if I can set this up here. Thank you, Big Time John, again for the 2. He said match $25 in chats by 12 Eastern, $50 if Randall's traded. You guys heard this. So John is going to match $25 in chats by 12 Eastern time. So in the next 5 minutes, every chat up to $25 is going to get matched by John. So or up to $25 total, it seems like. So, John, thank you for that. Tyler here with the 10 says, appreciate all the hard work you put in. Keep it up, Sheldon. Tyler, appreciate you a ton for the 10. John, again, thank you for your 2 and trying to get this community rocking and rolling as well. You guys are awesome. What a fun community it is. Again, link is in the description for the Discord if you're looking for a place to be. That's a great place overall. Again, the trade deadline is crazy. We got a lot of crazy stuff going on right now in the NBA trade deadline. I hope you guys are enjoying the content here. Tyler, huge thank you to you. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tyler here and some W's in the chat for John. Okay, make sure you spell John right. It's no H in there. W John and W Tyler. Let's get some hype in the chat for both of them. They definitely deserve it. And I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you for noticing my hard work. Thank you for noticing my passion. And thank you for supporting me in my passion. You guys are absolute home run hitters. You guys are absolutely epic and awesome. So appreciate you a ton. Maybe Love Hate comes in with the $5 super chat as well. Thank you so much, Maybe Love Hate. Let's get some W's in the chat for MLH. Maybe Love Hate. Appreciate you a ton, my man. Thanks for all your support this week as well. And appreciate you being in the streams all week long like you have been. You're an absolute legend. So thank you so much. Blake Murphy here says the second the Raptors are receiving is the Lakers 2026 second plus cash. Not sure the amount yet. Okay, so let's we go over to our tracker here, our draft pick tracker. We are going to update this. So it's the second round pick from the Lakers, and this is from Miami. So let's see. This is probably part of what the Warriors gave up, if I had to guess. Put on to the Warriors. Yeah, this is part of the issue with the overall picks that have been getting moved is we don't have reporting on some of these second round picks yet. But it sounds like the Raptors are receiving the Lakers second. So that's fine. We're gonna go over to Toronto here. Make sure that everything here is right. Where are the Raptors at? 2026 Lakers second round pick this year. So that's a quick update there. Lakers 2026 second rounder is in that deal. Remember the the Raptors did have this first from Indiana, but unfortunately now they do not have that after trading it to New Orleans. Again, appreciate you guys all a ton, but that is important to note. Thank you, Tomas, for tagging me. Bobby Portis will be a Grizzly and Smart will be a Buck. Definitely could be a fun prediction there. Mike A. Scotto here, Houston Rockets guard from the Boston Celtics, along with 2030 second round pick and protected 2027 second round pick in exchange for a protected 2031 second round pick. So from the Rockets, this is going to be ode to Boston. Protected. We don't know the protections on that yet, but now the Celtics have a 2031 Rockets pick protected in here. And then we also in this deal now know that a 2027 second rounder came from Boston, which is that one is top 55 protected, which is basically it's a fake second round pick, ultimately, is what it looks like. So, so that is what leaves Boston now at that point. 2027 second round pick now goes out the door to Houston here, in what is not going to probably convey. Ultimately, it's probably a nothing pick. But thank you for taking me in that, Yash. Really do appreciate you. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Again, we're going to watch for all the news that we need to see and watch for moving forward. Appreciate you guys all so much for all of your support and love and everything that you guys have been doing here. Again, huge thanks to some of the most recent super chats. Tyler here, and also maybe Love Hate for the $15 super chats. It is now noon Eastern time. We are 3 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. 3 hours remain before the NBA trade deadline. So we are having a lot of stuff go crazy here. Again, welcome everyone to the stream. Hopefully you all are enjoying. Again, crazy what we've got going on here. Appreciate all of the super chats. Appreciate all of the continued love and support from you guys. Let's take a quick little peek back at our subscription monitor. Doing really good. We are gaining a lot of subscribers here again today, so you guys are absolutely killing it. Again, the goal is 32,000 today. I definitely think we can hit that with 3,000 people watching live right now. We are going to keep our eyes on it. Appreciate you guys a ton. A lot of people like the trade for Donovan Mitchell. Not everyone does, but a lot of people do. PJ Tucker bounced around everywhere. I do think Mitchell is a solid pickup for Miami, especially at the price point. Just 1 second round pick, and they also got off of PJ Tucker and got below the first apron. So it was a pretty smart trade all in all, saving money and opening up a lot of flexibility by getting out of the apron as well. So we'll see if Miami has another move in them to get out of the tax completely. But here we are, Brian K with a 20. Brian, appreciate you. Appreciate you a ton, Brian. Let's get some confetti in here for you. Brian knows his basketball. Brian is really passionate about hoops, just like I am. Him and I have some really spirited debates sometimes, some really fun conversations, and I love it. I really do love it. He's extremely active in the Discord. Links the way. Go join in there. But Brian, I really do appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I hope you guys are all enjoying the trade deadline live streams. A lot of fun in here. A lot of conversation about the NBA and especially just basketball in general. We're talking about where are players ending up, where are they going, what are the trades looking like. Just a tremendous time. So, Brian, thank you so much. Jeremy here says, huge win for the Heat here. Save a bunch of money for a second-round pick. Small move, but big win for Miami. I completely agree here, Jeremy. And I think for Toronto, too, you can understand why they would make that deal, the Davion Mitchell trade specifically, because of their likelihood of not keeping Davion past this year anyway. And helping a team out like Miami ends up working out pretty well for both sides here. The last 1 hour might be crazy, though. No BS. Honestly, Tomer Azerly, really nice guy, by the way. These are sweet. Here are the All-Star Game jerseys. Wow. Absolutely awesome. Appreciate Tomer Azerly. Actually used to work with Tomer at Clutch Points. Really, really nice guy. Really do appreciate him a ton. I mean, there's been trades today. There have been trades. There's been salary dumps. There's not been a ton of crazy exciting ones, but there's been news. So we're going to keep our eyes on everything. Again, the most recent trade that is of note is the trade here reported by Shams Charania, trading Davion Mitchell to the Miami Heat for PJ Tucker, second round pick, and cash. Paranormal says I'm as fast as Shams. I try my best. I hope you guys understand, I'm doing a lot of the stuff that Bobby Marks is tweeting out. I'm doing this on the fly while monitoring a chat, while trying to run a stream, and I'm doing it off the top of my head. So John here says subscribe and hit that like for the NBA guru. Sheldon at Utility Sports. Appreciate you, John. Everyone smash that like button right now. I'm going to see how many likes we're at on the stream here. We are getting closer to 1,400 likes. Let me put that up on the stream to this number here. That way you guys can all see it live here. Let me put this up on the stream. Appreciate you all again for stopping in today. Having a lot of fun streaming. Here we are. 1,377 likes here. Get to 1,400. 23 people just need to smash that like button. And a huge W. John Lewis says, desperate to donate the other $25 for a Randall trade. T-Wolves need to step it up to keep pace with OKC, Houston, San Antonio, and the Lakers. John, appreciate you. Let's get some W's in the chat for John for doing that donation match like he promised. John, you're an absolute W. Really appreciate you a ton, man. You guys have been nothing short of outstanding today for me. The love for the content, the support, everything like that is really, really, really much appreciated. So huge thank you, John. Love seeing these W's fly in for you. And we got a W chat in here. So you guys are absolutely awesome. What is the best trade the Lakers can still pull off at this point? Maybe one for Chris Boucher of the Toronto Raptors. We're going to keep our eyes on everything here. Yep, Heat dropped below the first apron like I had tweeted a little bit ago before Bobby Marks there, but Bobby does a great job as well. Again, let's get those likes up right now. I'm going to refresh the stream here. Over 1,400 likes. You guys are absolutely killing it, just like I asked for. Great job, everyone. And remember to show some love to your fellow members in chat here, too. Again, I want to share a huge thanks to Tyler for the super chat. I want to share a huge thanks to Maybe Love Hate. I want to share a huge thanks for Brian K as well as John Lewis. Appreciate you guys a ton. Really, really do appreciate you guys a whole lot. So thank you all so much. I mean, it's about asset management. I mean, again, you're going to have to pay. There's a salary cap. That's the reason that this matters. But again, thank you all so much for 3,000 viewers. You guys are all absolutely awesome. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. And remember the Raptors in this too. They got Davion Mitchell for free basically in the offseason from Sacramento. So Paul Martin says, just woke up. Have I missed anything? Just this Davion Mitchell trade, not Donovan Mitchell. That would be insane. But that's not going to happen. Just a Davion Mitchell trade. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying the stream right now. I think these All-Star jerseys are pretty sweet looking. I'm not going to lie. Pretty cool collection of All-Star jerseys. Great job from Tomer here. Really, really great work from him. So really glad to have him showing those off. Great job by him. And remember, we are nearing the NBA trade deadline, less than 3 hours away right now. Appreciate you guys. D-World says, "Sup, Monster, I'm back." Good morning. Some news from the Clippers. What do you think will be or can be the best moves for us? Again, I think using Terrence Mann's contract, but I'm just not certain that they're going to be actually active doing that. So I think that's the big thing here, honestly. MJ says anytime Warriors will make a move for a center. Nothing definitive yet. Again, we are sitting here patiently waiting here on a potential trade for the Warriors and everything that has that to deal with. Julian here says, could Masai be stacking these middle-of-the-road contracts for a big offseason move? I mean, the issue is you're going to need a team that wants those middle-of-the-road contracts. And then it's just like it kind of feels weird because you're trying to reverse engineer the trades you already made where you traded OG Anunoby, who's a good, really great player, for those middle-of-the-road contracts. So it's just the whole thing's a little bit weird. But It's interesting. Saneth here says, watching from India, what is the best trade the Lakers can still pull? Saneth, hopefully you were able to get your question answered. Hopefully you were still in here when I answered it a little bit ago. Kyler said, would love that Niang trade for OKC. Need another shooter. Our rotation would be absurd. Yes, it would. It would be really good for Oklahoma City. Really good for Oklahoma City if they pulled that off. Now, I could see Cleveland not wanting to include OKC in that kind of deal either. So we'll see what happens. The Cadillac says Dallas could use a Luka type of player. Yeah, honestly, they could. Remember, guys, do not spam because I'm going to get through the comments. I'm trying my best here. Isabel says grades for LA and Charlotte. For LA, I gave an A. Charlotte, I gave an A. I think there's big risk for both teams here. But I think all in all, it ended up being a pretty fair trade and one that I think does make sense for both teams long term, depending on a variety of different outcomes. It's, there's risk for Charlotte if Mark Williams ends up being healthy and awesome. The Lakers win the trade. If Mark Williams ends up not being healthy and awesome, the Hornets probably win the trade. So that's my thoughts on that. Rango says, has there been a team that hasn't made any trades, picks, or players? And let me take a look. So far, Cleveland hasn't. OKC has made a trade. Boston's made a trade. New York's made a trade. Indiana has not. So the only teams to not make trades so far, Cleveland, Indiana, the Magic have not. The Hawks haven't. That's it in the East. 4 teams in the East. And then in the West, Memphis has not. Denver has not. The Clippers made a trade. The Wolves have not. Otherwise, pretty much every other team has made a trade besides not Portland. Portland has not made a trade either. So only a few teams have not made a trade in the NBA yet this year. Vooch to Golden State Warriors not dead apparently. They are not dead yet. So this is per Casey Johnson, who does a really great job as a Bulls insider. Honestly, really incredible work from him. Says, despite Vooch saying this last night, the Warriors Bulls talk hasn't fully died, I'm told. KC, you're the man. Keep up the great work. Gotta love the work that these other reporters are putting in. Obviously, makes my life a lot easier today, having some sources, some news on everything. Shout out to Fanspo, by the way. They've been doing a great job getting back to me, supporting me during these streams. I've been using their trade machine a ton. So shout out to Fanspo. Appreciate them a lot as well for their continued efforts and support this week with some stuff when necessary. But Dylan here says the Bucks have to make a move, right? Lopez isn't going to hold up in the playoffs, and Portis isn't a great defender. I think the Bucks feel like getting. I feel like the Bucks landing Kyle Kuzma was their big addition. So Josh says, I like your videos. Appreciate you guys. That's another big thing right here. But I want everyone to realize, like, I don't go live every single day, every day of the year. I have videos all the time, like 250 to 300 videos a year. Okay. Go watch those videos. When they come out, there's great stuff in those videos. If you like what you're seeing in the streams, this kind of content is in those videos, okay? My basketball analysis, my breakdowns, my understanding of the CBA, my second apron, everything like that. All the stuff I've been talking about over the last 4 or 5 days is in every video, basically. So make sure to stay tuned for that. Spoonfed, thank you for the 2. He says, you'd imagine Minnesota wants to drop out of the second apron. I do think that they would like to, but the issue with that is actually finding a way to do it. And when it comes to the apron specifically, Minnesota right now is $16.12 million over the apron. So they'd have to find a way to dump salary, and it's really, really challenging. Dark Knight here says, you cover every team too, which no one on YouTube can do. I appreciate you for that as well. That's the biggest thing. No matter who you're a fan of, there's going to be content on the channel catered to you. Playoff coverage. There'll be playoff series breakdowns. There'll be playoff series analysis. There will be, NBA draft content for people who are curious. Okay, who could my team draft? For people who are looking at, potential signings, teams with free agency cap space. I'll talk about that. Every single team in the league gets covered here consistently all the time. Way better than ESPN in that way. So Rotoxo, thanks for being in the Twitch chat today. Says Kevin Durant trade incoming. No, I ultimately do not think Kevin Durant will be traded. I do not believe Kevin Durant will be traded ultimately. Appreciate you guys all so much for watching today, obviously. I have a fun little cat here with me. He's being a little bit difficult. He wanted to mess with my computer here, but he's a good little boy for the most part. Reese, say hi to the stream. He's waving to you guys. Appreciate you guys all so much for watching. Reese, just sit in my lap, please, buddy. He's being quite difficult, but he's obviously excited for the trade deadline as well. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Really do appreciate you all so much. Oxymoron here says thanks for the updates and more power. Watching from the Philippines. Appreciate you, Oxymoron. Trying to get through today. Today is the day of the trade deadline. Reminder, we will be live through the trade deadline, which is the 3 p.m. Eastern time cutoff. And remember, the trade deadline winners and losers video will come out today as well, probably within the first hour after the stream ends. So stay tuned for all of that. I really hope you guys are enjoying. Isabel says, still can't believe Ainge didn't give LA Kessler on a platter. I think it's good for, I'm sure Danny Ainge isn't super happy with the Lakers right now, given how the Luka trade went down and all that. But I hope you guys are enjoying. Having a lot of fun today. Luke says, very glad you still call it Twitter instead of X. I just can't not call it Twitter. I don't know. Water here says, should the Spurs go for Wendell Carter Jr. or Goga Bitadze? So Wendell Carter Jr. cannot be traded. He's got a recently signed restriction through April, so he's not trade eligible. Goga Bitadze would be really good for the Spurs, but I don't think that they are going to be willing to trade him, just so you guys are aware. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Really do appreciate you guys all a ton. Let's go over here to some more news. Lakers' new projected lineup: Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, Dorian Finney-Smith, LeBron James, and Mark Williams. That is quite a good starting lineup, in my opinion. Obviously, Luka Doncic is the core headliner there. This is a parody account. This is a parody account here. So we'll see if this actually happens. But this is not a real account. Okay, so we'll see what actually happens. But this is Sharm Sharania, which is really lame. I don't know why people do that. I just don't get it. But some people don't have anything better to do. So we can't blame them, I guess. Hopefully you guys all are enjoying. These are the new All-Star jerseys this year, for those who are wondering. And again, PJ Tucker potentially could be getting traded again today. So a lot of insane stuff going on. Really do appreciate you guys. We're in the calm before the storm. Less than 3 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. Cadillac says, would be so funny if he ends up going somewhere else to play with a superstar. We'll see what happens. Kobe White is a Magic. We'll see if Kobe ends up there. George here says, Mathurin plus Turner plus unprotected 2029 first for Risa Shea and a Kongwu. Indiana would not do that. Indiana would not make that trade. Cano says, do you think the Sixers are done trading for today? Possibly. I mean, they have more second-round picks, though, so they could go make some moves. But I think the picks that they got being future picks makes me think that they're saving it for flexibility going into next year. So Gremlin says, I freaking love Keldon, but would trade him for Hunter or Kongwu right now. Yeah, Keldon, I mean, Keldon's a fun player, but love seeing those W's fly in for W chat. Appreciate you guys a ton. Cleveland in a second rounder for Josh Green. Lakers would have to send out more salary. There'd also have to be like Christian Wood in that for sure. Love seeing, a W. We got a W like this. That's crazy. That's awesome. We got 2 V's here making a W. Okay, I see how people are throwing this together. Gravis here says, great hard work. Love this content. Appreciate you guys. Brendan says, W Sheldon, W Utility Sports. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. Again, I hope you are enjoying the content here a lot. And reminder, we've got a lot of breakdowns on the channel. Okay, there's a lot of content. Okay, that's what I'm going to show off now. I want you guys to all enjoy and realize all the content we've got over there. We've got content on the Milwaukee Bucks trading for Jericho Sims. That's a video that came out last night. We have Washington Wizards trade for Jonas Valanciunas. I did a film study on Max Christie's Dallas Mavericks debut and 2025 NBA mock draft. Here were some trade deadline predictions, a bunch of trade deadline predictions this week. Of course, my reaction to the Luka Doncic trade. Again, just absolutely insane. New Orleans Pelicans trade here. Every NBA team's best trade asset. That's a 43-minute video talking about every single team in the NBA. Milwaukee Bucks trade deadline predictions. Portland Trailblazers trade guide. Kings open to trading De'Aaron Fox. My reaction to that. Obviously, just a ton of stuff. This is all content over the last month or so. I had an NBA 2K series going. I'm going to continue this. Some of you might be really excited to hear that. I will be continuing that series here going forward very, very soon. So, again, I kind of had to put it on the back burner for the week of the NBA trade deadline and getting content ready for this. But I hope you guys do overall really enjoy the content. And I'm very, very thankful for all of you. And I hope you guys are able to check this out. This one, you guys really might like this. Some of you were calling me the Phoenix Suns future GM here. Some of you really might like this because I rebuild Phoenix, okay? I've got 4 episodes, so there's about 3 hours of content already there for you to watch. Appreciate you, Brendan. Appreciate you all so very much. I love seeing those W's fly in a ton. Cadillacs. Oh, it was Cadillacs. W's for Cadillacs. He was the member that got the lucky gifted membership from Brian. So huge W's there for him. That's awesome to see. Really, really great. Scotty Barnes, thanks for sending that. Very interesting. We'll see how all of this goes, but appreciate you guys a lot. Obviously, we have less than 3 hours until the NBA trade deadline. I really do appreciate you all a ton. Here we are back over on Twitter, waiting for the big news, but really do appreciate you guys. Let's get those W's for Cadillacs in there. That's awesome. Really do appreciate that. Distinct here saying W utility. Cadillac says, thanks, Brian. Didn't realize I got it at first. That's so awesome. I'm so happy. Brian, again, thank you for gifting a membership to someone. Obviously, it gives them a great opportunity to feel that membership vibe life. I believe last year or maybe the year before, you had gifted a membership that I think Elizabeth had gotten. She's a big Magic fan, I'm pretty sure. And then Tyler here, $2. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I wish Spurs waited a year to try and trade for Ja. I kind of understand that, but at the same time, you never know if Ja's actually going to become available. Who knows? Maybe the Grizzlies win the title this year. We'll see. We'll see what happens, but obviously a lot of crazy stuff. Here's PJ Tucker this whole entire week. In and out he goes. Appreciate you guys. Yep, Chet Holmgren is back, Ryan. Chet Holmgren is, in fact, back. I'm trying to catch up here on the chats. Leo here says, I'm hearing the Spurs inquired on Goga and Wendell. So Wendell is not trade eligible, but Goga is. Soul Collector says, breaking 76ers trade Kyle Lowry for a Buffalo Wild Wings gift card. Boy, does Buffalo Wild Wings sound good right now. I'm not going to lie. My goodness, I could go for some Buffalo Wild Wings right now. I am starving. I have not eaten any food all day long, but here I am. Terry says, I missed the Dalton Connect trade. Anything going on with Utah? The Jazz are looking for second-round picks. Here's a funny meme, Terry, that you might have missed earlier if you didn't see it, but this is the Jazz in every major trade right now. They're helping out in trades, and AKA they're just getting the best end of the deal. They're getting free picks. They're getting young players. They're getting okay pieces in Dennis Schroeder. It's all insane, honestly. So, honestly, crazy. Okay, we have a trade. Milwaukee is trading Patrick Baldwin Jr. and cash to San Antonio. Bucks open up space to potentially add the buyout market. Torrey, Craig, Khris, Duarte are a few names to watch. Maybe Dennis Schroeder. We'll see if Schroeder becomes available. But that is an important trade. Milwaukee is trading Patrick Baldwin Jr. and cash to San Antonio. So the Spurs get a former first-round pick here in Patrick Baldwin Jr., a player who I was not very high on myself, but nonetheless a player who was formerly drafted in the first round, has some size, and can shoot. To Carrie Lee here with a funny message saying Mavs and Ozempic partner for New Jersey patch starting next season. That's going to be the Lakers. If Luka Doncic gets slim and has a six-pack next year, that's going to be the Jersey patch partner. Blockhead, welcome to the stream. Says I have some questions. I'll answer them if I can see them. Spice Creations, glad to hear that. Very, very happy to hear that. Most important thing in life. Steve Malpractice says y'all need to let go of Middleton. He's starting in Washington. Gremlin, appreciate you. I have not watched Sam's podcast. But what I do note, I haven't watched much of Sam's content, so I don't really know. But what I see from Sam on Twitter, he seems very smart. Everything that I see from him, a lot of it I agree with. Not everything, of course, but a lot of it I understand the idea here. So, again, I appreciate you guys all tagging me over here. I wonder if we can get Utility Sports trending on Twitter. Spurs probably didn't give up anything. I think the Spurs had a trade exception to use here. Yes, definitely a possibility here too. Big Al, thank you. Great point here. Thank you, Big Al, for tweeting that. He's a Bucks fan. Rollins is definitely a guy who could make some sense here. I think this is it's a small trade. It's one that people aren't going to say is crazy huge. Shout out to Alex Burns as well. He is on my writing team here at Utility Sports. Really do appreciate him. He does a great job covering the Milwaukee Bucks and also knows a lot about the NBA too. But like I was saying here, this is a trade that makes a lot of sense for San Antonio. You get cash. Hans says, bro, you're like a class valedictorian, which also is a basketball nerd. I appreciate you, man. I mean, I did okay in school. I did okay on my ACT. What happens is you get out of school, you graduate college, and you realize, oh, my ACT score didn't matter. None of this stuff actually matters. Now, if you're in high school, listen to me, you should try really hard for those things because it does matter for you immediately in your moment because you're trying to get to college, you're trying to do that stuff. So don't take that as an excuse to slack off and not work hard. But I did well in school, but you get to real life and you realize that it's a little bit different than that. But I appreciate you guys all tagging me in the news here. Thank you a ton for all of your guys' support. Team's tripling Steph while Kuminga and Butler. I'm not going to read the rest of that. Oh, my goodness. Dennis is less. So Dennis makes less than the NT MLE, and Milwaukee isn't a second apron team. So this is an important distinction here for Jeremy here. One, Dennis makes less than the non-taxpayer mid-level, which means he can sign with whoever if he gets bought out. And then also Milwaukee is not a second apron team either. So that's important to note. Aquino here, Cavaliers and Hawks remain engaged. So this is breaking news. Cavaliers and Hawks remain engaged in trade talks on a DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland trade. League sources tell Jake Fisher and me with the teams attempting to build out a trade construction with both teams stay under the luxury tax. Again, like I promised over an hour ago, a 3-team trade is essential here for those plans, for those goals, right? So hopefully you guys are enjoying the content. Clips going here says Bulls update, please. We don't have anything definitive on the Bulls right now. It's again waiting for a Vucevic trade. But again, here's the latest. Cavaliers and Hawks remain engaged on a DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland deal, with the teams attempting to build out a trade construction in which both teams stay below the tax, which again is super essential news. The most recent trade here was a trade between the San Antonio Spurs and the Milwaukee Bucks, with Patrick Baldwin Jr. being the salary dumped player. in the deal. Let's go ahead and update here. This is our NBA trade tracker. We'll see if everything's getting updated. So here's the official deal here now for Jaden Springer. 2031 second. Rockets get Jaden Springer. Celtics also get a traded player exception here. Although they might not be able to really use it because of this situation. Spinning Wheezy says Sheldon and Bobby Marks would be the greatest NBA podcast in the world. Bobby's awesome. Bobby does a really good job on his work. So John says ESPN hire Sheldon as the NBA trade machine guru right now. Give this man a contract. Appreciate you guys a ton. Z says, my bad if you already talked about this, but is Vooch in play for the Warriors? Yes, he is. He definitely is still in play. Again, really appreciate all of you guys a ton for your continued support. Remember, the Kings got Jonas Valanciunas. Tice got traded to Oklahoma City, ultimately for cash. The Mavs got Caleb Martin for Quentin Grimes and a second-round pick, which I thought was not a fantastic trade, but for Dallas, but it is a trade nonetheless. So that's the deal. Those were some of the deals that have been officially completed and reported. Adrian here says, do you think Lakers drop down below the first apron to try and get a good buyout player like Bruce Brown? That's another possible avenue, right? But it's kind of hard for salaries to dump. Like, it would have to be Gabe Vincent probably. So we'll see. Yes, Wiggins and Love are both now teammates in Miami. So, OKC only had the room exception, so the deal would have to include Ousmane Dieng. Let's go over to OKC here. From what I see, they have the non-tax mid-level. So, I don't know. From what I see, they have the non-tax mid-level. So, I don't think they signed anybody to it this year. They're a non-tax team. So, I'm like 99% certain that would still work. But, I don't know. We'll see. Brian knows a lot about his Thunder, so maybe, but we'll see. Appreciate you guys a ton. Again, trying to catch up on these comments. I'm about 25 minutes behind or so. Richard C says Bucks disappoint as usual. Or Richard C says that. Richard, appreciate you a ton. Hopefully you guys all are enjoying, again, the content here at Utility Sports. John does not like the jerseys. It's funny. Some people are saying they're fire. Some people are saying horrible. Jason says the red one goes hard. I like the red one too. Jitesh, thank you for the 5, says love the work here. Thoughts on a potential Mavs trade? Kobe White for Najee and Dwight goes to the Raptors. Can you spin up this mock trade? Jitesh, appreciate you. I will spin that mock trade up for you in a second here. Again, this would be indexing on Dallas, looking to add a little bit more shooting and shot creation. So we will get the Dallas Mavericks in here. We will go grab the Toronto Raptors in this example, and we will go get Kobe White from the Chicago Bulls. So in this deal, it would be essentially Najee Marshall to Chicago. We'll send Kobe White to the Mavericks. And now again here, like if you're going to do Dwight Powell, like we could just do Dwight Powell straight up here. Like we don't have to do, we don't even have to include Toronto. Dwight Powell to Chicago is fine. Financially now, when it comes to this deal, if there was a little bit more salary, even we could make it work so that they get out of the first apron. But like this kind of framework, financially is going to say it doesn't work because of the hard cap. But again, the Mavericks here, what's missing from this is the which doesn't even really make sense because they're sending out more salary than they're taking in. But we'll include Exum here, just to make the deal go through. Honestly, this is like a trade where I don't know. Like I think Najee Marshall is a really good player. I think Najee Marshall is an extremely valuable piece to a good team. Like as your 7th guy, 8th guy off the bench, like does a little bit of everything really well. So I think for Dallas giving up Najee Marshall here, I don't know. You're sacrificing a player who is a good 2-way player but you do get shot creation here with Kobe White. So appreciate you, Jitesh, again. Thank you so much for the 5. Brendan says they're decent All-Star jerseys. Definitely seen worse. Yeah, we've seen some worse All-Star jerseys in years past. That's for sure. Again, we're keeping our eyes on all of the news. We're trying to watch for everything. We'll see what actually happens here in the deals to come yet as well. Obviously, we've got some time yet. Are we sure about this? Oh yeah, no, actually he's right. He's right. Dennis Schroeder does make yeah, no, he's right. Yeah, Schroeder makes 13. Yes, you're right. Let me delete this. I was wrong here. I thought for some reason I was thinking Schroeder made 11. I don't know why I thought that. Yes, you're right. I mistook Dennis Schroeder's contract. But nonetheless, Milwaukee's still not a second apron team, but the rules do apply here. Ryan says, wait, how will the 3 teams thing work? It's like games to 25 or something, I think. To be honest, I don't really love the All-Star game that much, so not usually a fan of All-Star jerseys, but those are excellent. Yeah, I like these All-Star jerseys quite a bit. I appreciate you guys a ton. Really hope you are enjoying. Love seeing these W's fly in for the chat and for John. We got Jason here saying John's the king. He definitely is. He's been absolutely awesome today. Jay wants to know about Maxi Kleber for Khris Boucher. That's still definitely a possibility. Now, I'm not sure if the Raptors will do that or not because it commits extra salary to them long term. We'll see, but definitely could be an option. Distinct throwing in a W chat here. John Piner says going to get crazy at about 2 p.m. Can't wait. Hope Wizards trade these vets for capital. So we are less than 2.5 hours away at this point of the NBA trade deadline. So a lot of stuff going on. Again, some of the biggest news, I think the one thing that we really have to watch for, Cavaliers and Hawks remain engaged in trade talks on DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland deal. League sources tell at Jake L. Fisher and me. The team's attempting to build out a trade construction in which both stay under the luxury tax. Appreciate you guys all so much. Thanks everyone for being in there. Emily says that she just hit the like button on the video. You guys got to make sure to all go smash that like button right now. We are at, oh, this is perfect. Let me pull this up. Right now we have, let me get this on the screen for you guys. 3,000 people watching live right now, okay? 3,000 people watching live, and we have only 1,496 likes. We could double this number right now if everyone just went and hit the like button. Just go real quick. Everyone smash that like button. Get us to at least 1,500 likes. Appreciate you all so much. Casey here with the 5. Thank you, Casey. Says, what do you think? Cavs get Hunter and Duop Breath. Atlanta gets Karis LeVert, Dean Wade, and Cavs first in 2031. And Atlanta second in 25 from Portland. Jalen Tyson to Portland. I wouldn't hate Portland jumping in for Jalen Tyson. Now, I do think ultimately Cleveland will not trade Dean Wade. I would be very surprised if Cleveland traded Dean Wade away because he's a good, solid player for them that kind of fills a variety of roles and needs. But again, make sure you guys go hit that like button over there on the section. Look at that. We are 1 like away from 1,600 likes. Come on, get that number up. You guys can do it. Everyone smash that like button right now if you are excited for the NBA trade deadline. We are watching for more news. I think 2 so far, maybe, or 3 so far, maybe, yes. We're watching though. We'll see what happens. We have 2.5 more hours. Of course, a lot of crazy stuff to go down yet. So really excited, really happy with everything going on here. What are all the trades today so far? How many trades have we had? We've had the Raptors Davion Mitchell trade. That's 1. We've had the Sixers trade. We've had the Sixers Wizards trade. That's 2. For 3, what's number 3? Have we had 2 trades or have we had 3? Let me go to Shams. What has Shams said? So we had the that was last night. Last night. One. Is it just 2 trades today? I mean, am I losing my mind? I thought we had 3. Let me click in here. Might just be 2. Oh no, and Patrick Baldwin. Yeah, we've had 3. Patrick Baldwin's the 3rd trade. I'm losing my mind. We've had 3 trades today so far. Remember, my over-under was at 15.5. So we're going to need a lot of trades yet here. But I appreciate you guys a ton. Hopefully, more trades are going to come flying in. So stay tuned, okay? There's a lot of stuff happening right now. Boogie Cousins believes Giannis could leave Milwaukee if things don't work out. I mean, yeah, ultimately at some point maybe, but that won't be this trade deadline thing. So I don't want to give that too much air. Milwaukee fans have to deal with that too much already. So Garrett says he's got 2 cats. Can Reese play center for the Hornets? Probably. He's got a huge vertical. Monty says, basketball savant, you are the real deal. And we miss you here in Minnesota to get all this information. You are the real deal. Appreciate you, man, Amani. Moved away from Minnesota. I do miss it a little bit, but I also love the warm weather with where I'm at now. So I'm not missing the snow on the ground. That's one thing. Just landed in OKC, so late to this pure cap space rental here. Yeah, I mean, most likely Chris Boucher. Okay, so we're watching Chris Boucher. So we have 3 deals so far. 3 trades so far. We have Davion. We have the Patrick Baldwin Jr. trade, and we have the what is it? Reggie Jackson for whatever trade coming from Washington. Jared Butler, which isn't nothing. Jared Butler is actually an interesting young player, but hopefully he can stay healthy. ABT here says, Bobby Marks and the Brandon Ingram trade. Either you can re-sign him or you could look to flip him again in the offseason because you have his bird rights and you can send him off in a sign-and trade. One of the better free agents. The thing is, look at what sign-and trade get you. You're not going to get a first-round pick probably, which means you rented him and then traded him for way less, which again doesn't make sense probably. So I don't know. NS Slot says, I appreciate your in-depth knowledge of the NBA. I appreciate you guys. Work really hard for it. So I'm glad you guys do enjoy it. Obviously, it's not something that comes together super easily or anything like that, but it takes a lot of work, time, and effort. So I hope you guys do appreciate it. Troy says, if we get to $600, we can pay for Sheldon's flight too. Let's help this man. He's getting paid like $10 an hour for his coverage right now. Let's do something special for this man. Troy, I appreciate you a ton. Make sure you guys do hit that like button and also subscribe to the channel for more content moving forward. Remember, I do have more content, more videos coming out, including today. We are going to be covering the NBA trade deadline winners and losers. I'm also going to be covering debuts. So when Luka Doncic makes his debut with the LA Lakers, video will come out almost immediately after that. So make sure you guys stay tuned for everything there. Game with Weezer says, thoughts on Memphis? Do they move smart? Who might be on their radar? I think the Grizzlies probably don't make a huge move on it. Like, I kind of have felt like they should, but I don't know. We just haven't had it. We haven't had a lot of rumors or noise around Memphis either. They would be like a really fun, low-key team to watch for with considering Vucevic, but I'm not sure. Not sure if anything's actually going to materialize there this week. Again, hopefully you guys are enjoying. Amadou says, do I think Kevin Durant's going to get traded? No, I do not. Ultimately, Goga would be great for San Antonio. Goga Bitadze is one of the more underrated players nationally. He's a very good player. But like Dark Reaper saying here, is I don't think he'll get traded. Sage wants to know if I think the Clippers are done. Very possibly. They have Terrence Mann's contract, but that's a really good trade to make. But ultimately, I'm not sure if there's going to be something getting done here or not. My cat Reese is jumping up on my computer again. I'll be back in just 1 second. I'm still here though, so I'm still talking. Just hang with me here. All right, I am back. Appreciate you guys all so much. Thank you. Matt, thank you for the 5. Says, what's the chance of Bobby, Brooke, or Pat being traded? Could the Bucks get Cam Johnson? I just don't think Milwaukee's going to have a real shot at Cam Johnson. Now, they do have their 2031 first-round pick as a potential option, but we'll see if anything actually materializes there or not. Thank you, everyone, for tuning into the stream so far. Really do appreciate you guys a lot. Juan says Magic to get Dennis and White. Jazz don't want him. Join up with Team Germany in Orlando. Dennis would be fun in Orlando for sure with the other Germans there, the Wagner brothers, of course. Jimmy says, why trade if number 1 pick? Tino says, I'm going to unsubscribe to all the other NBA media channels. You're the only one I need. I mean, if you want to do that, I appreciate that. I appreciate all your guys' support a ton. Why have the Bulls not traded Vucevic yet? Because they are working hard. Jimmy saying, because I'm working my tail off here. I am working extremely hard, but I appreciate you guys a ton. You guys are absolutely awesome. Here we go. Thank you, Tomas, for taking me in that. Thank you, Icy Demp over here. Keep an eye on the Pistons here. Detroit hasn't completed their other agreed-to moves yet because they're preserving cap space until they don't need it anymore. Okay, so Keith Smith here saying the Pistons are a possible team. Sean Wright here again. Sean Wright, I don't really trust as a source, so I'm going to be patient on that one. But this one right here I think is a big deal. This one specifically. Keep an eye on the Pistons here. Detroit hasn't completed their agreed-to moves, so they're preserving cap space until they don't need it anymore. So keep that in mind. Obviously, a lot can still change here, but we will see what comes to fruition and what ultimately happens. A lot of stuff could be going on here now. We're going to go over to Bobby Marks here quick. Appreciate you guys a ton. Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff going on. But here they are talking about the Lakers starting lineup of LeBron, Luka, Reeves, Finney Smith, and Mark Williams, which looks like a pretty darn good starting lineup in my opinion. It's 5 pretty good players. Dorian, of course, being probably the weakest link, but he is a 3-and-D guy, so he fits in. According to we'll see if this loads. I don't know why. Appreciate you guys a ton. A lot of different stuff going on here, but like I said, this is probably going to be some form of 3-team trade involved here, where we're going to start getting some movement. I think there's a lot of lock right now. There's a lot of things that are trying to get figured out between these teams. But everyone's working hard right now. The GMs are working hard. I'm working hard. You guys are having a great time, hopefully. We're going to have some big trades. Is this daily fantasy? David, I do not. I do not do daily. I don't do I do a dynasty fantasy league for basketball, which has been going pretty well. And then I have I just watch a lot. I don't do a lot of betting or anything like that. AJ says, any news on the Nuggets? I can see them trying to swing a deal for one of the Jazz guards. We'll see. This is NBA Centel. It's NBA Centel. So I'm not gonna show off Centel on the stream too much, but some of Centel's stuff is pretty funny. So again, I appreciate you guys a lot. Lincoln, you're not the only one in the chat who works a job. So I don't know why. I don't understand why some people do this. Like, they have to minimize everyone else's role in society. Like Lincoln, me working hard. Like yesterday, I streamed for 13 hours. My voice is absolutely cooked. I'm sure you had a hard day yesterday too, and a hard day today. Okay, I'm not going to try and minimize what you do. I don't understand why people do that. It just doesn't make any sense. Gabriel says, keep up the good work. Do you think the Raptors are done? Appreciate you, Gabe. Glad to have you in here. And for Toronto, I don't think they're necessarily done yet. They still have Boucher. So Boucher is a guy to watch for this for moving forward. So appreciate you guys a lot. Kashka here says trade. Yep, we're watching for all the trades. A Timberwolves fan, welcome to the stream. He says, yo, glad to have you guys in here. Milwaukee Card says he does this part-time. Lincoln, stop the hate. I mean, I work pretty hard for this. I put a lot of hours in. Building your own brand out of nothing is hard. It's very hard, but I've worked really hard with it. I hope at some point it leads me to an NBA front office or an NBA job in general. I've been around the NBA. I covered the Timberwolves. I was in locker rooms last year around teams. I loved it. The one thing that made me disappointed the entire year was that I was not working for the team. I was just covering the team. And, I feel like I'm meant to work for an NBA team. I feel like I'm meant to work in basketball. So that's what I want to do in my life. So that's what I really appreciate. Lazar here says, hello, guys. Regrets from Serbia. Can I ask about my guy, Bogdanovic? Any rumors for trade? Bogdanovic, we don't know no idea what's going to happen with Bogdanovic. I'll be back in 1 second here. I do have to, I'll just be back in 1 minute. All right, thank you all for your patience. Really appreciate you guys. Ben wants to know if I collect basketball cards. I have a bunch of old ones. I have not been collecting as of late at all. But over here to Brett Siegel says, scratch that. Other smaller contracts being discussed and possibly being unloaded to a third team. Yeah, I figured it was not going to be a Coro. I just did not think it was going to be a Coro in a deal. We'll see. We'll see how it kind of builds out. There's a lot of possibilities here for a possible trade. Angie here says if Schroeder is bought out, he cannot sign with an apron team. Yeah, I had forgot how much. I thought Schroeder made 11. He makes 13. So. Appreciate Razan for being in the stream here. Berto Cruz says, let's go Lakers. Grant says, Middleton will be the mature force that Kuzma couldn't be this year. Kuzma was a basketball black hole, just like Carmelo. Yeah, Damos, thank you for correcting me over on Twitter, by the way, for that. I appreciate it. Jonesy says, I like it. Low risk, high reward move. Brandon here says, hey, Gremlin, leave Bryce alone. He's a great co-host. And a D1 player, dude knows what he's talking about. I mean, I haven't watched any of Sam's podcasts, so I don't know. I didn't even know the guy's name, to be honest with you, but I do appreciate you guys a lot. I would love to go on a podcast with Sam at some point, so maybe you guys should tag him and let him know. Daniel, thank you so much for the 2. He says, if you're the Magic GM, what would you do? I would be really looking at Anthony Simons. I think Anthony Simons in the right situation could be a really, really great offensive go-to player. So, Daniel, that's what I would be looking at. I would be trying to use that Magic or the Nuggets first-round pick this year, and some salary to go make a push. Now, thing is, I'm a little concerned about Banchero. He hasn't played well. His son's coming back from injury, and I do have just some concerns about him before the injury, even as a player. But Orlando would have been a fun team to see get Luka. Orlando getting Luka would have been insane, in a really good way. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here ultimately. Mel says Sheldon the basketball savage. Appreciate you guys. Mike says, does San Antonio keep Patrick Baldwin Jr. with the trade for whatever they get along with him? I mean, they got cash, so they could either keep him or decide to waive him. I mean, either way, like the trade makes sense for in either situation, I think. So I really hope you guys do enjoy the stream so far. If you have enjoyed, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe for more NBA content as well. Again, you guys are absolutely killing it. We are at 1,700 likes on the stream here. Okay, here we go. We have an update on the deal here. Let me go back over to Twitter and go over to Mark Stein. There is an update to a trade here. Let's see what it is. The Sixers are now sending an additional 2030 second-round pick to Dallas as an amended aspect of Philadelphia's trade earlier this week. Deal maybe looks a small bit better for Dallas now. Interesting. Okay, well, great reporting here from Mark Stein. Obviously, finding some of those intricate details. When it comes to the draft pick tracker, the Mavericks, or the 76ers, excuse me, now they have a couple of second-round picks. So they have 3 second-round picks, so we don't know which one it is exactly. But appreciate you guys. Thanks for tagging me over here. At Mark Stein, do we know which second round pick it is? I'm curious if we know which second round pick it is, because there's the Sixers have 3 of them. But I appreciate you guys for that is crazy. That's not quite the thing, but he can definitely protect the rim. So deal maybe looks a small bit better now for Dallas. We don't know exactly what pick it is. Tyler here says, thank you, Sheldon. Love finding someone who is so in tune with the aprons and taxes. Of course, this year you guys have no idea. With the new CBA, I was like so worried coming in this year. I was like, what is going to happen? And as you can tell, like the first year with them, there's been a couple times where I've made some mistakes about knowing the exact salary a player makes who's right on the fringe of the mid-level exception, like the Schroeder thing. So I'm going to beat myself up over that. I'm mad that I made that mistake. But the aprons and taxes were a whole new world this year for everybody. I've worked really, really hard to memorize all the stuff that I could with them, and there's a lot of stuff. So Hall Oates here says Cavs are maybe looking to add a small contract or 2 in order to open up a little room for the buyout market. I mean, possibly. That it depends on who they end up moving in this kind of deal. But Carter here says Utility Sports is my new sports center. Appreciate you guys a ton. Aaron says, yo, Utility, do you think Hunter to the Cavs happens? Yes, I do, ultimately. With where we're at right now, with all the news and everything, I think that is where we're at right now. But I do think that trade will happen. King here says we need Woj back. It's so boring without him. Dude, we miss the Woj bombs. We do. We do miss the Woj bombs big time. D Saturday flight. So we got we got Dwight here saying they can put a deal in place at least. Liberty wants to know about the Clippers. Nothing yet from the Clippers, but we'll keep watching. Their team's pretty good as is though, so they'll be competitive. Appreciate you a lot for all of your continued support. Wiz still have their Daniel Gafford trade exception. They can keep Malcolm and Khris Middleton for mentoring. They can. I mean, mentoring is somewhat overrated, somewhat important. I think it depends on the context and the situation of the team a lot. So David here says a lot of the trades will come last few minutes. Fear of missing out will kick in. Yeah, I think the last couple hours here will start to really pick up. Just 2 hours away from the trade deadline. All is quiet as it relates to Cam Johnson potentially being traded. Until the team steps up to meet their asking price, Brooklyn feels content waiting until the offseason. And that's what I talked about earlier. If you guys remember, I've said the Nets are in a spot where they don't have to make a trade just to make a trade. So everything has been quite good for Brooklyn. Like, they don't need to make a trade that they don't want to make, and that's the benefit here for the Brooklyn Nets right now. Again, welcome everyone to the channel. Really hope you guys are enjoying the content. Donovan says, hey, Sheldon, love the vids. Do you see Toronto facilitating or making more trades? Maybe one with Boucher. Boucher continues to be the big question. Ryan, thanks for throwing Patrick Baldwin in there. Obviously, I was having trouble remembering it at the time. Dark Reaper has a female cat. I have one male cat, one female cat. And sometimes the male cat likes to chase the female cat around and try and jump at her and stuff. And it stresses the other cat out, which is why I had to go here just a second ago when I got up, because they were being crazy. Cadillac says Ingram trade only makes sense if he's resigning. Even then, it doesn't make much sense because they're paying him a lot of money probably. So we will see. Let's go back over to Mark Stein. So he's got more news here, but we don't know exactly still yet which pick. Sources tell at the Stein line that the full trade construction finalized today will send Caleb Martin and a 2030 second rounder to Dallas for Quentin Grimes and 2025 second rounder back to Philly. The Sixers previously owned and which has been traded multiple times. So we still don't know what the 2030 second rounder is, excuse me. We still don't know. So we're going to try and keep you guys up to date on that. Shane here says, what's Boucher's worth on the trade market? Is it a salary dump for the Raptors? No, it's a get for a team. Boucher's had a pretty good stretch here this season. So he's going to get he'll net a second round pick, I'm sure. Big Dog says Sheldon for executive of the year. Appreciate you guys. It might be Rob Pelinka, depending on how the Lakers finish the season. I think GM's voting would be pretty surprised about his ability to keep the Luka Doncic trade under wraps and make a huge winning move. Either that or they might jokingly vote for Nico Harrison to troll him. They wouldn't actually do that, obviously, but they just actually just become free agents. If they're expiring contracts, they just become free agents at the end of the year. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, Alex. Appreciate you, Alex. Alex, again, like I said earlier, is on my writing team. He does a great job covering the NBA and, of course, the Milwaukee Bucks. He's a huge Bucks faithful, and really do appreciate him a ton for all of his continued support. Again, I appreciate your guys' corrections throughout this stream today. Obviously, there's been a couple times where I had some mix-ups on some things, given the OKC stuff and the Schroeder stuff specifically. So thank you guys. Brandon says, do I have my own hairstylist? Is my hair good? Is that what you're asking? I do my own hair. If you guys think my hair looks good, I appreciate you. Cadillac says, yeah, bro, sports betting is a bad move. Get out now if you're involved. It's honestly just risky. Like you're risking a lot of money overall. So part of me thinks I'd be good at, I'm good at roulette. I'm very good at roulette. I make a lot of money doing playing roulette. So Teaser here says, any chance Day'Ron Holmes comes back this season? No, he tore his Achilles. He's going to be out the entire year. Tony says, will Crony use the Blazers playing well lately as an excuse to not make a move? Probably. It kind of feels like that's the direction that this is going a little bit here with everything. Eduardo says, you think Bucks making another move? Very possibly. You guys are saying Cook. You talk about the Lincoln situation. Appreciate you guys. Haters are gonna hate. The thing is, when you're doing something like this, like when you have a YouTube channel, you get used to reading people telling you you're stupid all day long. Like, more fluidity here, according to Casey Johnson. We'll get back to the report. Currently no momentum for a Vucevic to Warriors deal. 2 hours to go. Thank you. We got to get some hype for him in the chat right now. He's been doing a great job tweeting at me, making sure I get all the news here. I don't want to tweet that. That's misleading. I'm just going to tweet news just so everyone sees it. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. We'll see what happens, but a lot of crazy stuff. Elizabeth Allen here says you also have to get prepared for this, or no one would want to hear what you have to say. That is endless hours of work. Yeah, exactly. Like, And it's not just like knowing all the cap stuff. Like there's a lot of time I spend looking at contracts, looking at teams' salaries, all that stuff. But it's also like I have to make sure I'm watching every team's game so I can talk. Like I'm answering your guys' questions about random stuff. I have no idea what you guys are going to ask, and I answer it. And I hope that shows my one dedication, and two my wide-ranging knowledge of the NBA right now. Emily says, great live stream question. You think the Pelicans could get a center like Mitchell Robinson or Robert Williams? Ultimately, I don't really think New Orleans is going to be in the market for a buy now center. Honestly, after trading away Brandon Ingram, I just don't think that they'll do that. Joseph here says, please have been asking you for 3 hours what will happen to Nurkic to the Hornets. Joseph, sorry if I've been missing your comments. Again, thank you all for your patience today. I'm trying my best to keep up and get every comment on the screen that I can. But I think the biggest thing here with this overall situation for Charlotte is going to rely on draft capital. And I think Phoenix is looking at themselves and saying, why should we do this? Honestly, if I'm Phoenix, if it comes down to salary dumping Nurkic and not getting anything back and having to give up a pick, I would rather just keep him and have him be an expiring next year to use via trade. So appreciate you guys. Jeffrey here says Lakers look scary. They do. They definitely got some pretty good situations going on. Joseph here says, please, I've been, yep, so I got that one. Carter says, can you show the Pistons draft capital? Yes, we can. Let's go look at Detroit quick. Carter, again, I hope you guys are all enjoying the stream. A lot of stuff going on today, obviously, trade deadline. And I think a flurry of moves coming here somewhat soonish. We're going to go over here quick too, but here's the Pistons pick. So they owe this one out the door, top 13 protected. They own these picks, but they cannot trade them right now because of this protection. So they can't really trade a bunch of firsts. They could trade their 2029, 2031 if they wanted to package two of them. Otherwise, they have this 2030 first round pick to trade, which could be interesting. But all in all, the Pistons have some good equity in terms of draft pick capital to work with. So hopefully, again, you guys are enjoying the stream. It's been a lot of fun. This year has been obviously a crazy trade deadline with a lot of insane stuff. Here we go. Shams on ESPN just now. Kevin Durant has not requested a trade and was blindsided by the idea this week. But Shams says aggressive calls continue to pour in on Kevin Durant. Interesting. Okay. Would be utterly insane if Durant is dealt. We'll see. I mean, this would be insane if something actually comes to fruition here. Hopefully, you guys all are enjoying the stream today. Again, I'm having a ton of fun. No Name here is hoping that Dallas trades for Kobe White. We'll see. Him, thank you for tweeting at me. Esadery here, yep, all quiet on Cam Johnson right now. So I'm not sure if a Cam Johnson deal is going to come to fruition. You know, we've spent a lot of time talking about Cam Johnson this year. He's one of the best players available at the trade deadline, but he's also a player that is under contract. So if the Nets don't trade him, it's not the end of the world. They can come back later at another time. A specific timetable for Caleb Martin's Mavericks debut has not yet been established. League sources say Dallas does not have long-term concern about the right hip sprain that has sidelined Martin, but a modification to the original trade was sought after the ex-Sixers physical. Very interesting. We still don't know exactly which 2030 second-round pick it is. Of course, we'll be waiting. There we go. There are multiple teams making really aggressive calls to the Suns on Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant has not requested a trade. So, again, pretty important news, pretty essential news. Aquino, thank you for tagging me. Again, this is this situation here as well. So, thank you, everyone, to this. Oh, no, he didn't. 15,000 followers is not small at all. So, appreciate you guys. Again, we are at over 4,100 followers over on Twitter. You guys have been absolutely excellent and stellar all trade deadline season long here. Shout out to Tag Live. Appreciate you a ton, my man. Says Shams Magic making a push for Kobe White. If someone could tag me in that news when it gets aggregated somewhere, that would be great. Thank you very much for tagging me here. Tyler, I appreciate you. Tyler Gates, you're an absolute legend. For that, thank you for the 2. And then Justin Naranjo says, any Cam to the Spurs news? Right now, it seems quiet on Cam Johnson. Now, that's the reporting we have. There's still an hour and 52 minutes left. This can be like a rush here at the end. So even though deals haven't happened yet, even though there hasn't been a ton of movement so far, there is still a bunch of options to be there's still a bunch of options that can play out here ahead of us, is what I'm trying to say. So we'll see. Nothing is dead in the water yet, I would say. So hopefully you guys are enjoying, also contending in Dynasty Points League. Have you made fantasy trades this week with the NBA trade deadline in mind? I have not. I have not been making trades in my Dynasty League. Gabe says, bro, let's start a podcast. Been looking to start one for so long. Appreciate you guys being in here. Joseph says, Sheldon, I like basketball too. You got to take me under your wing and impart your wisdom. Keep watching the videos. I tell you guys probably like 75% of what I know. Maybe less than that, but I don't know. Bryce here says, what do you think the Lakers need now? An athletic 4. I would want them to trade Hachimura if they could for someone who is more athletic to play power forward. Also, look at me spelling insane. Insane. I am clearly very tired and sleep deprived at this point in time. But again, I hope you guys have been really enjoying the streams. Make sure you guys go smash that like button. Lets me know I'm doing a good job here at Utility Sports. This week has been a massive success. Honestly, a ton of fun this week. Last night was absolutely crazy. Today has been a very, very good ride as well, despite no massive trades. I still think all in all, we've had a very good time. Samuel says, Lake Show, we lit. Obviously very happy about landing Luka Doncic, which was an overall very good deal. Mark here says, Mavericks next move. B-Dog says, is the Jazz trade Dennis and score to Orlando possible? I mean, yes, Orlando has a bunch of contracts that could be traded, but we'll see if anything actually happens. Silver Jaguar says, nice for us. We won't have much use for a second round prospect for next year, so trading that second for a second in 2030 makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, we also give up Quentin Grimes though in that deal, so remember. So I don't hate the picks part of that. I just don't like Caleb Martin as much as I like Quentin Grimes. So remember here, the Sixers are trading Reggie Jackson with a future first to Washington. Mark Stein here. For clarity, Martin's injury is indeed a right hip sprain. Because I incorrectly wrote strain. Right hip sprain. Okay. So appreciate Mark Stein's reporting. Mark Stein's been doing a great job. Make sure you guys show some love to these reporters as well that I've been putting on the screen. They're doing a lot of really great work. So Julio says Okoro to Pistons and Hunter, Levert, Allen. Cleveland trade. I don't think Okoro is going to be included, honestly, but I could be wrong. Right here says, Zach, if you reverse search Sean Wright, I mean, interesting. Kirk Royce here says, I want to vomit rumors, Blazers going to give Chauncey another year to be. I mean, that's what this win streak's probably going to do here. Wake Up says, is this the first year the NBA, the new NBA rules were in place? Yes, there was last year was like a cushion year where like some of the rules, like they were all lessened. All the rules were kind of like they were there, but they weren't really there. You know what I mean? So all in all, though, this is where the situation currently sits right now. Gabe, I have a business email. It's in the it's on my YouTube. You'll be able to find it over there. Joseph wants to know where my cat is. He's right down here on the floor. He's hanging out with me. Zach says, I know our front office ideology too well to think that it'd be real, but you never know for sure. We'll see what happens if there's any realistic trade. DJ Sneaky Snake says, do you think KD is staying in Phoenix? He's too good to waste his career. I don't know. I mean, everything suggests that he's going to stay there, but I don't know. Part of me just has this like sinking feeling he's going to be a Dallas Maverick, which would be absolutely insane. So we'll see if something actually materializes or not. Of course, a lot of time left to watch for. Brian, thank you for the 5. Says, so the 76ers get docked for trading an injured Caleb Martin, but isn't AD injured? Mavs deserve another pick for that. Isn't that crazy how that works out, huh? no way this one's falling through. If I was the Mavericks, I'd be playing hard to get with all of that, because you know that the Lakers aren't gonna not let themselves get Luka now at this point. So you might as well say, well, this physical didn't go the way we wanted it to. This didn't go that way. You know what I mean? Like, you play hard to get with all this stuff now, but unfortunately, nothing materializing yet. I am going to have a Kevin Durant Mavericks thumbnail ready just in case something bizarre happens today. Just because I do have a little bit of an inkling, but again, that's not a guarantee, because my brain tells me it's not going to happen, but my gut is giving me a visceral reaction right now that makes me think something might happen. You never know. Okay, not guaranteeing anything, but again, Brian, thank you so much. Ryan, thank you for the support as well. Thank you for the 5, both Ryan and Brian. Appreciate you guys a ton. Let's get some W's in the chat. I'm going to throw in some balloons right now as well. Appreciate you guys a ton. You guys have been absolutely awesome in supporting the channel here. And again, we are watching for a Kevin Durant trade. If that were to materialize, that would be absolutely insane. Ethan says, thanks for the stream, man. Love the 30-team content. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys a ton. Let's go check our notifications out right now. Nothing drastic yet. Easy Pimp Squeezy here says, I think Dallas makes the move. Clay, PJ, and whatever else to match salary in a pick or 2. That would be insane. I think it would be really good for Phoenix if it does. Big value. I mean, I care because I need to know everything about the NBA. I care because I'm a basketball sicko. Comment basketball sicko right now down below if you are a basketball sicko, like I am. I am a basketball sicko. Mo here says, I miss a lot of the trades. Any trades are possible trades for the Lakers except Mark Williams. Maybe Chris Boucher yet. With Gabe Vincent's contract, 2nd-round pick, something like that could work, but I'm not sure if I see the Raptors wanting to take in a contract that is not expiring. So we'll have to see. Ramed, thank you for the follow, as well as Meat and Dylan. Appreciate you guys. Rick, as well as Sam. Samir, thank you for the follow. Pauline, as well as Hull and Andrew. Thank you guys all so much. And yo, appreciate you guys. 4,123 followers. Eric Gordon's shooting really well from 3 right now, but he can't guard anybody. So I don't know. But he is shooting well. So we'll see if he actually gets dealt or not. Matt Navarro says, I have 3 cars. They do that at the worst time when I'm working too. Or time cars, yeah. Really insane. Logan here is saying like spike. Let's see how many likes we're at now on the stream. And I really do appreciate you guys. We are slowly but surely climbing in both subscribers and in likes on the stream as well. We are at almost 1,800 likes. I'm gonna zoom in on this here again. Now you guys have been nothing short of excellent all day long, all week long. For those of you who've been here for multiple days in a row, thank you so very much for your continued support. Again, we'll be doing the same exact thing next year, so this is the place to be. Make sure to leave a like. We're at almost 1,800 likes on the stream. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Let me know what you think. Emily here says, what do you think the Pelicans are done? Also great videos and live streams. Again, I think that a trade of Bruce Brown or Kelly Olynyk is still very much possible, so we will see. Yeah, Nico was the one who called him, but Pelinka kept his mouth shut and didn't tell anybody, and that's one of the biggest positives there. Again, make sure to smash that like button if you haven't already. Look at that, we climb every time. I appreciate that so much, guys. Thank you all so much for your continued support over here. I really do appreciate you guys a ton. Let's go over now to our subscription count as well. You guys are absolute legends. Let's see that number climb some more. It's so fun watching it jump. Look at that, up to 31,500 plus subscribers. Let's see that number climb some more. Everyone hit that subscribe button right now. Appreciate you all a ton. Justin saying, or VL says he pays for his haircuts. They don't even look close to that good. I don't know. I guess I'm just getting lucky or something, because I usually don't style my hair very well either. Paul says, can I work for you? I mean, I'm working on some things. I'll keep this in mind as a possibility down the road for people. Okay. Nathan says, as someone who runs a sports betting channel on YouTube and does it for a living on Twitter, the internet is filled with lovely folks who want to tell you how stupid you are. Honestly, all the time, Nathan. All the time. You can be completely accurate, and they'll tell you how dumb you are. So appreciate you guys. 31,600 subscribers. Again, the goal for today is to get to 32,000. I definitely think that's possible here in the final hour and 42 minutes. We have, again, hour and 42 minutes, 100 minutes basically until the NBA trade deadline passes. So again, it's going to be really, really crazy. Anthony says, do teams stop all talks at the deadline time, or can things still happen after? It all has to be into the league office by the trade deadline. If it's not in, it's not valid. So Jason said it would be hilarious if KD was traded the last second. It would be insane. It would be absolutely insane. Anthony Atwell says, what's your level of confidence the Bulls make a move? 45%. 45% confident they will. We'll see, though. Itoko says, bro, you changed a lot. Fresh new haircut. Nice to be back for the new trade deadline. Cheers from Germany. Appreciate you, Itoko. Glad to have you back. Obviously, a huge Dirk Nowitzki fan, as you guys can tell from his profile picture, and having that awesome number 41 in his profile name as well. German legend Dirk Nowitzki, my favorite player of all time as well. Brian, glad to have you in here too from Germany. That's my favorite part about YouTube too, is we got people watching from all over the planet, multiple different countries, Europe. You got people from Asia. You got people from South America, all over the world, which is just so epic. So appreciate you guys a ton. We will see if something actually happens here. What if Kevin Durant was dealt, which would be crazy. If he's dealt, that would be insane. I need him in Dallas with Kai and AD, says it's Frassman. It would be insane, man. If that happens, that would be insane. Clutch City here says KD in a Rockets jersey. That would be absurd as well. Obviously, we're keeping our eyes on all the potential rumors, all the news, but a lot of stuff going on. Henry wants to know why nothing's happening. It's the calm before the storm. Happens every year. Every year there's a long quiet period, and then all of a sudden it's boom, 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 boom. I think that's what we're waiting for here. LOL prediction says Nets overplaying their hand if they want to first for Cam plus a real player like Johnson. I don't think they'll get that much, but well, I mean, I think getting that much would be good, is what I'm trying to say. Like, they might not, but they might not just trade him then either. So, Vando is very athletic. Vando's an awesome young player. You know who reminds me a lot of Vanderbilt? Josh Minot. Josh Minot, the guy the Timberwolves have. They literally drafted Minot to be Vando 2.0. Really hoping Coro's in play. JB Bickerstaff loves that dude. Could be a great get, even if we had to give up some of these seconds. He would be, I mean, Okoro would be really fun for Detroit. He actually really would be. Would be really interesting to see if that happens. Cash Out Isaiah says that the Magic could spit out trade for Kobe White. What would that look like? It would be Cole Anthony's contract, which is almost the exact same contract, essentially size-wise. And then it would be on top of that a 2025 draft pick. Chris Dreamer here, thank you for the 5 or the 6. He says the Bucks trade away Baldwin a day after they got him. Do you think it's to go for another trade or to give a contract to Rollins? I think it's a contract for Rollins. Coming out of Toledo, he's found himself like actual real NBA success, playing like an actual significant role. So Rollins is very, very likely the actual option here. Wobble says, is it possible Milwaukee Bucks can trade Pat Connaughton and MarJon for John Collins? No, that financially does not work, Wobbles. They would need to have Bobby Portis in there too. And again, then they would still have some financial issues in that kind of trade. So there would need to be a lot. Love seeing these basketball sicko comments. Appreciate you guys a ton. Christian saying KD's a rocket. Please, if you're a Suns fan, you should be saying the same thing, I think. Tom John says he's a basketball sicko. How do I feel about Jeremy Grant for Hachimura? I wouldn't do that if I was LA. I would not do that if I was LA. Private A, thank you, says thank you for the 2, says how much cap Detroit going to have in the offseason, expiring deals. It kind of depends on what happens here with all these deals getting routed to them. We have a trade. Oh my! It's exactly what oh my goodness! It's exactly what I thought it was going to be. Let's go over to Shams. Let's go over to Shams. Phoenix Suns are trading Jusuf Nurkic and a 2026 first-round pick to the Hornets for Cody Martin, Vasi Micic, and a 2026 second-round pick. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! What a good trade! What a good trade for Charlotte. What a trade. Let me know what you guys think down below. What a good trade. What a good trade. Everyone take a look here. This is what I tweeted 3 hours ago. I would love for the Hornets to land Nurkic and draft capital for Cody Martin and salary. This is really good. This is really good. Again, this is a huge win. That is a huge win for the Charlotte Hornets. Oh my goodness. So this 2026 second rounder or 2026 first. Let me go to the Hornets quick. '26 second round pick is via Warriors. 2026 first round pick is the 2021 first round pick here. Is, which again, this is pretty crazy, is least favorable of Suns, Wizards, Magic. Again, I tweeted this about 3 hours ago. That this would be the kind of trade makeup here. Absolutely insane. Thank you guys for tagging me. Thank you, Icy Demp. Appreciate you guys. Thank you all for tagging me over here on this news. Of course, in very interesting stuff. Very, very good stuff. I love this for Charlotte, says Breezy, and I completely agree. Again, 3 hours ago, I tweeted this saying I would love for the Hornets to land Nurkic and draft capital for Cody Martin and salary, and that's exactly what it is. Trade grades. Hornets A+, Suns B. Easy A+ deal here. Moving Martin is fine as Hornets contend for flag or other top picks. The 2026 first is worst of what was it? Was it Warriors? Wizards. Okay, is worst of Wizards, Suns, Magic. So could likely be a top 20 pick. Nurkic is an expiring contract next season. Another move where a past move didn't work, so you have to pivot at the expense of draft capital. Suns save money. And get a bit better. Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff here. Get a bit better, but that's the trade. Again, I called it 3 hours ago. Here we go. Chris Haynes. Phoenix acquired first-round picks in the Utah deal to attach to a potential deal to unload a player. That player is Nurkic. Dube here is happy. Dube's a Hornets fan, so shout out to him. Again, completely accurate. Appreciate you, Kobe, watching the stream. Marcus here says great call. Again, tweeted this 3 hours ago. Would love for the Hornets to land Nurkic and draft capital for Cody Martin and salary. Is exactly what happened. It's exactly what happened. So, again, the deal here, I think, very, very good. Honestly, I'm going to skip ahead here to see what your guys' thoughts are on this trade here. Busy Beat says, new fan. Appreciate you, Busy. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Again, this news here is quite vital news. Obviously, a pretty crazy situation. Again, we had called it here on the channel. Not surprising. Again, I would love for the Hornets to land Nurkic and draft capital. This is a great move for Charlotte. One, they get a starting center. Like Nurkic isn't good, but he'll play, I guess, if they want him to. And he becomes an expiring contract next year. They move their 2026 second rounder up to a first rounder. Like, again, they get something for free. Callum, appreciate you for the 5. Thank you very much, Callum. Again, appreciate you. We are the Mavs trip is going to get booked. That is the plan here. At some point, either today or tomorrow, I'm sure. After I'm done with streaming for the deadline and getting videos done and everything. Secret Ma says, Katie back to Brooklyn. I seem crazy about it, but Katie said how he loved the team. I don't think Kevin Durant will be back in Brooklyn. It looks like Kevin Durant is past all this other stuff. Denver Nuggets are a team to watch for per Michael Grange here. Team to watch regarding Boucher and Raptors is Denver. Definitely interest, but making the money work is tough. Would likely require Zeke Najee's money in a deal for Boucher's $10.8 million contract. Good reporting here from Michael Grange, though, if this is true. Again, this is huge news. Thank you guys all for tagging me over here. I really do appreciate you guys all a ton. Thank you, everyone, for tagging me. I mean, this is the Charlotte Suns. By the way, the Charlotte Suns are going to be, I mean, I don't know. I don't see it. Thank you again, Secret Ma. Thank you again, Callum, for all of the support. Michich is another ball handler. He's not very good, though. I think Charlotte did quite well. With this. Charlotte did really well, in my opinion, with this. Which we'll see what they do with we'll see what the Suns do with their 2025 first now, if they trade on draft night or not. Easy Money Sniper says, dude, you nailed that trade. Insane. Appreciate you guys a ton. People trying to talk up to my Mavs now, and I'm not seeing it. They have one creator. I mean, they can guard, though. Jason says, Sheldon the Prophet. Appreciate you guys. Emre saying, what the heck? Pistons make a move. Brian K says, no Michich might ruin the Hornets tank. I don't know if it's a W. Honestly, the nice thing is, if it's not Michich tanking now, it's going to be Nurkic, Brian. So that's kind of the W in here. If he keeps shooting like 42% from the field or whatever, he's gonna help. And if the Hornets want to lose, they can tell Nurkic to go stand on the 3-point line and let that thing fly. Hornets low-key cooking, getting all this draft capital. They are doing very, very well in all of this. So let's go over to the draft pick tracker here. Again, we're going to try and keep our eyes on Twitter as well, but we're going to update this really quickly. So they get this least favorable of these, which means this is all gone now. Okay, so we're going to go over to the Hornets quick. So the Hornets in 2026 get this asset now. which is essential. And then this also now becomes trade eligible, I believe, which it does. So that's cool. I think it's not that color, but it's chill. We're gonna be fine with whatever happens here. We're just gonna leave it. It's okay. And then when we go back down to Phoenix, not only do they not have this pick anymore, but this pick now becomes Stepien rule locked, and this pick becomes Stepien rule locked as well. So it's really, really interesting that it was not the 2025 first in this deal. Because of that, there's a lot of fallouts here. So, yeah, thank you, Art, for doing that. So this is an important note. Remember, the Stepien rule definitely does impact things quite a bit here. So when we go back over to Twitter, with Phoenix trading the 2026 first, the Suns now cannot trade the following picks. Appreciate you a ton here for the super chat, Jeremy. Well, I think Ainge has killed it so far. I'm still really surprised the Jazz still have all of their vets. Well, that's the thing, is he's gotten so much value, he might not even have to trade those guys. He's already gotten the value for those guys by doing other trades. It's honestly crazy, but yeah, he still probably will walk out with some other deal, I think, here in the final hour. Ultimately here, Phoenix now cannot trade with their picks, what they have. NBA draft, and then also 2027 least favorable of Jazz, Cavs, Wolves due to Stepien rule. So with the Stepien rule now, the Suns are limited a bit in what they can actually do. Appreciate again, Tomer. Again, really nice guy. Worked with him at Clutch Points. Really, really sweet dude. Make sure to go show him some love. Go give him a follow. Go, hype him up a little bit. Jim says, stupid trade for Phoenix. They need a power forward, not another small forward on the team. We need someone who could. I think, Jim, you're right in this too. I don't think this is like the kind of player that they necessarily needed. Cody Martin's an okay player, but it kind of feels, you know what it feels like? It feels like them getting Royce O'Neal last year. It feels like, okay, this guy's good player overall. He can help them a little bit, but it doesn't change the dynamic of their team a ton. Jeremy, again, thank you for the 5. Yeah, the Suns have Nick Richards still, Leon. We'll see what happens here. Ronak says that's a good trade for the Hornets. That's what I think. Yep, Nurkic to the Hornets. Madden Rhino says he doesn't hate the trade. I don't blame you. I wouldn't hate the trade either. I think Phoenix got a little bit better, but I think Charlotte won the trade long term for sure. Yes, it makes those swaps untradeable. So just like we talked about here. And remember, we had pretty much perfectly called this trade over 3 hours ago. So this trade broke 14 minutes ago. 3 hours ago, I tweeted that I would love for the Hornets to land Nurkic and draft capital for Cody Martin and salary. So Rams fan says, yay, we got off Nurk. The Suns here got a little bit better just by clearing some of that salary. František says Charlotte finally looks like a well-managed franchise. They're moving forward in a direction, at least. They're getting a ton of draft picks. They are a team that is operating in a way similar to Oklahoma City. Now, they didn't have all the assets OKC had when it came to Russell Westbrook, all that when the new ownership inherited the team. But they're making the most of what they have, I think. No Butler and a pick to jettison Nurkic. This is the finals team 3 years ago. And none of the players from the finals are there besides Devin Booker. So, appreciate you guys. ISO says, thank the Lord for those. Appreciate you guys a lot. Keith Smith here said the Pistons have not completed their other agreed to moves. Yep, that is correct. He did say that till they don't need it anymore. It's just like keeping their optionality open is the biggest thing. Christian says those contracts the Suns got are so much easier to flip than the Nurk one. I mean, yes, but again, it might cost you more draft capital. The Hornets got a pick, and the thing is, Nurkic becomes an expiring in 2 months. So, Alex wants to know who I'm a fan of. I'm a Mavs fan. JJ here says, sub, y'all, let's get to 42K. Let's see if we can get to 32,000 first here. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Again, we just called the trade here. Let's see how many subscribers we are going to jump here now. Appreciate you all a ton. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Again, I really do appreciate you guys and your consistent support here on the channel. A lot of hard work, a lot of dedication has come into the streams this year, but 3,000 people watching live. Distinct here says utility is young Woj. Appreciate you, Distinct. Maybe in the future that's where we'll be. We'll see. Busy wants to know what's next, Guru. I don't know. I'm thinking let's go back over to some of my other trades that I wanted to see get done. Here we have news. Knicks have been talking to the Bulls about some of Chicago's backcourt players. Kobe White would be definitely interesting here as an option. Would fit the Mitchell Robinson contract. Otherwise, it could be like Ayo Dosunmu and Javon Carter. Which is what I think is more likely, while the Kobe White name is the bigger one. I feel like Javon Carter and Ayo Dosunmu are Thibodeau types of players. Those are I think Javon Carter would be a possibility here. I think, we'd have to see what happens, but there's definitely possibilities here. Thank you guys for tagging me. Tyler, thank you as well. Appreciate you guys a ton. Everyone for following me over there and leaving comments so that I can see stuff easily. I really appreciate it. Good news for my Wizards here, says Ryan Michael. Yep, it definitely is. Appreciate you guys a lot. Hopefully you guys are subscribed to the channel if you haven't already. 3,200 people watching live. You guys are absolutely awesome. Venkata, probably not Ben Mathurin and Obi Toppin to the Clippers. Probably don't see that coming to fruition at this trade deadline. I really do appreciate you guys a lot. I really do hope to continue covering the NBA moving forward. We have a trade. Okay, we have a trade. Let's go over to Shams. It's basically the trade that I called, except there's no 3-team involvement yet. We'll see if that changes. The Atlanta Hawks are trading forward DeAndre Hunter to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Khris LeVert, George Niang, 3 second-round picks, and 2 swaps. That is significant draft capital here. Significant draft capital here for ATL. We'll see if Niang / LeVert both stick in the A. For Hunter is a good upgrade for Cleveland for sure. Hunter definitely is a good get for the Cavs. I like this for I like this for Atlanta quite a bit. All in all, again, we have huge news. We got an NBA trade here. Big news. Thank you, Jay, for commenting at me. Again, huge news, crazy news here. The Atlanta Hawks trading forward DeAndre Hunter to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Khris LeVert, George Niang, and 3 second-round picks and 2 first-round pick swaps. So, again, the overall collection of assets here is pretty stark, pretty significant. But hopefully you guys are enjoying. Big trade here. I'm going to try and get to some of your guys' live reaction to it, some of your live thoughts. What a trade. Shams Charania, a big trade here. A huge trade, one that definitely has a lot of impact. Chris Haynes had been covering this for a while. Mark Stein had been covering this for a while. DeAndre Hunter was traded. Jacob here saying, wow, the Cavs are stacked. Juan says, did the Wolves do anything? Not yet. Cardiac saying, great pickup for the Cleveland. It is. DeAndre Hunter is having a career year. DeAndre Hunter has been great. DeAndre Hunter stats. If you look at what DeAndre Hunter's been doing this season, I'm going to read you his numbers here. Just looked them up just so I can confirm them. 19 points a game exactly, 46% from the floor, 39% from three, 86% from the line. Really solid player. Atlanta drafted him extremely high in the draft a few years back, and now is able to, after extending him first, is able to turn around and trade him. So all in all, a big deal. According to Ramona Shelburne, Phoenix's locker room is toxic right now. We'll see if Kevin Durant is gone. We'll see if KD gets traded. Oh, my goodness. Again, huge news here. Let me quote this. Huge potential news regarding KD's tenure and future in Phoenix. Again, this is insane. Absolutely insane stuff. Really do appreciate you guys. Hopefully you are enjoying it. 3,200 people watching live. Again, though, let's get back to this trade here. Again, we're trying to make sure that we get all of the news on it. I'm going to give my trade grades now as well. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Make sure you do leave a like and subscribe to the channel for more. We're going to do our trade grades right now. Trade grades subject to change based on when the swaps are. Okay, so Hawks, Cavaliers. I'm going to give the Cavaliers an A. I'm going to give the Hawks an A+. Maximizing value while being stuck in the middle is the right move for ATL here. Niang can stick. Maybe. We'll see what happens, right? And 3 seconds and 2 swaps is vital compensation. Cavaliers win. Now upgrade. Matchup with Boston just got a lot better. Fun. I might even give the Cavs an A+ here, honestly. I'm going to do an A+ for both sides. I think this is a deal that makes sense. I'm very happy with it. If you're a Hawks fan, you should be extremely excited right now. I think this is like Ben's saying here. I think one of these two is not going to stick, which is why I said this. I don't think it will be. Either that or one of them might get rerouted, or what also might happen is that there's a third team that gets a different player from Atlanta. Atlanta could be making another different trade. So we'll see what happens. But nonetheless, I do like this for both sides. I think Atlanta, they're a team that's in a spot right now that they're not going to win. And again, it doesn't come down to how good each individual player on your team is. It really matters how good your team is. And I think the Hawks here, this is an admission of we weren't good enough. We're not a good enough team. We don't know long-term what we're trying to do. If we move DeAndre Hunter, we get draft capital. This gives us pivot abilities. This gives us room with the contracts here to add someone else, figure out some other way to improve the team long-term. This gives them more potential draft capital in a maybe future trade for Cam Johnson. But DeAndre Hunter on the move here makes, I think, a lot of sense for Atlanta. And then for Cleveland, this is a win now upgrade. Matchup with Boston just got a lot better. Fun. I really like this for the Cavs as well. Like, DeAndre Hunter is a very solid player. Very, very good player. I like it both ways. This is a trade we've talked about at length too, obviously. Obviously, this one had some pretty firm reporting on it. But Three Cone here says the national champs are reunited. That is fun too. That is so fun. Appreciate you guys a ton. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. But again, some of the biggest news right now too, Phoenix's locker room is toxic right now per Ramona Shelburne. So that is very significant news. Again, this is what we're going to be waiting on here. Thank you guys for tagging me over there. A lot of crazy stuff. Cavs cleaned up. Definitely really filled in their rotation very well. Definitely very, very strong situation here. Again, when it comes to second round picks, let's go over to our trade deadline tracker here. We get up to Cleveland. When it comes to second rounders, they only have they have a few, right? It could be 2025, it could be Bucks, Nuggets, it could be some of their own down the road. And swap options, it could be 2028 additional swap, and then it could be a 2031 additional swap. We'll see what the deal ultimately looks like, but I do like this deal overall for both sides. I'm pretty happy with it. I did end up changing my Cleveland grade to an A+. Here Emily's saying A- for Cavs, B- for Hawks. I mean, I like it for Atlanta too. Bleed Blue says bro matchup with Boston isn't a matchup. Well, the Cavs bench just got a lot better, right? Like, I still think Boston's probably the best team, but Hunter, you need wings that are Hunter size to deal with Boston a bit, and he's definitely going to help. And exactly like we're going to go back over here to Bobby Marks. Appreciate you guys a ton. Obviously, we'll try and update the draft pick tracker when we get more information on which picks there are here. But expecting a corresponding move by Atlanta since this trade initially puts them into the luxury tax. Cavs drop below the tax threshold. Huge win. W for Cleveland from a salary perspective. So yeah, we had talked about Niang being the salary. That I thought that was pretty obvious. We had talked about that, and then when it comes to Atlanta, ATL has ways to move money, whether it be Levert / Niang to third team, or someone else somewhere else. So we'll see. It could be just their own separate trade or a 3-team deal. So here we go. Brett Siegel, a third team will be involved in this. Yep, that's what we were just talking about. How much over the line are they? A little bit over. Not like drastically. Pelicans are expected to keep Zion Williamson and CJ McCollum. That's kind of where we landed last night, right? We talked about that as probably the realistic outcome here about what's going to happen. Grace, thank you for tagging me in that, as well as Aquino. Appreciate you guys a ton. Thank you guys for tagging me over here. We'll see what this one is. He wanted Durant, but had a line at win cross. Thank you guys for tagging all of the for tagging me in all the posts. Appreciate you guys a ton here. CZ here says good trade for both sides, but it does make the Cavs very thin in the front court. Probably not done making moves. I mean, this gets them out of the tax period, which is the one thing to me that really makes a lot of sense, I think, is like, just from that perspective, like, they're going to be quite good. They're going to be quite good. This is, let's go over to StatMuse here. This is the new look starting lineup here, presumably for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Starters are Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell, DeAndre Hunter, Evan Mobley, Jared Allen. This is 4 all-star caliber players and a guy who's averaging 19 points a game. It's very, very good. We'll see what happens to the Hawks this year. Obviously, that Spurs pick is a huge deal in this as well. But Remy Niang for chips. I don't know if he's a fan of. Okay, Houston. Yeah, Rockets fan. That would make sense. Clippers could be an interesting spot too. Definitely a lot of crazy stuff, but yeah, it's just barely over the cap here. It's like barely. So they have definitely ways to move around. Chris here says, do you think the Bucks have enough to trade for Kevin Durant without sending Lillard to the Suns? How could that look? No, the Bucks don't, unless they made Giannis available, Chris. So unfortunately, I don't think Kevin Durant will be headed to Milwaukee. But Chris, I appreciate you a lot for hopping in the stream here today, being with us, and also thank you for the 6 here. Obviously, some crazy stuff right now going on. Wow. So American Cheese says maybe the Hawks call the Nets about Claxton and or Cam Johnson. Ryan here says, how will this Atlanta trade affect their standing this year? Did it weaken them and improve? I mean, I think they got weaker. They lost a good player, but I don't think that they're going to be like that significantly worse either. Like, I think they're going to be just a little bit worse. Appreciate you guys a ton. Thank you all for being in here. It did weaken them, but I just don't think it's going to like change them a ton. Honestly, like they did get worse. Don't get me wrong, but Brian Hawkins says, let me say, bet to other YouTube channels on NBA draft and nobody even close to what you put out. I appreciate that a ton, Brian. Thank you for Brian. Your comment there, very, very nice. Really do appreciate you guys a ton for all your continued support. Again, every time I have to shut my camera off, it's probably this guy being a little bit of a difficult kitty, but he's a good boy now. So hopefully he can just sit there and hang out. But he's gonna try and be as difficult as possible today. He's heading out of the room. He's had enough of me. So Elite TV says, don't forget that the Spurs own the Hawks pick. Yep, I did not forget that. That's on my draft pick tracker. So again, though, I'm not really worried about the Hawks. Like, it's about what the Hawks got, not what the Hawks already owed, which, you know, they already owed stuff for the DeJounte trade. I think everyone knows, like, that the DeJounte trade just did not work very well. So Kevin says, looks like the Pacers are standing pat, which is all good. Appreciate you guys. Hopefully you all are enjoying. Again, we're keeping our eyes on the trade noobs. Oh my goodness. Well, here's the thing. We have to go to Windhorst. Here's an update. Why is it not popping up over here? It might be a reply. Maybe as it is a reply. This significantly dampens the return ammo for ATL. I was really hoping one of the two swaps would be 2030 or 2031, in which it would have been in A+ grade. I am going to resubmit my Hawks grade down to a B+, which is still good. I still don't think this is like a terrible trade for the Hawks in general, but Martin Micic can both be waived by the Suns in the offseason with no penalty. It might just be getting below. Interesting. Very interesting thoughts there. We'll see, but appreciate you guys a ton. Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff going on in the NBA today. I'm going to copy this and make sure to put this in here. Now the trade grades are, I'm going to take this out. I'm going to edit this ultimately. Hawks, I'm going to give a B+. And this is, remember, 26 and 28. Okay, well, it's fine, whatever. It's good enough. The other thing is in here, so appreciate you guys a lot. Very funny. Hopefully you guys do enjoy the video here today. Again, I'm having a ton of fun streaming. And again, we have over 3,400 people watching live. Everyone smash that like button right now. We can go for the Utility Sports likes record. We are super close to 2,000 likes on the stream. Let me go ahead and pull that up here. And then we will continue covering the news, obviously, as it pours in. But we are so close to 2,000 likes. If 90 of you awesome individuals right now all smash that like button, we can get up to 2,000 likes right now. Everyone go hit that like button. I'm going to give this a refresh here in just a couple of seconds. But again, we are watching the news here as to what could potentially take place. Obviously, a lot of stuff that will impact this, but I appreciate you guys. RSD Fitness, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you guys in here. Wupo says, is Jerome, Strus, Okoro, Wade, Tristan really that better the bench? No, not really. Like, Strus is solid. Part of the bench being not elite this year was Strus missing a lot of time. Okoro's solid. Wade's good. Jerome's good. I think, the backup center spot specifically is a problem, but overall, I think the overall collection of talent is quite strong. I think a lot of fans should be pretty happy about getting DeAndre Hunter. DeAndre Hunter is a very significant upgrade into their roster. So, okay. Let me get my camera back on here. Again, my cat continues to be a little bit of a troublemaker today, but I appreciate you guys a lot. Really hope you're having fun and enjoying the stream here. Appreciate you guys also very much. Let's go over to the draft pick tracker now and take a quick little look at what we've got going on over here. So remember, they already owed the swap option to Jazz, and Timberwolves as well are in that. So now owe the swap option to Jazz first, then Hawks. So now if we go to, if we go down to Atlanta, excuse me. Now in 2026, they have second most favorable of Jazz, Hawks, Cavs. And that will be the truth here as well in 2028. So they have the second most favorable this year in 2026. And then they would technically have, again, the second most favorable of that because the, okay, actually, well, no, it's a little bit different. It's most favorable of a worst of Cavs. It's going to be like this: worst of Cavs, Jazz, or B, Hawks. So it's like this because the Jazz get their choice first. So that's how it's going to work in 2026 and 2028. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Hopefully you understand. I don't watch anyone on YouTube. I don't really watch anybody, honestly. So I just mostly spend time working on my own content, which is challenging. I watch a lot of the NBA though, obviously. A majority of my basketball content, I don't even really watch. I don't watch like ESPN or pregame shows or anything like that either. But a lot of my content, as my cat just continues to be a difficult Nelly here for me, a lot of my content and a lot of my basketball watching is just games. So, which I love. Seagully here, thanks for the 2. Says, do you see the Timberwolves making a move? Honestly, I've been pretty hesitant about saying that I think they will. I've been kind of fading the idea that they will. Seagully, so probably not. But you never know. We have less than 1 hour away. We are in the final corner here Justin here, thank you for the 5, says, is it smarter for Lakers to try and trade to get under the first apron so they can open up more options in the buyout market, or try to make a move today? It probably make a move today if they could get like Boucher or someone. Like, the buyout market is solid, but it's never like insane. So I appreciate you guys all a ton. Thanks for all your continued support. We have hit over 2,000 likes on the stream, by the way, so you guys are absolutely killing it in that department. Let's get back over to Twitter. Justin, thank you again for the $5 super chat. Again, we are in the final corner here. The Suns are likely done making moves for the day and will focus on improving their roster in the summer, from the sounds of it. Here, Bobby Mark says, yep, there we go. We're still waiting for that corresponding move. A lot of different stuff, but thank you guys. Thank you, TJ, for tagging me over there. Thank you, Spoonfed, as well. Thank you, Blue Stampede. Let's take a look at this one. Cavs are stacked. Yeah, this is quite good. Quite good. DeAndre Hunter into their starting lineup. It's a pretty darn good starting lineup, all things considered. Appreciate you guys. 1 hour, the fun begins. Clock is ticking. We'll see what actually happens here. Obviously, I am quite excited, though. I hope you guys are as well. Clock is ticking at the NBA trade deadline. A lot of craziness going on here. Reese is super excited for it. I know you guys are as well. Reese, smile for the camera, buddy. He is trying to jump up on top of my computer right now for some reason, because he knows that it's an hour until the trade deadline. Welcome everyone to the stream. Everyone say hello to Reese. Reese, say hi to everybody. Again, we are having a good time here, trying to keep on top of all the news. John here says Suns won't trade Kevin Durant unless they could get a combination of assets and younger players back. I would expect that could get revisited over the summer. So it looks like the Suns are going to stay put, according to Gambo here. Obviously, he does a great job covering the Suns, and he's hearing that will be the only trade for the Suns today. So very interesting stuff here. Obviously, huge news, a lot of crazy stuff that is changing pretty much every single minute, but we're still waiting for Atlanta to make another move. We're going to see if Detroit gets involved in some way, shape, or form. A lot of crazy stuff. If you guys are looking for ways to support me specifically, one of the best ways is to go over to the Substack. This is brand new, just really got launched this week. Brand new articles, whole bunch of NBA coverage. There's trade deadline names. There's basketball breakdowns on who's playing well, guys off the bench, guys in the starting lineup, team breakdowns, everything that you could want and more, X's and O's, schematics, a whole bunch of different stuff, draft philosophy, team building philosophy, and why the Brooklyn Nets are low-key a dangerous threat moving forward. We'll see what they do at the deadline here. But again, I appreciate you guys. We just reached 100 subscribers over there for free, 100 free subscribers. So I'd love for you guys to go subscribe for free. Link is in the description for that at the very top. Make sure you guys go join that. But again, I appreciate you all a ton. Thanks for your continued love and support on the channel here. And again, I hope you are enjoying me taking a ton of time here. Caden, thank you for the little shout out there. We're going to go over here to Andres. Chris Haynes reports that Tre Young didn't really wants to win, and that the Spurs had him on the radar before trading for De'Aaron Fox
to win.
Wow. So
pivot to Tre Young.
Don't want that on the stream. There we go. Significant news here on what could have been. I would have really loved Tre Young in San Antonio. I really would have. Mikael here says, I know ball. Appreciate you a ton. Thanks, everyone, for all your support. Again, today has been a hugely successful day. A lot of crazy stuff going on. And the clock is ticking. Less than an hour left on on what could have been. Suns environment toxic. Jimmy Butler, KD trade rumors have created a very awkward, very weird vibe around the team, as you could assume. Yesterday we had talked about that maybe being a possibility and how this is very, very strange. But let's go over to Bobby Marks here, who says, bold and aggressive move. Rarely do we see a conference-leading team make a regular season trade. Cleveland goes below the tax this season, but has 5 players next season earning between $20 and $46 million. For me here, I'm looking for a specific tweet I sent a couple of weeks ago, or a few days ago. Here we go. I got it bookmarked now. So let's go over here to my bookmarks. And this is specifically with the Cavaliers. How many NBA champions since 2002, 2003 have been above the luxury tax? The answer: 7 of the last 22 NBA champions were not a tax team. About 1/3 of them. Cavaliers fans might have interest in this tweet from 5 days ago now, after ducking the tax. It's not impossible to win the finals. Brett Siegel here. The league-wide consensus after trade talks with the Warriors fell apart is that this will be Durant's final season in Phoenix. This is the biggest fallout story from the trade deadline. Wow. Durant off-season trades are about to be crazy. Mike, I think you're right, honestly. Honestly, insane what we have seen here. A ton of craziness in the NBA today. Obviously, a lot of moving pieces. An insane trade deadline. Make sure to leave a like on the stream. Hopefully you guys are enjoying all of the content today. Of course, a lot of crazy stuff going on. Tony here says, hello again from Czech. Any predictions on the Jazz? Tony wants to know. Ultimately, Tony, the Jazz have done a lot of their work already, but they do have obviously some veteran players that they could, in theory move. But I'm not sure if we're going to see anything from them or not. They've already gotten so many second-round picks from taking in PJ Tucker, trading out PJ Tucker, taking in Dennis Schroeder. They've been active already, getting second-round picks for Jalen Hood-Scifino. They might have gotten more picks for taking in contracts than they would have gotten for trading out their contracts. So Jedi here says, good time being a Spurs fan. Most definitely. Alex says, 1 hour left. OKC must trade someone. I wonder if there's going to be questions here about Tre Young's future in Atlanta. I wonder if there'll be questions about Tre Young's future in Atlanta. Random here says, hoping Detroit is the 3rd team in the Atlanta-Cleveland trade. Would like LeVert in Detroit. LeVert or Niang. Niang would be really good in Detroit. If I was a Pistons fan, I'd be wanting Niang out of that. Although LeVert does do some more ball handling. But I think Niang's actually a really naturally good fit. Thank you, Jay Kemp and also DS Walk for the follows over on Twitter. Appreciate you guys a ton. Again, this trade deadline has been crazy. Over 3,000 people watching live. Again, and we're in the final hour. We're in the home stretch here. Unlost Coast here says, where do you think this next hour is going to go? It's going to be busy. We've had a good collection of trades today, a good amount of stuff. I do expect we still see a Toronto trade possibly at some point in time. With Boucher, I think we could see a Hawks trade here where they reroute something somewhere to get under the tax. So that's the news we're waiting for here. We will see what ultimately happens. But Bird Cup, appreciate you for the follow over on Twitter. Again, absolutely crazy. A lot of insane stuff going on right now in the NBA. We're obviously monitoring these trade deadline discussions and rumors. Insane stuff that's potentially going down here. So thank you all so much again for all of your attention and time during these streams. You guys have been nothing short of fantastic. So I've been really, really stoked about everything when it comes to your guys' attention to detail, everything like that. It's just been nothing short of spectacular. So really appreciate you guys all a ton for all your continued support and obviously questions, comments, everything like that. And we're still waiting for news here. We are watching for news as it comes in. Here's Michael Grange. Nuggets have no second-round picks to trade in only the 2031 first. They're over the first apron, but can get under if they trade Sarge, but have no second-round picks to attach. Denver would jump on Boucher as a buyout, and while Raps would be open to Boucher back, post Ingram's cap situation is very tight. So I don't know if Denver ends up giving up a first to get off of Zeke Najee's contract for Chris Boucher, that would be really rough. So what are the odds the Warriors make the trade for a center now with only 45 minutes left before the deadline? Seemingly less and less, Caden. Seemingly less and less. Thank you, Kamen Maluash. You're a Raptor for tagging me. Spitballing here, but to help Denver out financially, something like this makes sense. To help Denver out financially long term and improve now, something like this makes sense. Raptors get Zeke Najee and Nuggets 2031 first. Although here's the thing, get Raptors get what I'm thinking here. Okay, this is going to go to third team. Third team gets Raptors get Dario Saric and 1 second round picks from team 3. Nuggets get in this, Nuggets would get Chris Boucher and a minimum and a small-ish contract. Something like this. Again, that's kind of spitballed idea here, but it would include a third team. Let me know what you guys think. Again, we're waiting for more news. We're watching for everything that possibly is going to come in here down the stretch at the NBA trade deadline. A lot of crazy stuff going down. But I hope you guys are enjoying the content overall here. A lot of craziness, a lot of crazy stuff overall. But again, I hope you guys are enjoying. Over 3,166 people watching live. Again, appreciate you all a ton. Major Pain says I'm at work and I'm doing better research than you. I mean, whatever you think, man. Chris here says no Brooklyn move is crazy to me. 1 hour left. Appreciate you, Chris. Rendell, thank you for the $2 super chat as well. Says Orlando Magic, please do something. Vincent Rose says with the $2 says Time Lord to go 2 years in a row. Blazers no deals. Just clearly not anything Portland's viewing as something that improves their future long term. Xavier, thank you for the $1 as well. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Rendell, Chris, Vincent, and Xavier, thank you all so much for all of the support on the channel here. Super chats obviously go a long way in supporting what we do here. So, yeah, Tanner, I do say that a lot because I do appreciate you guys a lot. So, and when you're streaming for 8 hours, multiple days in a row, you use things to fill the airspace sometimes. So, we are still trying to figure it out. Brady, worst case, the Pistons have already used their $14 million one way or another in some of their deals. They've used parts of it at least. Worst case, if they want to. Jason says Spurs would have had to give up way more for Tre than Fox, though. I mean, yeah, but it might have been worth it if Tre was better for them. But Hector says Boston, New York, and Cleveland would absolutely smash Indiana. Probably at this point in time, but you never know. Like, there's injuries. That's what happened last year. Injuries get in the way, and Indiana could be opportunistic again this year. Appreciate you guys. Adam here says, leave it to the Suns to alienate their best player who actually wanted to be there. They're egregiously mismanaged at times. Yeah, this has been awful. Everything about this has been awful. Cyclonism here says the scriptwriters cooked hard with this deadline. Yes, they did. A lot of craziness. Trevor says, I need my Pistons to do something insane right now. I don't care about upgrades. I want picks. Thank you very much. Bobby Marks just said Houston makes the most sense for a Kevin Durant trade on ESPN. I really don't believe a 36-year-old player makes sense for a good team who's % of their minutes committed to guys on rookie deals right now. Like, again, I don't understand it. Thank you for, I'm not saying, Will obviously is not saying he wants Kevin Durant here either. I'm talking about Bobby Marks in this one. I just don't understand why they think that lines up. Here we go. Brian Windhorst says teams aren't really afraid of the top selected teams in the West or the top seeded teams in the West. There's not a lot of fear from the teams out there that these teams, about these teams at the top of the West. I mean, we'll see. Last year, that kind of played out true. The 5-seed Mavs came out of the Western Conference over everybody. Jim Mulligan, thank you for the 5, says, could the Kings make a move for George Niang? He would be tremendous. He would fit into their traded player exception. The Kings could definitely be a landing spot, Jim. Definitely could be. But, again, when it comes to money, some of that stuff is off. Troy says, felt like your 15.5 over prediction is just too much. I mean, what do we have right now? We've got... right now with where we're at, I mean, we'll see if this comes to fruition or not, but what we've got in here so far in terms of deals is Cleveland Atlanta trade. There's going to be another trade from that, by the way. There's going to be, that's one. There's possibly more moves to watch for, which we're going to keep our eyes on right here. We've also had this deal, that's 2, the Hornets Suns trade. We have the possibility of a Vucevic trade, not going to count that yet, obviously. We had the Milwaukee trade, Patrick Baldwin, that's 3. We have a deal. We need to go to Shams. This is another trade. This is when they start to heat up. Everyone, welcome into the stream. We have a deal here. The Los Angeles Clippers are trading Terrence Mann and Bones Highland to the Atlanta Hawks for Bogdan Bogdanovic and 3 second-round picks. This deal will get the Hawks out of the luxury tax after their trade with Cleveland. Mann fits long-term in ATL, and Highland is salary. Bogdanovic is a solid get for LAC. I know he hasn't played well. I know he struggled this year. And real draft compensation. So a lot of the draft compensation that they got in that deal with Cleveland now goes to the Clippers. I like this for the Clippers quite a bit. Another big deal. Very, very big deal. Hawks duck out of the luxury tax here. That is the big news. Hawks dip out of the luxury tax. Been very active. All of a sudden, these trades are going to start flying in a little bit more frequently here. So everyone keep watching for that. I do really like this deal overall for the Los Angeles Clippers, especially. Coach Shuey, thank you. Again, we will be giving my trade grades here in just a second. Again, really, really excited here. Trade grades. Clippers, A+. Hawks, A-. moving off of a hesitant, at times almost non-shooter, is ideal for LAC, turning Man and Highland's salary into draft capital, and Bogdanovic is a good overall move, in my opinion. Hawks moving 3 seconds sort of negates the deal with Cleveland, although I can see Man fitting next to Tre moving forward, which is what I ultimately like about this. Terrence Mann's going to play for the Hawks, so definitely about to see some more moves come down. Maybe a Buff can move. It might not be this year, but ultimately at some point, yes, possibly, very possibly. Washington Wizards reportedly had a trade lined up last season with Mavericks for Kuzma that would have netted them 2 first-round picks, but Kuzma vetoed it. Kuzma didn't even have a no-trade clause, so Kuzma didn't even have a no-trade clause. Ultimately, Washington should have made that trade, but he didn't have a no trade clause, so I don't know why they shouldn't have even given him veto power. But again, we do have a trade here. Terrence Mann is an Atlanta Hawk, obviously, as a result of this. Let's go back over here. So here's the deal again. The Los Angeles Clippers are trading Terrence Mann and Bones Highland to the Atlanta Hawks for Bogdan Bogdanovic and 3 second-round picks. I think Bogdanovic is a player. His contract isn't the prettiest thing in the world, but it's not also the worst thing. It's not like an unmovable contract, I don't think. Nelson here says, what about Nets trade update? Right now, it sounds like they're going to keep Cam Johnson. Appreciate you guys. 35 minutes until we get to the trade deadline. So a crazy trade deadline here. Tanner, I know you were. Tanner, you've been awesome the whole deadline too. So I was just explaining it because it's like, obviously in my head, I know that I'm filling in time too. But I appreciate you guys. Would have been nice for Portland to have been able to trade Grant to open up more playing time for the young guys. I just don't know if that Jeremy Grant contract is tradable. Bobby Marks here with a good a tweet that I want to go over to. Bobby Marks has been killing it, by the way. Bobby Marks says Man signed a 3-year, $47 million extension in September. He was allowed to be traded because the extension didn't violate the 6-month rule. Bobby, great work all deadline so far. Great notes here on Man. Bobby Mark's been doing a great job. So make sure you guys all go show some love. Go leave some likes on his tweets. He's been doing a great job here on breaking it down. So we'll see what happens. Hawks pick for my Spurs is looking good. Again, I like this for the Clippers a lot, getting 3 seconds. And remember, the Hawks owe draft capital out the door to San Antonio. So definitely a lot of stuff to go on. BX wants to know if I know Zach Kleiman. Tell him to wake up and do something. This is the Zach Kleiman MO though. He's usually kind of patient at the trade deadline. Doesn't rush. Doesn't make any moves that he doesn't feel like they need to make. So Vance here says to Detroit or Durant to Detroit, Booker to Houston, get it done. Trajan Langdon. If anything, Detroit would probably want to bring Booker to Booker there. So I think a lot of Pistons fans would agree. Hawks board to have a 500 record since forever, so they choose to be worse. They owe their first to SAS this year in 2027 and a swap in 2026. Looking like big trade deadline winners between Fox and Hawks. Bucks and Hawks, man. Definitely a crazy turn of events here. This is a surprise word out of LA the last few days was that we're going to hold on to man and figure out things in the offseason. Smoke screens across the NBA continue to dominate. I mean, I've been talking about it for the whole week here, that I thought man was the contract that would get moved. And here it is. It's not shocking to me. And I do think Bogdanovic can help them in a role that fits pretty well. So, again, a lot of craziness. Again, 3,400 people watching live. If you're a Spurs fan, you got to be pretty happy right now, I think. The Hawks are moving around kind of weird. The most recent trade, Clippers trading Terrence Mann and Bones Highland to the Atlanta Hawks for Bogdan Bogdanovic and 3 second-round picks. Sources tell ESPN. Then you're also looking at one of the most recent trades, Atlanta here. Definitely busy making some moves. We're up to, I think, 7 trades now. And we have a half hour yet, and this is typically the most busy half hour. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled on the trade market. And we'll see what actually happens. I see Clutch City. It's hard to tell with the you can't interpret tone really over text. So appreciate you guys a ton. Cam says, remember last year you had the draft noise. Yeah, I did. We had the trade noise for every trade. Travis says Bulls management needs a house cleaning. This is sorry trade Zach and just stop every year gets my hopes up. Honestly, Jason here says Hawks in rebuild mode. The only issue is they owe their draft picks. So we'll see what happens. Check your feed trade. Yep. Clippers and Hawks. 3 second-round picks headed from Atlanta to LA along with Bogdan Bogdanovic. Okay, so here's the picks that we can update. We have 2025 Minnesota from Atlanta. Okay, 2025 Timberwolves. Okay, so this is going to the Clippers from the Hawks. Also with that 2027 Clippers own. We're going to go over to the sheet here in a second, and you guys are going to see the updated sheet, okay? Clippers did not have their own 2027 second, so that goes back to them now. In 2026, Memphis, which is protected 43 through 60, yep. So the Hawks, funny enough, these are all picks the Hawks had before. So let's go back over to Twitter here. Notably, these were all second-round picks ATL had before the DeAndre Hunter trade. We will see which picks ATL got from Cleveland in that one later. Second-round pick neutral day so far for the Hawks. So the Hawks have been second-round pick neutral. They traded 3 away. They got 3 in. So that's where we're at right now with everything. I mean, there's been some really good trades. I mean, like the smaller trades. I think specifically, I'm going to quote this. I think with the new salary mechanisms and aprons, moving money and saving flexibility is a bigger deal to me. So A pluses result more because of this so far. Hawks, Cavs, etc. Or not Hawks, Clippers. Especially second round picks is a bigger deal. So Clippers, Cavs, Celtics, etc. Or not Celtics, 76ers were the ones who made a lot of move, etc. These were deals that I have for the most part liked overall, given their situation. So Bobby Marks here says that Atlanta has to clear 2 roster spots before the Cleveland now LA Clippers trade gets finalized. So we'll see how Atlanta goes about doing that, of course. But really do appreciate you guys a ton. Make sure to leave a like. I know Bogdanovic is not shooting well this year, but he can shoot in theory. Like, he's been a good shooter in the past in his career. So you're kind of taking a bet on regression to the mean, returning back to what he's been before, who he was last year. When it comes to Bogdan, listen, Bogdan's not shooting well this year, but for his career, he's a 38% three-point shooter. So you're hoping that this 24-game sample size does not outweigh every other year of his career. Here's his shooting percentages by year, every other year. 39%, 36, 37, 44, 37, 40, 37. Pretty much every year he's 36% or above before this year, where his minutes are down, his games are down, all that stuff is down. So I think this is a bet for the Clippers that he will improve and return to good health. So appreciate you guys all a ton. Obviously a lot of crazy stuff. George Hickson wants to know if we can expect Capella traded. I don't even know. The fact that no Capella trade has happened is pretty surprising so far, but we'll see. We'll see what Atlanta wants to do here long term. Mark Williams probably won't play tonight, if I had to guess. The Spurs fans are ecstatic right now. The Hawks are giving away all their best players. I mean, they're opening up flexibility, though, too, so we'll see. Nothing yet. No breaking news so far. Obviously, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more notifications and everything like that going forward. The Golden State Warriors are the only realistic landing spot for Nikola Vucevic on the current trade market. That is per Jake Fisher. So Jake Fisher has been doing a good job covering the news here. Again, this was a great job here on these draft picks. Was part of Mark Stein's report on the DeAndre Hunter to Cleveland pursuit. And now also here stating that Golden State is the only realistic landing spot at this point in time for Nikola Vucevic. Graham Christie says, outstanding work, Utility Sports team. Time for a well-earned rest for you all. Appreciate you a ton. Yeah, Terrence Mann's a nice combo guard, like Patrick's saying here. He'll handle the ball a little bit, especially when Tre Young's off the floor, but he can guard and he'll play off of Young decently well. What he'll do a ton is screen and roll and play out a short roll. Like Tre Mann, like low-key kind of fills some of the Jalen Johnson role. Obviously not as good, so don't quote me on that saying, oh, you think – no. He's not nearly as good as Jalen Johnson, not even close. But he'll do some of the same things that Jalen Johnson does on occasion, which is fun. What are the odds Celtics aren't done? I don't know, honestly. I think that they're pretty much done. Ryan Windhorst says they got Steph Curry under contract. A max, they got Jimmy Butler, $60 million a year. They got Draymond under contract. How are they going to pay Jonathan Kuminga? Just a friendly reminder that the Nets have max cap space this offseason. The Nets have a lot of room, and they would have a willingness to pay somebody, I would have to imagine, especially a young player that they believe in. So, Baker here says, wake up, Bucks. Appreciate you guys all tuning into the stream. Stefanos wants to know if the Bucks are done. Not guaranteed yet that they're done. We'll see. We're having more deals coming here down the pipe, down the chute, in the final little bit here. You know, Golden State's still the only team to watch for. Again, we'll go over to Jake Fisher here. Thank you, ya boy, for tagging me in that. Let's go over here to this one. Talking about Jake Fisher, but again, the question here from Brian Windhorst is how they're going to pay Jonathan Kuminga. That's going to be a challenge. If it costs a lot of money, they might not be able to pay him. So now the one thing is they could either just, using restricted free agency, keep him. That's an important thing to remember. Otherwise, you also look at the possibility here that they could facilitate some kind of sign and trade, which would be very unique for a player of his age. Typically doesn't happen for guys who are restricted free agents, but it's possible if some other team besides Brooklyn wanted to get him, they possibly could. Schmeeks here says, developing. The Indiana Pacers and Chicago Bulls are holding trade discussions regarding Kobe White. That is kind of surprising. I'm not exactly sure what that would look like in a deal. And again, Golden State right now is reportedly the only team in on Nikola Vucevic. So we might see Vuce get traded for a lesser package. Nemanja here saying, yes, Vucevic, please. Rogue says Clippers got off the Terrence Mann a contract extension. Exactly. They saved a lot of money that way long term. Austin says delaying the inevitable departure of Kuminga for as long as they can. This is going to be a problematic here for them. Appreciate you guys all so much. Again, remember earlier today, too, the Suns ultimately did dump Nurkic and a pick to get Cody Martin, Vasi Micic, who's not good, and a 2026 second-round pick. So I don't love that for Phoenix. We'll see, what else they can do. If I were them, I'd be trying really hard right now to dump Micic somewhere with a second-rounder, but we'll see. Nani here says, hello, any Suns news? Again, most recently traded Yusuf Nurkic. Dark Reaper here saying Magic not getting anyone. We'll see. The trade deadline's not over. Yeah, literally. Butler, Kuminga, Draymond spacing. It's going to be a little rough, I think. I'm not in love with the whole Butler to Golden State thing. They're excellent at talent acquisition. They're not good at team building. Windhorst and what people in the league are saying about Phoenix. Oh, that's it. What have I been saying? All week long, my message has been fit outweighs talent when the other team's talent don't fit. That's been the message the entire time. Having talent's fun. It's dandy. It's a whole bunch of good stuff for the most part. It's what you think until it's not. And unfortunately, that's what I've been thinking here. We have a trade. Okay, we have a trade. The Atlanta Hawks are trading Cody Zeller and Houston's 2028 second-round pick to the Rockets. Okay, another deal here. The Hawks trade this 2028 second-round pick from Houston out. This is doing some significant damage to their overall collection of assets, by the way. Okay, so here we go. We have a deal. Another trade. I told you guys the trades are going to continue flying in here down the stretch. Thanks for tagging me in it, so I saw it. The Atlanta Hawks are trading Cody Zeller and Houston's 2028 second-round pick to the Rockets. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying so far. A lot of trades. 20 minutes left, and Shams here with a report, a trade alert. Thank you guys all for hopping in here. 3,600 people live right now. The Atlanta Hawks are trading Cody Zeller and Houston's 2028 second-round pick to the Rockets. We do not know what the overall deal is yet. Again, we will continue watching for Shams Charania here, who might have more updates, more news on this. Obviously, Shams has been doing a great job, too. Let's show some W Shams in the chat. I want to see a W Shams for stepping up, being the ESPN reporter this year after Woj, of course, retired. Shams has been an absolute beast all year long. Shams has been an absolute beast. Okay. Looks like looks like a flat salary dump here. We're going to go over to Bobby Marks. This is a flat salary dump. Contract details, Atlanta, Houston to Houston. Cody Zeller with no guaranteed money in future years. The Rockets acquiring Zeller with part of the non-tax mid-level exception. Very interesting. So Rockets picking up draft capital. I think it's very noteworthy long-term that the Rockets have been accumulating second-round draft capital to eat salaries this year. All expiring money in. No long-term drag on their books. And extra draft capital in case of something down the road. So that's where we're at right now. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Again, Sham Sharania, we've had huge news here when it comes to the Cody Zeller salary dump. Just massive news. No, appreciate you guys all a ton. Really do appreciate you guys a lot. Sources tell Free Sports that Dennis Schroeder will end up with the Pistons as part of the massive Jimmy Butler trade. Pistons use cap space to take in Schroeder. This makes sense as an alternate ball handler next to Cade. Works out well for Detroit, who turns space and flexibility into a guard that can play and draft capital. Honestly, this worked out really well for Detroit. I think big wins for Detroit here so far. Buick says, thank you. Says, your channel is better than ESPN. Salute, bro. Thank you so much, Buick, for the 5. Really do appreciate you a ton. Again, we are trying to stay on top of all of the news. A lot of crazy stuff coming in. Yep, we have this. Thank you guys for all of the tags over on Twitter. It appears as if Man is a player the Hawks wanted, which is exactly what I kind of assumed here too. Thank you, Kane. Appreciate you again. Hopefully you're having a happy 18th birthday, Kane. A lot of fun here. What's this one? Yeah, the talent acquisition one. Okay. Appreciate you guys a ton. Here we go. Appreciate you all so very much for tagging over there. Thunderstruck is that's a throwback right there. Thank you guys all for tagging me over on Twitter. Again, a lot of different stuff is going down here. So pieces are moving around. A lot of different stuff is going crazy. Spurs, I think if you're a Spurs fan, you should be really, really happy about how things have gone here. Again, we have a final 15-minute race to the trade deadline. Thank you so much, Cam, for the $5. 15 minutes left. 15 minutes left. Keep up the good work, Whippersnapper. Appreciate you, Cam. A ton. Appreciate all of you who have super chatted today. Appreciate all of you in the chat with us right now. Absolutely crazy what we've got going on. This is a great point here by we're gonna let's go over to Shams. Yep. So Detroit is acquiring Dennis Schroeder from the Utah Jazz. Now official. Good for the Pistons. I really like this for Detroit. I think Detroit maximized their leverage here about as good as they could have without doing anything that hurts their team building long term. Again, I really like this. I think the Pistons have managed this pretty smart. They haven't committed themselves to someone like Brandon Ingram, who they might not be able to win with long term. Unlike New York Rangers, Louis here is saying, weaponizing the cap and non-tax mid-level exception space to acquire expiring deals and adding draft comp is great business for a team who's close to being ready, but not quite there exactly. They don't commit to anything. They're not putting themselves in a spot where they're stuck. So I appreciate you guys all for tagging me and stuff all trade deadline long. This has been obviously crazy. And we have 15 minutes, a little bit less now, 13 minutes remaining on the clock here now. A lot of insane stuff. So we are watching, but and no Landale minutes. Yes, this is true. This too. Landale is not a good center. So the Rockets still have expiring salaries too. We'll see what Houston does with that. They could make another. We'll see what they actually do, but There's still time on the clock. 13 minutes. We've been seeing trades. Someone have a trade counter up. We need help keeping track of trades here, because I have lost count, honestly, the amount of trades that we've seen. Schroeder to Detroit. We've seen Hawks make 3 trades. It was Hunter, Mann, and Zeller. So that's where we're at. Man, Zeller. What else have we had for trades today? Obviously, a significant amount of deals have already gone down. We'll see what else all comes to fruition here in the final couple minutes of the trade deadline. It's been a crazy ride here, guys. The trades are flying in. Yep, DJ, thanks for tagging over there. So again, for the news here, Pistons are landing Dennis Schroeder as part of the Jimmy Butler trade. Grizzlies reportedly made a call on Kevin Durant per Bob Myers. Would have been really fun. Would have been really fun. In my 2K franchise that I did on the channel, I traded Durant to the Grizzlies. Kelpack here says, will we see a Golden State Warriors trade, and who? It's going to maybe be Vucevic. It just comes down to Vucevic at this point in time, it sounds like. Appreciate you guys for taking me over and everything. Again, the biggest thing is the Grizzlies reportedly made a call here. Golden State, again, is the team here in on Nikola Vucevic. Kelpack, thank you for the 2. I really do appreciate you guys a ton. Paul Martin, yes. Let me, again, now this is a little outdated at this point, just because there have been a couple of trades that have gone down, but this will give you a rough picture. I just sent it in the chat now. I sent it in there. Next year, I'm going to hopefully have it so that you guys can have access to it while I update it. But I need to figure out the way that works. So hopefully you guys all are enjoying. Again, less than 13 minutes left now. We are at about 10 minutes, 11 minutes here from a Fikey Gamer. Appreciate you guys. Joseph, glad to have you in here. Shooter's been traded like 10,000 times ever since his one comment. Yes, literally. Bro's getting faster around like a Kardashian. Alex says Lakers have won the championship with no moves from OKC. We'll see what happens, but obviously a crazy trade deadline with a lot of stuff going on. Crazy amounts of moves. We are still watching for anything down the stretch here. Chris Haynes says the Pistons plan to keep. Okay. Here's the deal now. Let's go over to Jake Fisher. This is the updated deal. Jake Fisher here says it's going to be KJ Martin, Josh Richardson, and a 2028 second-round pick from Detroit to Utah. So the Pistons, they have like 4 different second-rounders. The Pistons do. Pistons have 4 second-round picks in 2028. Let me change this to had. Pistons had 4 second-round picks in 2028 and picked up extra picks in the Richardson Martin acquisitions. Works well now to get an actual upgrade in Schroeder. Also, Danny Ainge got like 8 second-round picks this deadline. Second-rounders are valuable. A lot of people are going to say, no, they're not, but then why would Danny Ainge be trading for him? Danny Ainge, we all know, is a very smart GM. He's done a great job. Jazz have been getting a ton of stuff, ton of picks, ton of everything here. So appreciate you guys all a ton. Again, looking here at Brett Siegel, Tucker most likely staying with Toronto barring any drastic change in 15 minutes. Jeremy here says can confirm the Rockets acquiring Cody Zeller and their 2028 second-round pick from Atlanta. In exchange, Atlanta is acquiring rights to Alpha Kaba, which is not going to be a significant thing. So all in all, this is a very, very good trade. Former Warriors GM Bob Myers just revealed on ESPN that the Grizzlies are trying to trade for Kevin Durant. We'll see if that push is successful or not. Washington Wizards announced they have waived Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson will headline the names of signees for teams who didn't make a ton of trades. Clippers should be the favorite. IMO. I think the Clippers make a lot of sense for a Reggie Jackson reunion, but we'll see. You never really know. Thank you, Aquino, for tagging me over here. A lot of crazy stuff going on, guys. Hopefully you are all enjoying. Sam Presti, literally. It's actually so funny. Automatic's awesome, by the way. He does a lot of great work, too. So appreciate him a lot. Absolutely crazy. We'll see what ultimately happens the rest of the way here. We got 5 minutes. Welcome, everyone. 4,000 people watching live. Everyone smash that like button right now. Let's see how many likes we're up to on the stream. Again, I am watching for any news. Everything you need to know right now is getting covered here, so don't worry. Everyone smash that like button. We are 400 likes away from the all-time record here at Utility Sports, so everyone go smash that like right now. Ultimately, not sure if something's going to materialize here for Kevin Durant. We are going to watch, keep our eyes on it down the stretch of the trade deadline here, and we are watching the notifications. We are waiting for Sham Charania. Kendrick Perkins says he was the real leader of the Thunder. Of course he did. Kendrick Perkins needs to, man, sometimes I just roll my eyes. 3,800 people watching live. Angel only got 4 seconds. But yeah, like, that's the thing. I was being, obviously I was, I can't even think right now. You guys know what I'm saying. I was going over the top on purpose. Yeah, Josh Richardson got traded to the Jazz. Anything on Boucher in Denver? Nothing yet. We will go check Michael Grange. Here we go. Post from Shams. Okay. Memphis Grizzlies are trading Marcus Smart and a 2025 first-round pick to the Washington Wizards in a multi-team trade that sends 2 second-round picks to Memphis. Memphis creates roster flexibility. Wow. Okay, this is a part of a bigger deal. This is huge. Marcus Smart traded. Wow. Okay, Marcus Smart traded. Smart is dealt. Clearly, unless I'm assuming Durant's not a part of this, obviously. But this would have been the Grizzlies' huge salary to get toward Durant. This $20 million salary. So, appreciate you guys all tagging me over there. Again, that is the report. Marcus Smart has just now been traded with a first-round pick. So this is really looking like a salary dump. Reese here is very excited. Zach saying KD. I don't think it's Kevin Durant. I really don't think it's Kevin Durant here. Hector says Marcus Smart getting traded to the Knicks. I don't think it's New York either. It looks like he's going to be in Washington. The Wizards sneakily probably improved their team, getting Khris Middleton and Marcus Smart, and got assets out of it. Carl Ferris says your coverage is the best of all that is out there. You are professional, knowledgeable, and great to listen to. Thanks for all the days I listened. Carl, thank you. Again, you guys have been absolutely fantastic. We are 3 minutes away from the trade deadline. Now, of course, some stuff will cycle in afterward. Los Angeles Clippers are trading Kevin Porter Jr. to MarJon Beauchamp. Or for MarJon Beauchamp. Thank God. No more KPJ in LAC. Clippers, A+. Or we'll give them an A. Bucks, C. No. Bucks, D. I don't love this for the Bucks. I don't understand the allure of Kevin Porter Jr. He's not any good. So definitely another trade that's worth noting. Kevin Porter Jr. traded to Milwaukee for MarJon Beauchamp. The Clippers get better by subtraction here. playing Kevin Porter Jr. less makes them a lot better. Again, I told you guys the trades would fly in here. We have had a few coming in here as of late. So now we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trades so far today at my count. I might even be missing 1 or 2. This is a huge win for the Clippers getting off of Kevin Porter Jr. He is not good. Kevin Porter Jr. is a tank commander at the very best. I don't understand what Milwaukee's doing. Other than this might just save Milwaukee money, which is probably a part of it, because I think Beauchamp makes 2.7. I think KPJ makes like 2.0 or 2.1. So Beauchamp, I guaranteed he would get traded. I really like this for the Clippers, actually. Former first-round pick. Now, I don't think he's going to be super good, but I do think he's a player that is better than Kevin Porter Jr., especially around James Harden. So, again, a lot of crazy stuff. Okay, we have another trade from Memphis here. This is a multi-team trade. I like this a lot for Sacramento. Sacramento is getting, according to Chris Haynes, sources tell him that the Sacramento Kings are acquiring Jake LaRavia from Memphis. Really like this get for Sac. Memphis is shaving money for something. I don't know what Milwaukee's getting back yet. Or what Memphis is getting back yet. Does anyone know what Memphis is getting? More on guard glut. Multiple teams are under impression Bulls want to keep Desumnu. Just have heard from several other teams specifically about Io. Also, not only is Tre Jones poised to survive deadline, but could stick beyond his expiring. Welcome everyone to the stream. Everyone hit in the chat 4K viewers live. We got 4,000 people watching live. You guys are absolutely awesome. Appreciate you all a ton. We are right up at the trade deadline. Of course, some news might come in here down the stretch. These deals are probably agreed to. We're getting the reports on them right after. So this is absolutely insane. 4,000 people watching live. Again, Jake LaRavia is a Memphis Grizzly. Another deal comes in where LaRavia gets moved to Sacramento. I think the Kings have been pretty opportunistic at this trade deadline. I've liked their moves overall quite a bit. Patrick Baldwin Jr. got traded with cash earlier in the day. Brian here says, Sheldon, go get hydrated and eat something. Thanks for all your insights and what you do. Outstanding coverage. Appreciate you, Brian, a ton. Thank you all for all the super chats. We are at the trade deadline, so we are waiting on news here. We're going to continue refreshing on Sham Sharania. Isaac doesn't know ball. Thank you for commenting at me here. Again, we are waiting for something involving this. This is the huge question here. Brian here reports that Trae Young really wants to win, and the Spurs had him on their radar. Atlanta, we'll see what happens with the Hawks, man. 4K viewers live. Appreciate you guys. Everyone leave a like before you dip out today. Don't even dip out yet, because I'm telling you, we're still waiting on information. We're still waiting on information here. There's a lot of different news and reports that we're trying to figure out. Marcus Smart has been traded to Washington. Here's the trade details. I'm trying to figure out how Washington can eat the salary, because they took an extra salary for Kuzma. Something's not adding up here, money-wise. I think is it Brogdon? I don't understand the money here. Unless I'm missing something here. What's the money? What is the... You guys understand what I'm saying, right? Like, Marcus Smart makes $21 million. Okay, the Pacers are trading James Wiseman in cash to the Raptors. Pacers do make a salary dump. That's exactly what this is. Pacers make a salary dump. The trades are flying in here right at the buzzer. A lot of crazy moves. So Wiseman gets dealt. Again, this is insane what we've got going on here. A lot of trades. Welcome everyone to the stream. Crazy stuff going on right now in the NBA. James Wiseman is dealt. Underdog NBA here. Yep. LaRavia is dealt. Shams here. Thank you, guys. Yep. So Wiseman to Toronto with cash. Bobby Marks here saying, as part of the trade, Sacramento is sending Alex Len. This is the salary here. This is the salary. Okay, there we go. We have the missing piece. There we go. Grizzlies open up a ton of future salary flexibility in this deal by getting off of Smart now. That's a really smart trade for Memphis, I think. Just salary dump Marcus Smart, which I would have loved to see it be for someone who could play for them in this playoffs. I don't think they really got that there in that deal. But pretty big trade. I think getting Jake LaRavia was a nice addition, a nice add. He can be an 8th or 9th guy for a rotation for the Sacramento Kings. Again, he's not super athletic. The Kings needed some more stuff, but wow. A lot of trades. Again, maybe a couple still more flying in here. We're going to stay live for a couple more minutes. Everyone, make sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Here, T. Delmar says, dude, you are the bomb. I appreciate you, Delmar. Thank you so very much. Teasery says, how are the Wizards just taking? I don't know. This is the thing I still don't understand here. Again, financially, that's what we're waiting for. The Warriors are done making moves. Okay. They generated 3 extra roster spots. Quentin Post is expected to be elevated. Okay. No Vooch for Golden State. Missed opportunity for Chicago, in my opinion. They should have tried to get a trade done. Does anyone know what salary Washington traded in the Smart deal? I don't understand what this is. I think my guess is it could be Brogdon, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Again, yes. So this is what Sacramento is trading. Sacramento is trading money. Again, I don't know what Washington's trading, and it's freaking me out right now. Brian, thank you for the 5. Says, the hell are the Nets and Blazers doing? I don't know. This is absolutely crazy. Dave says, I have a Zoom call at 12:15. I subscribe. Appreciate you, Dave. Glad to have you in here. John says, Sheldon is the NBA guru of all time. I think it's going to be Brogdon, but I don't know. Brogdon to the Clippers. I don't know financially, that's not going to work. I don't know. I'm freaking out right now, honestly. Here we go. See if Shams got anything new. Suns are not moving Kevin Durant here. So Kevin Durant is staying in. Kevin Durant is, in fact, staying in Phoenix this year. I don't know I don't know who got moved from Washington, and I don't know what the hell it is. My guess is it's going to have to be Brogdon, who's an expiring. Yep, we know that. Okay. Marcus Smart is being rerouted to Milwaukee. Is that? I don't think that's true. Here we go. Let's go over here. Wizards have acquired. Okay. Where is Smart going? Who is Washington giving up? I don't understand where some of these numbers are at right now. Some of these salaries don't make sense. We need to go to the sideline. Does he have news on what's happening here? Kevin Durant remains a Phoenix Sun. Kings are sending a 2028 second rounder to Memphis, plus Kobe Jones, Alex Len to Washington to acquire the Grizzlies' Jake LaRavia as part of the Marcus Smart trade. Again, we don't have any clue here on what Washington is giving up salary-wise. It's going to have to be Malcolm. Yeah, it has to be Malcolm Brogdon, like we've been saying. But I don't understand, and I don't know where Brogdon's going then. Is Brogdon a Grizzly? Here, let's go over here. Bucks. Milwaukee is sending $1 million to Washington. Okay. Is Brogdon a Grizzly? Does anyone know where Malcolm Brogdon is? That's what we're trying to figure out here now. Welcome everyone to the stream. If it's your first time watching, hopefully you guys do enjoy and consider subscribing. Again, I'm having a lot of fun here. Trade deadline has officially passed, but we're still figuring out the details and news on some of these deals. Of course, a lot of craziness at the buzzer here now. A lot of trades kind of coming in. As I promised, it would be a little bit of a photo finish here at the line. Let's see what updated trade summary. Again, this financially doesn't work. This has got to be. Again, I assume Brogdon is in this deal back to Memphis as an expiring contract. Man, we'll see. We'll see. I wonder if Marcus Smart's going to get bought out. Bobby Marks makes a great point here. By trading Marcus Smart and his $21.6 million salary for next season, Memphis could have flexibility to renegotiate the contract of Jaren Jackson Jr. Enters the offseason on an expiring $23.4 million. Reminder, Miles Turner and the Indiana Pacers did something similar a few years back with a renegotiate and extend where you load up money in the first year of the deal to save money on the back end of the contract. So remember, Indiana did that a few years ago with Miles Turner. Again, we're trying to figure out where Malcolm Brogdon is because we don't really know right now. I mean, I'm trying to figure this all out right now. Here we go. Dallas Mavericks were very aggressive in exploring pathways to acquire Kevin Durant per Ian Bagley. I do trust him as a source. So Bobby Marks here. Again, we covered this. Bobby, great job. Again, at the trade deadline here. Here was the full trade details. Again, really like this trade for the Clippers. Understand it for Atlanta. The Sacramento Kings are sending a 2028 second-round pick. Kobe Jones and Alex Len for Jake LaRavia. Again, I like this for the Kings. I like this for Sac quite a bit. Again, though, we're trying to figure out what the actual deal is here. My assumption is Brogdon. You do the math on this. Brogdon is the expiring salary. That makes quite a bit of sense. Yeah, see, John Hollinger now saying the same thing here. No news yet, but Brogdon to Memphis would be the contract that fits in it all. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Again, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. If you are, in fact, enjoying, let's get real quickly. We're going to take one little quick break from the Twitter. Don't worry, it's going to be back up there in a minute. I'm just going to flaunt the subscriber count. I want to see this number grow significantly. Everyone go hit that subscribe button. We're aiming for 30. Oh my goodness. We are aiming for 32,000, but what a big jump there. Everyone go hit that subscribe button right now. You guys are absolutely killing it with the support. Look at that. It's growing by 10 at a time here. You guys are absolutely awesome. So everyone go make sure to hit that subscribe button. We're going back over to the Twitter. Don't worry. Like I promised, we're not staying away from the Twitter for long. Yep, John Hollinger with the report. Again, this was a report here on the overall thing. LaRavia is still young and good move overall. I agree. Wizards gave up nothing. I mean, this is not right. I don't know how he thinks this is accurate. You can't take in $25 million plus of salary and give up nothing. Brogdon is on the way out, probably. This is not the full trade. This is not the full trade. I still think, like, that being said, it's still a great job by Washington overall. Very crazy how Marcus Smart went from being like the piece that got the Celtics, Kristaps Porzingis, and draft picks to being salary dumped. The Warriors attempted to make a deal with Bulls for Nikola Vucevic today, but the teams were unable to agree on a trade construction, it looks like, according to the Stein line. Chris Haynes here says, Tre Young's future with Atlanta is becoming murky. Oh, my goodness. Wow. There's a number of teams that I would want to go get Tre Young right now. Wow. Hopefully you guys enjoy. Appreciate you guys a ton. Tre Young's future with the Hawks is murky per Crispy Haynes. Obviously a lot of crazy stuff right now, but the deadline is over. Chris Boucher remains in Toronto. I remember, biggest thing here, everyone hit that subscribe button right now if you haven't already. Thanks for your patience. Let's get that like goal to 3,000 likes. We can definitely do that right now. Don't forget the NBA Substack, links in the description for that. And then the biggest thing, I'm about to go record my trade deadline winners and losers right now. It's going to be for the entire week of the trade deadline, every move. I'll talk about all my winners, all my losers, what I thought, and what I think is going to happen overall here. I really do appreciate you guys a ton. Again, 3,700 of you awesome people. Thank you all so much for your support this entire trade deadline live stream week. We are so close to the overall likes record here. So everyone, please go smash that like button. We could definitely break the all-time Utility Sports record. And we are just 200 subscribers away from our overall goal for the day. So everyone go smash that subscribe button right now. Again, I am going to go record my trade deadline winners and losers overall today as well. So that video is going to come out next. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the content, the stream today. Everyone hit that subscribe button. Everyone smash that like. Don't forget that trade deadline winners and losers video is coming out. And remember, the best ways to support me down there on the bottom. Subscribe, leave a like, Substack, Twitter, Super Chats. Also join the Discord. Thank you guys all so much for watching. I really do appreciate you. I've got content to go record, okay? Stay tuned. Hit that notification bell. There's a lot of stuff coming, okay? Jaken, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for all you guys. Appreciate you all a ton. Really love you guys, and really thankful for all the work that you guys put in, hanging out with me, tagging me and everything. Again, this is a really cooperative effort. So thanks again. Remember, there's going to be content coming out very soon within the next hour. So stay tuned for that, and we'll catch you all in the very next Utility Sports video, which will be that nice trade deadline winners and losers.